which a lot of people thought was hypocritical. It wasn't just him, it was people like Bill Burr. Very few comedians have answered well. He gave his justification and then does the pivot that he just can't help.
So if you think of all the violence and all the things we export to the Middle East, I think our culture is the best export we got. But I didn't feel wrong being
I know we were talking about the intelligence. U.S. intelligence did make it clear that they believe that the Saudis killed Jamal Khashoggi in the embassy in Turkey. And you knew that when you went, right?
Oh, absolutely. I should tell you.
You had no qualms?
I won't say that. They asked me to go years before that, and I said no for that very reason. Since that time, the United States government does business with the Saudis. Netflix does business with the Saudis. Everyone, the Saudis finance tons of movies. All these, I know, I see them financing boxing matches and all these things. And none of these things were an issue until I went there.
Sure they were.
Now, why is that? As soon as a black man can make money off the plantation, they're trying to tell you that the money is dirty. Well, okay, I'll go home and spend the money with actual slave owners on it. Where is this clean money you're talking?
But you said you...
Yeah, so he says go home. I think he means Washington, D.C. They call it slave owner. I don't know what he's...
People on the money own slaves.
Oh, okay.
So like Washington.
Right. Here's the thing. If we're going to use his analogy, Saudi Arabia is an actual plantation, like they actually have slaves. Let's just be clear. The whole country. It's like number 4 in the top 10 slave-owning countries today that are working their way up. Yeah, and there are more slaves on Earth right now than ever in recorded history. It's, the low number is 40 million. It's likely higher than 50 million.
I believe in them. They can do it. They can get the number 1.
They can.
Hillary is a formidable foe, but they can do it.
I don't have a problem with him performing there and saying, look, there are plenty of places where I perform, or people for whom I perform who have a boring view. But then going to the black thing and saying slavery in the United States, okay. They still have slaves. Doesn't that matter? And if it does, you probably lose your get to use the black man in America discrimination, fighting against discrimination card. You kind of lose it because you tacitly endorsed it by performing that. You didn't go there and speak out against the slavery. You speak out against slave owners on our money here in the United States or in the past, but you were there at that moment in time where just outside, kind of Oliver Twist, they were looking into the windows hoping to see your performance, and they couldn't because they weren't part of the royal elite or tourists. There were slaves right there, likely in that building. And the white guys got crap too. That's the whole point. It's not like people are singling out black performers. No, not at all. So what are you even talking about? Yeah, we did a whole segment on Bill Burr. Yes. And by the way, it has been an issue when boxing has done it. It has been an issue. Remember when the World Cup happened? Was it Dubai? Or was it? It was an issue. So Qatar. It was Qatar. That's right. It was Qatar. Also have slaves. You just don't have slaves in nice white countries. Let's just be clear about that. By the way, pretty much all the white countries don't have slaves. All the ones that have them are brown, yellow, or black. To be clear, it is the Middle East, Arabic nations, Asian nations, and African nations. Let's just be as straightforward as possible. It's not because they're black. It's not because they're Asian. I would say it's because they're Arabic and because a lot of these countries follow Islamic rule where they actually do have a storied history of slavery. But slavery. So when people talk about the evils of slavery, and rightfully so, in the United States, got it. But they attach it to race because white and black. Okay. But we are pretty uniquely responsible for ending slavery in a very violent way. I know you'll say it was ended in Britain, but not the English Empire, to be clear. And today, the only places that don't practice slavery are nice, basic bitch white countries. You still want to say it's a... You still want to play the racism card? Also, in Saudi Arabia, death penalty still for things like apostasy, meaning merely leaving the religion, blasphemy against Islam. Of course, death penalty for homosexuality. Okay. They said no. Yes, they've murdered journalists. Yes, women were not allowed to drive until 2018. Even, by the way, yes, accidents did go up. I think they're not wrong about everything.
No, but they do violate tons of human rights.
Of course, they still have slaves. Even, by the way, alcohol illegal, except for this specific...
We gotta do those, we can find 2 engines at the junkyard. We gotta find them dogs.
Fixed beverage, which makes it even worse.
Look here.
No. Trying to make it look cooler to drink wine cooler.
I think it's pretty cool.
Nobody does that.
I remembered I was in that. I want to mention too. Yippee-ki-yay wine cooler, motherfucker.
We just wanted to find a way to fit it in. And we fit a lot of those things in the weekdays at 11 a.m. We stream every day. Here's Dave Chappelle answering on the trans issue.
And this happens
a lot where you have people on the right, they hear someone saying things that they like hearing.
And so then they want to claim
them as one of their own. I will say Dave makes a good point here. He is free to make his statements, and you do not get to apply your team jersey to him.
So I don't
disagree with what he's saying,
but he's misguided
a little bit. Here he is talking about how the right misused his trans jokes and explains why he went after Lauren Boebert.
And I did resent that the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. It's not what I was doing.
I'll give you an example.
As before I learned the phrase, I respectfully declined. And I was on Capitol Hill, and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office. And I just take pictures with whoever has. And then here comes Lauren Boebert. And she said, can I get a picture? And I already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no to everybody. But I didn't know the phrase. I respectfully declined. So I just took the picture. And then she posted the picture before I could even get from there to the show and said something to the effect of just 2 people that knew that it's just 2 genders. She instantly like weaponized it or politicized it. So I got to the arena and I lit her ass up for doing that. She should never do that, person like me.
By the way, it's just clout chasing. I don't like that Lauren Boebert did that. That being said, he uses the word weaponize.
Look, either the
statement is accurate or it's not.
Either the joke
is funny or it's not.
And a lot of that,
by the way, as far as whether it's subjective.
But him now
said, what I was doing was joking, but then they weaponized. That's a fundamentally different view on the approach to speech, because whether he knows it or not, he is ascribing a motive. Which he may be inaccurate. They may not be weaponizing it.
Don't do that to me. You know, I do a joke about having hemorrhoids. Don't take a picture of me after the show and be like, look, just 2 guys with bloody butts. Don't do that.
But also don't do it to me. Where if I make it, you go, you're weaponizing it. No, I'm using humor to make a point. Here's the big difference too. I know that Dave Chappelle is a classical liberal. He's a Democrat. He's very outspoken. He's very straightforward about that. I welcome seeing people like Chappelle. At least address those issues. We were very, very late to the party. A day late and $1 short, because we've been doing this. I've been covering this issue for a very, very long time. For over a decade. I know that we're not on the same page ideologically. But I said, great. At least someone else out there is starting to see it. He and the left, their approach is, well, hold on a second, I can say it because I know my motives are pure, but yours probably aren't. And this will come back around to bite him in the ass again when he steps up, to use his term, he steps off the leftist plantation and he says something I disagree with. I just think it's quite ill-advised, and even people who think that we share a lot of common ground with, we very rarely do.
It's a mischaracterization. We didn't run on transgender jokes. We ran on making sure that men weren't beating the crap out of women in sports, and kids weren't being trans. I don't know what part of that is the joke.
I can go further than
on
men and women are a thing, and you can't change it.
I mean, but if you specifically go to the trans issue, it's like, no, we didn't run on jokes. Dude, we ran on the fact that this was impacting people in our community, and we said, we really don't want to do that as a society.
Hold on, really quickly. CNN exclusive sources: migrant children were beaten, held in restraints, or isolation at shelters. How much you want to bet?
Does it mean
an ice shelter?
I'm trying to figure that out.
There's some kind of a shelter.
How much you want to bet?
This isn't true?
How much you want? I'm
just hearing about this right now. How much you want to bet it's another Abrego Garcia? How much you want to bet it's another migrant with a suspended license? How much you want to bet it's they're separating the children, ignoring the forced consent policy? How much you want to bet this is BS?
It looks. What I saw. I want to make sure. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think that is a shelter that they're sending people to outside of that DHS contract with, but I can't be 100% certain right now.
Yeah.
Why would
they be restraining, isolating, and beating migrant children?
What would be the reason?
What would be the reason for that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just
tend to go.
That's probably not what's happening. Now, do they mean teenagers who were acting out, or committing acts of violence, and had to be put in solitary confinement? For example, they say guns are the greatest threat to children, right? The number one killer of children in the country. Well, no. If you take out 14 to 18-year-old black children who are gangbangers, it's not even close. Pools are far more dangerous. Outlets. Willing to bet that they're loose with the terminology as far as children, and I'm willing to bet that they're loose with the terminology as far as shelter in its official capacity. I don't know. That's just my bet.
It seems like it is an independent thing. You're sending people to, and immediately when any accusation was made, they immediately pulled out all of the kids, whatever age group that they had there, and they're no longer sending them there. So it very well could just be somebody they contract with that did things they shouldn't have done. And it very well could be overblown.
Yes, all I know is that they're never trained. Maryland man. And that's 13. This is the biggest. If we strive for one thing, we definitely have an issue with fake news on both the left and the right. Fake culture. It's expecting and demanding transparency of people who are delivering you information. A tracking number. You expect that with your delivery guy. You get a receipt. With any goods or services that you purchase. The most important service, really, right now in the 21st century, the service that determines how you vote and what decisions you make. News, information, consumption therein. No receipts. From CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS. Mostly shows online. That's why we give you the references. Doesn't fix everything, but we're doing our best. And the same thing applies, by the way, the only other company that I have created, Foundation, daily multivitamin with clinically dosed ingredients at their clinically effective doses for cumin, turmeric, garlic. Everything on the label is exactly what is in this pill. And you can go check them out. The lab results yourself at foundationdaily.com. All these ingredients here, if you were to get them individually, about $150 a month, or Foundation Daily, 40% off. The best multivitamin in the world. If you have perfect diet, exercise. May not need it. If you have to take pains, or you can use some heart health with your cholesterol. I definitely would recommend provide no receipts. Sometimes they provide receipts.
They're just really bad. It's a lot of filler and a lot of stuff that's not at the right level to actually do anything, but they want to put it on the bottle.
We're going to be launching a couple. We're going to be selling creatine because that's become a trend now. A skin lotion because that's an industry. Rice with fraud. And a couple of other things. Just simplify your routine. FoundationDaily.com. If you're not a member, hey, it also keeps the lights on. Best multivitamin on earth. I stand by it.
Go there now.
And not everyone needs it. If you don't take it, you'll probably die.
You'll die. I'm just kidding.
That's what other companies say.
That's
all right. Here's the next time.
When is Warren coming on at 50?
45? Okay.
45? Okay.
All right. I've got
to cycle through this pretty quickly then. This is a topic that has been covered ad nauseum, but of course it's making rounds again. I want to put this to bed. Illegal immigrants absolutely get free health care in this country paid for by you, including but not limited to Medicaid.
Medicaid.
They get this
three different ways.
And I will lay them out for you with references. So that you are never caught flat-footed again when someone's asking they're not eligible. Yes, they do. Three different ways to the tune of tens or hundreds of billions of dollars that you pay for. It doesn't matter how often the left tries to tell you otherwise.
We just had a national emergency about it. Medicaid is still not going to illegal immigrants.
It is. It really is.
It's not.
It really does.
Scott, no, it's not.
It really does.
Listen,
Federal government by law that we passed does not fund health insurance for undocumented immigrants in Medicaid. Period. Wrong. Nor the ACA, nor Medicare.
It is against the law right now for a person who is an undocumented
against the law to come here undocumentedly
to buy their health insurance on the health insurance exchanges in your state or national.
Now, federal law clearly prohibits the expenditure of taxpayer crossing the border illegally. Undocumented immigrants. Period. Full stop. And no Democrat on Capitol Hill is trying to change that law.
Medicaid does not go to undocumented immigrants. SNAP does not go to undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, it does.
CHIP does not go to undocumented immigrants. I don't know. I mean, Scott, prove me wrong.
We all know
I'll be your Huckleberry.
that it is federal law and federal statute that
to not cross
the border
illegally.
People cannot be covered by the ACA. They cannot be covered by Medicaid. They cannot be covered by Medicare.
There are also those who claim that our reform efforts would ensure illegal immigrants. This too is false. The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally.
Couple things, isn't it funny?
It is against the law to cross the border illegally. Yeah.
But
the next thing is really against the law.
I'll tell you exactly how
give you the three ways they have.
Fraud, then state-funded forms of socialized health care, and emergency
Now
medical.
go through those
Some
details.
people, as you see, with those they just can't admit what is happening before their very own eyes.
Hey, Finnegan, your shoes are on fire. No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
I can see the flames.
Fire's
prohibited inside. Right.
But they're still
burning. How can you not see it or smell it?
I don't
smell anything.
Probably because
you got a Pall Mall in your face.
No, smoking
is prohibited too.
Can I get one of those? Sure. That was just off the tip of yours.
There are people who just deny exactly what the ways that illegal aliens do get socialized health care. Healthcare funded by you, not their own pocket. Number one. Fraud. So let's go through some examples. Identity theft. There have been many consistent reports of illegal aliens stealing American identities to obtain medical benefits, and just the ones that we don't know the scope. Falsified immigration status is another form of fraud where you get illegals getting coverage by fraudulently attesting to satisfactory immigration status. Just check the box. Here's one that blew my mind in looking into this. So the others I was aware of and kind of going by road. Cartel fronts. Did you guys know this? Cartels and all. If this sounds as though it's too outlandish to be true, please check the records. Why we make them available, and I believe the reference is here in the Treasury Department. So cartels file fraudulent claims on behalf of illegal aliens, and they'll use fake clinics or they'll use corrupt doctors. And the estimate is that it costs you, the taxpayer, $70 billion a year. Just the cartel fraud. Just the cartel fraud that is systemic, that has been verified, $70 billion a year. I can't give you numbers for all of these because half of our government has no interest in fact-checking. Another example of fraud, you have states that fraudulently bill the federal government on behalf of non-citizens. In 2024, the OIG found that California improperly claimed $52.7 million in federal Medicaid reimbursements on behalf of non-citizens. Again, these are just the ones that we've caught.
So they get a lot of free healthcare through fraud. If you add that all up, let's call that minimum 70 billion just the cartels. Would 100 billion be reasonable? Everything else just 5 billion? Okay, fine. Number two, the way they get this healthcare. Not Medicaid, but it is socialized state healthcare. There are 20 states. I think more than 20 states right now provide some type of healthcare funding specifically for illegal aliens. 7 states, including California, provide fully funded coverage for illegal aliens. California, 2025, state healthcare for illegals cost taxpayers $8.4 billion. Guess you just forgot to speak English. Yeah. So just take the ones right. Cartels. California 8.4. Hey, you want to apply that across the 20 states? We're just giving you general estimates. I don't want to lie to you. The really tough thing with any issue relating to illegal immigration is data is hard to come by. Why? Because they're off the books, and Democrats block any semblance of collecting or procuring data because they don't want you to solve the problem. Three. This is a big one too. A lot of emergency Medicaid. So people will say, no, they don't get any Medicaid. You just heard her say that. That's wrong. I just gave you other examples, fraud and state funding. But Medicaid definitely goes to illegal aliens. Here's how it happens. Illegals qualify for emergency medical care under the Reagan Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act, EMTALA for short. Now, regardless of any type of legal status, the patients have to be provided what they call stabilizing care. So people look at that and think, okay, well that means they're having a heart attack. It's like an ER. That's stabilizing care. Here's the thing. The EMTALA obligations are basically terminated once an individual is admitted for inpatient care. So what ends up happening with that, there's no Medicaid reimbursement, but it goes to the states. So some of these costs are displaced to the states, and some are displaced to the states because of the mandates through programs like Medicaid. $3.8 billion a year is about what emergency Medicaid. That's more than zero. It's more than zero. And by the way, there are ways around it. There are other ways to tack things on. Most of that, if you read the language of emergency Medicaid, it pretty much is designed for illegal. You are not getting emergency Medicaid in this country. By and large, unless you're an illegal. For example, if you go to a hospital, you skip out in the middle, they have no information on you, and no reason to believe you're an illegal alien, the hospital eats the costs. So what you have to do, considering there's a lack of data, we've gone through fraud, we've gone through state-funded programs, we've gone through emergency Medicaid. We don't have a total number. But you have to look at case studies. So for example, there was a really rapid rise in crime against Asians in the United States. Well, it turns out that it was the DOJ or FBI stopped reporting into racial crime statistics. They would have the victim, but not the perp. So they had to look at case studies. Turns out, that famous study in the Bay Area, I think it was 83% of all physical assaults were black on Asian. The Stop Asian Hate went away really quick. But that's a case study. Same thing here. We have a case study. Texas, 2025. In Texas, illegal aliens cost the taxpayer over $1 billion. So the ER covered, I believe, by Medicaid, about $230 million. Then you have inpatient, once that is no longer, about $820 million. Total about $1.05 billion, just the state of Texas. Add up the cartel costs, like we talked about. Add up what you saw in California. Take the case study of Texas, apply it across different states. What do you think that adds up to? 8.4 billion California alone, 70 billion in cartels alone, $1 billion in Texas. Adjusting for population and state rules, the healthcare cost of illegals across the United States, if you just take the Texas study, would be in that vein, $7 to $25 billion. Now, are you starting to get the picture as to why illegal aliens cost you, the taxpayer, anywhere from $150 billion a year to $450 billion a year? And the truth is we don't know, but I would bet my life that it is very much on that top end, if not significantly higher, considering $500 billion a year also just vaporizes in fraud not related to illegal aliens. That'd be what? 5, 6, 7 Iran wars? Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single year.
You want to solve that, guys?
You want to solve that, guys?
Complaining about the money we spend?
Every single year.
Aided and
abetted. Why aren't those people,
Democrats,
left,
being called
betrayers? Because they're also lying about it, saying that doesn't happen.
They said it's illegal. Guatemala, it's not happening, and that's illegal. It's already illegal. Okay. Prosecute someone.
Right.
If it's a crime,
then prosecute someone.
But for some reason, they cite regulations that would make sure not only is it illegal, but it can't be done.
Right. That's
the legislation that we see before the House. Well, let's just actually tighten this up. So it's already illegal to vote that way. Well, let's just make sure that we can confirm it with ID.
But then that would
disenfranchise people.
But it's already illegal,
so why would it disenfranchise people?
I can't answer that
because you're a stranger. Can we at least admit
that there is
rampant fraud and abuse? It's not even close.
I like that one.
It's
good.
Illegals can't get health care. You answer them. They do. How?
Okay.
Emergency Medicaid,
fraud, and then state-funded
programs.
Done. Hundreds of billions of dollars.
Every
Same way they got the Mercedes.
Yep.
Just answer with that.
Just answer with that.
Just prove me wrong, Scott. Just answer with that. Emergency Medicaid. Fraud. State-funded program. Hundreds of billions. There you go. You can check the references. You can strengthen your arguments. Whatever. It's easiest for you to remember to substantiate. It's really simple. You'll never be caught with that bullshit again. I tell you who's not full of crap. Who's not bullshit. As it were. Our next guest on the show who's been at the forefront of free speech. She's been on the show in the past. We're happy to have him back on. Mr. Warren Smith. And his Rumble channel, YouTube channel is Secret Scholar Society on XWTS Smith 17. Get a better handle, Warren, because that's kind of tough. The plug.
You said that last time.
I'm sorry.
I'm repetitive. Hey, I wanted to talk with you about this because the UPenn debate that was supposed to take place obviously fell through because they refused to allow us to live stream the debate live stream as well as refused to allow our security to basic safety protocols. And the professor was going to be debating. Zimmerman, to his credit, was really upset about it. I wanted to ask you about this because someone from the academic world, were you at all surprised? And where would you consider the state of not just freedom of speech broadly, but people speaking freely or the suppression of voices on campus? Let's start with UPenn. Was it a surprise?
I wasn't surprised by that. I had a feeling that would happen. What was the justification that they gave? Did anything evolve from last I heard?
No, they just said, again, we agreed.
When we announced it that we would be live streaming the debate, of course, then we reached out to the schools. We told them we would be live streaming the debate. They agreed to it. They even had in their rider that we would be paying for the equipment and being able to line in and all this. And then last minute they said no, you can't live stream. And then they said it's a safety issue. While at the same time, for some reason, refusing to allow our security explosive sniffing dogs. So I'm confused on the safety protocol.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It doesn't surprise me. Last time we spoke, I was telling you about Penn State and why it's unique that Seven Jersey's doing, but he's under a lot of fire as well. And yeah, there's a lot of fear on campuses. It sucks because I was really looking forward to that debate.
Well, I think we're going to do it. We're just going to have to do it at a neutral private venue that we can secure, and we'll probably just have to sell tickets at that point. It's just become increasingly impossible to do it on campus. Because the big thing too is there's no profit motive, right? So if you have a venue, they go, well, can you put butts in seats? Okay, great. We want to make sure we keep it safe. On campus, they receive so much money in grants and subsidies. They go, oh, we don't really care. It can just sit empty. And so they select who is allowed to speak. Which brought me to another question. We made a lot of gains on freedom of speech. I know you're there on Rumble, and YouTube is far more lenient than it used to be. I think a lot of people out there don't know how bad it got and how bad it can get. It's taken for granted a little bit. We're kind of in the eye of the hurricane as far as cancel culture. Again, coming from academia, do you think we're seeing a new suppression effort? Are you seeing a second wave? Because I'm getting that sense right now.
Maybe a bit.
Maybe a
yeah.
bit.
I
Yeah.
I haven't seen much change. I guess it's gotten a little bit better in the last 3 years. But I think it's been about the same, honestly. I don't think anything's really changed that much.
Now, when you said, do you mean on campus and the culture of self-censorship? I mean, big tech would change, for example, you were banned if you questioned the election law. You were banned if you said, hey, maybe not the best idea to give the vaccine to children. They undid that. But I guess in relating to academia, the culture of self-censorship and people being afraid to speak out. Is that what you mean? It hasn't changed? It's still kind of heavy?
Well, I think it's comes down to the interests of the colleges. Like you said, what interest do they have in allowing you to have the event? When I was at Emerson as a grad student, I made money working as the videographer of the dean. So I would be recording videos for all the speakers that came. And this was 2016, right around the election. And they would bring in conservative speakers. I did not see a single conservative speaker that was not conservative but anti-Trump. Right. That was the frame of it. Not a single one. And I recorded all of them. Working as just this one man band that would go into the chorus and turn it around. That's just the climate at the colleges that I've seen. That's why what Sam Richards is doing stands out so much, but there's still a fear from the administration because to them, that's why it's so shocking what he's doing, because to them they view it as a liability. Why would we allow this? There's nothing in it. For us, that's how they view it. I disagree. I think it would change the way people view your college. It would change the way people view your classes if you were bold. There's a real hunger for this. That's why I think there's so much excitement around your debate, and I've been so excited about it. People want to see the professors do it. That's why Sam Richards is blowing up. That's why you can have someone call himself a professor. Professor Jang is not a professor, but he's exploded because he capitalized on this format. It looks like he's in a classroom, whether he is or not. That's another conversation, but it looks like that with the whiteboard, and that just blew up. You can even say to some extent that's why my initial video went viral, because it was in a classroom. And people have asked me why do people want to watch Sandmaster guys? Why do you think this works? Because this is where the conversations are supposed to be happening with the people that are supposed to be having them. And there is this culture that it's not happening, so when it does peek through, there's all this excitement, but that's why, because the colleges just don't need to. No, you're right, and it's on that sort of note. My whole point was to show everyone out there that you don't need to be a professor. Some of these professors are wrong and don't know what they're talking about. I'm a college dropout. Hey, I could mop the floor with me. Who knows? I think I'm a pretty respectful guy. I think it'll be productive overall. But this is always what we were aiming to do. I never learned about Stalin in school. Ever. It was a footnote. I said, how did that happen? You go back and how did I not learn about this? And you start putting the pieces together. I did want to ask you too. You recently put out a video regarding Konstantin Kisin and the death threats. Can you kind of run people through that who may not be familiar with it? It ties into this too. Yeah. So I was just on YouTube one day and I stumbled on a small streamer creator who was reacting to his debate with Destiny. And he was just talking about he was in the crowd watching this a few feet away. He was talking about how he made eye contact over and over with Konstantin, and how he felt like that was distracting him during the debate. He was trying to distract him. He was talking about how he should have bought box cutters, started mimicking shooting, talking about what he learned from the Charlie Kirk assassination, and how in the future, if you're going to take people out, like our opponents, these are his words, then you need to do it in a way that removes sympathy and removes the public platform. He's making the argument like we have learned from what happened with Charlie Kirk. This is how it should happen next. So I just made a video about it. Like, well, that's crazy. And this guy was sitting right there the whole time. And I recently sat down with Konstantin. The video hasn't come out, but I was asking about that. I hope that didn't alarm you too much. He played it really cool. He was like, I have good security. He just kind of shook it off. But it is crazy.
It is crazy. Yeah, it's actually it is the rule, not the exception. I don't mean the rule that all, but I mean it is the rule that if you are a notable public figure who leans right, who's conservative, the rule is you need to have serious security, and the rule is you are constantly dealing with threats. To varying degrees of legitimacy. And I wanted to ask you because you spend more time in some of these streams. The reason I don't is because I've been trying to go to the top right professors. It's like I've been doing this for a long time. Okay, what else do I do? Hey, let's finally get PhD professors. That's my white whale. But you spend more time at least watching, commenting on these. How prevalent are the threats of violence in these left-wing sort of IRL streams, for lack of a better word?
On Destiny's stream, I see it a lot. And so that guy, I think he would consider himself in that community because there's a Discord community with Destiny, and it's very active. The Discord server is huge. If you go on it, even when Destiny's not on, you have over 100 people in different rooms debating, and so I see it a lot on there. I made a video about Destiny's recent comments talking about fabricating evidence of opponents. I believe he was recently demonetized because I think this language went a bit too far.
So he's probably
what was he for people who don't know? He was actually sort of instructing people on how to fabricate evidence to damn political opponents.
This video that I'm referring to, that I made, it was a conversation with his lead moderator on Discord. I was describing. His lead moderator called in on one of his live streams, and this became a video that he put out. And the moderator is trying to warn against what he's hearing. He's like, this is getting crazy. These threats. It doesn't sound like a joke to me. And I'm genuinely concerned, but when I try and talk about it, I get shut down. And this is his lead moderator. This could really backfire. So Destiny turns it into a debate. It becomes a back and forth. But I just found that fascinating. Like, wow, you have the moderator he trusts the most trying to warn him on the patterns he's seeing on the server. Be like, we could have a shooter come out of this community. And it's like, obviously I don't want that. It'd be bad for public perception and whatnot.
Yeah. So what's the part about fabricating like evidence?
This was a separate conversation. And they were talking about. It's technically not illegal what Trump is doing, so there's nothing we can get them for, so it's okay to just make it up by any means necessary. Everything's on the table, it's all justified. And again, I think he was having this debate with someone, and they're like, yeah, but if they're breaking the law, we should have evidence we can point to. And Destiny's argument is, technically it's not illegal. Right. So he's making the case for lying, which I just found interesting. When I see a dynamic like that, that's when I turn it into a video.
Yeah.
People can go look at it if they're curious.
Yeah. We'll have the link up. Yeah, this is something that again, too, the left does. The left does. They had a lot of cover on the Me Too era, and that's why they use these broad terms like racism, misogyny. I thought it was pretty funny that Professor Zimmerman really excoriating UPenn for what they did. You gave Crowder this. You gave him the high. He has a valid point, but he still had to do the whole thing. And I think he said horrible things. And he cited that about 5 years ago, I referred to a reporter as aggressively Asian. And I'm like, it's just and it was a simple watch. It was this reporter, and actually she had like a geisha outfit on. That is aggressively Asian. She does not usually look like. You know who wasn't that upset? The Asian reporter. But it's just funny.
Brian Shapiro just debated me on that same comment. Crowder said something about an aggressive Asian face. So I went through this whole thing with him.
I stand by it. It was needlessly aggressively Asian. She was dressed like it was an Asian cultural fair. And we compared it to most days. She was going for a gimmick. It's fine. There's Asian, there's American Asian, and then there's aggressively Asian. Exactly right. They all, just like you could say aggressively white.
Yeah, that is definitely allowed to say that.
Say that to every bald guy with a goatee. Or a Dave Matthews concert. Those are aggressively white people. Hey, I do want to, we went a little over time. So I do want to continue with you here on Monday. Tell people where they can find you and these videos before we continue and send everyone on to Haley Corona.
Yeah, YouTube channels, Warren Smith Secret Scholar Society, Twitter, WT Smith 17. Don't change it.
There you go. A far smarter man than myself, and if you are not getting a member, hey, what keeps the lights on, allows us to do this. Join Rumble Premium. You can click that button. It's $9 a year for 100% more show ad free, and it's wonderful. And what do you do for $9 a month? But just don't be a freeloader your whole life. Warren Smith, we're going to continue. We must go. Tim, hit it.
Fucker. Wait, what was that about? It's like bugged or something.
Bunch of other stuff pulled up. What do we have here? Cast. So you guys remember? So you guys remember the past? The last time Dave Chappelle did a comedy special, and the time before that he did a comedy special, and I think the time before that where he made jokes about trans people and everybody laughed, and then they got all mad at him, and he was like, "Well, what are you gonna do about it?" Well, now Dave Chappelle has come out, and he is attacking the Republican Party for agreeing with his jokes, which were apt and rightly made. You don't have to just you're allowed to make jokes, okay? You want to make a joke about whoever you want to make a joke about Asians. I'm totally fine with that. You want to talk a record that's to me? I don't care, dude. I'm part Asian, as most of you know. I'm not going to cry about it. So the fact that Dave Chappelle now feels the need to play this game, it exemplifies exactly the point of why he was making the jokes in the first place. So he's going to play this little game. Dave, you're effectively apologizing for your jokes, and I'm not a fan. Look, I don't need Dave to like me. You don't gotta like me. He's Dave Chappelle. People like Dave Chappelle. I do think he's a very funny guy. I'm actually a big fan of all the comedy stuff that he's done. What I'm not a fan of is backing away from your own position. Let me play the tape for you. We'll play the video.
Transgender jokes. I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. I'll give you an example. Before I learned the phrase, I respectfully declined.
I'll give you an example. Now hear the story.
And I was on Capitol Hill, and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office. And I just take pictures with whoever I asked. I didn't ask how they voted, what their voting record was. And then here comes Dawn Boebert. She said, can I get a picture? And I already taken 40 pictures. I didn't say no, man. I didn't know the phrase. I respectfully declined. So I just took the picture. And then she posted the picture before I could even get from the end of the show and says something to the effect of just two people that knew that just two Jews. She instantly like weaponized or politicized. So I got to the arena. And I lit her ass up for doing that. She should never do that personally.
Some people like the president's funny. I've had people say,
"What do you mean? Don't do that to a person like me." You made the joke. She's a fan. You took a picture with her. She tweeted it out. Referencing the jokes you made. And now you're attacking her. This is stupid world we live in. Okay. I've been a big fan of Bill Maher for a while. You know, he had a period. I told him this in the 2010s, where I think he was off. And he's been getting better lately. He's been coming back. Or I can say he's came back and he's been a great thought leader, especially for moderates, respected liberals, and regular people. And this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, where Dave Chappelle playing this game. Bro, who cares? Someone took a picture with you and then referenced a joke you made. I don't see you talking about anybody else who did that. Let me tell you the rest of it.
Say this to me, like I've interviewed people who say, well, what do you like about him? He's funny. Do you think he's funny?
Maybe if he was. Maybe if he was. Maybe at times.
This is hope and seed. No, this is capitulation. This is I'm gonna tell you this. Trump's funny. Sorry, thank you. Have a nice day. Trump is funny. You don't get to be a major celebrity for 40 years without having charisma. I've been at Trump rallies. He's funny. I'll give you an example. Donald Trump in the first presidential cycle. I can't remember exactly the year it was. I think it was a rally after he got elected. He's in a stadium. He goes, "These lights, they make me look orange. You know, they say I'm too orange." Everybody laughs. He's funny. He makes jokes. Watch his rallies. Everybody has long said they're like stand-up routines. He's doing political comment. So to do this cope and see this capitulation of my jokes weren't like that. The Republicans, they're bad. And Trump's he's funny if I talk about him. Oh, dude, spare me.
But I think what he does is so consequential. And so much of these things, in my lifetime, I've never really seen.
Like what?
Anything of a phenomenon quite like it. I'm not trying to be...
Fair point. We've never seen anything like Trump.
Little, but it's remarkable. I don't know how funny it is.
Indeed, Trump is a very funny guy. It's how he wins. Oh, we got BuzzFeed. Dave Chappelle slammed Republicans for their transgender jokes, and people are not having it. I did resent the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. You mean your jokes? You mean you made jokes that resonated with moderates and conservatives, and now you're backing away from it. Okay. Dave Chappelle's mad that people who constantly punch down at trans people liked his jokes that punched down at trans people. I like that, BuzzFeed. Chappelle has been telling derogatory jokes about trans people since at least 2017. But it was his 2021 Netflix special, The Closer, that sparked backlash that resulted in employee walkouts. You see what I'm talking about? BuzzFeed, I know we're on the opposite end of why you're upset about what Dave Chappelle is doing, but at least they see reality. Dave Chappelle has maintained this for going on almost 10 years. And Dave Chappelle made you know what really bothers me, Dave? You know what really bothers me, Dave? First, let me say this. I don't know Dave Chappelle. I am a huge fan of all the stuff Dave Chappelle has done. Dave, I'm allowed to criticize you sometimes when you do something I think is worthy of criticism. You, me, all the same. Okay. Dave Chappelle did a joke where he made fun of Asian people, and he did the butt peak and like a gig. Yeah, I'm a quarter Korean. Actually, I'm 20% 25% Japanese. How about that? And my family has a history of dealing with racism due to race mixing and all that stuff. It's not a part of my identity. Just so happens to be that I'm part Asian. I like Japan. I like Korea. I like Korea a lot. I like Korean barbecue. Dave, you can make fun of Asians. I don't know that I have a right to give you permission to do it. I don't think you ever needed it. Your joke when you mocked the Asian guy was funny. I have friends who make fun of my family. We're good at math. Things like that. You're allowed to make jokes. You make comparable jokes to trans people, and now you're trying to walk it back because it resonated with people, and that offends me. It offends me that you think you can do these Asian jokes. We're all gonna laugh because we respect jokes are jokes. But on this one political issue, you walk it back. Well, I ask you this: why them and not me? You see the problem with this. I don't actually expect Dave Chappelle to apologize for any of this or to walk back any of it. My problem is that you choose this one political class where all of a sudden you can rag on Lauren Boebert, you can rag on Republicans, but there's no concern over the other groups of people that you have insulted. Now, I'm gonna be fair. I don't think he's insulting anybody. When he tells jokes about trans people, I do it in the exact same vein as with the Asian people. And when he did these jokes, that's exactly what I said. So it pisses me off now that It turns out Dave actually does want to just disparage people who are Asian. Is that it? Because this one. Oh no, this one's weaponized. Yeah. Okay. So when people walk around and squint their eyes and talk like this, they're not weaponizing that either. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be completely honest. If you come up to me and you talk like this, I'll probably laugh. And I'll talk right back at you. Because I don't actually get offended by these things. If like five white supremacists, like Clan Road, started doing this to me, I'd laugh. I would laugh. I don't want to drag anybody else. But I have friends who love going, you know, like it was always allowed. My point is this. Why is there this one group that's immune to being made fun of? Okay. So they're going to say the closer Chappelle did bits, like getting mad at people canceling J.K. Rowling. A woman who now openly funds anti-trans legal causes. In a new interview with NPR, Chappelle said, I did resent the Republican Party when on transgender jokes. I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. That's not what I was doing. Bro, it's exactly what you were doing. Every joke has its truth. And there are bad people who are trans. There are good people who are trans. The Republicans are calling out the bad people. The left can't seem to differentiate between good people and bad people. Like a rapist who then claims to be a woman and gets put in a woman's prison. Bad guy. Okay? Regular old trans person doing a podcast, minding their own business, not going into bathrooms and doing whatever. Good person. You're allowed to be who you are. The criticism from the right is not about a regular old trans person. I hate to tokenize any trans person. We have a handful who come on the show and our friends If I have to drop Blair, I have to name because Blair White was just on the show. We didn't even talk about trans stuff. Blair's a good person. You were allowed to make jokes about people. Blair would do the same. Here comes Lo and Boebert. This is the image. Just three people who understand that there's only two genders. How is that even weaponizing? She barely said anything. She's making a reference to the controversy around Dave Chappelle and the jokes that he's made. Dave, you said these things. Wild. So I just took a picture and she posted it. We get it. Look at this. Annie says, you just hate that you became the white man's poster child for bigotry. This guy, Charlotte Clymer, who's trans. If Dave Chappelle didn't expect his trans jokes to be weaponized by Republicans as hate speech and policy, he's the most oblivious person on the planet. The thing is, Chappelle isn't oblivious. He's highly intelligent and perceptive. He knows exactly what he's doing. Right. I completely agree with this. Dave is backtracking on these jokes because he got flack for it. And he's probably getting heavy flack for it. But you know what's funny? Stop Asian hate. Remember that? Yeah, a bunch of Asians were getting beaten. And the left started pushing the Stop Asian Hate thing. One day they just stopped Stop Asian Hate. You know why? Turned out it was black people that was beating the Asians, and it was becoming pretty apparent. So they said, we're no longer going to defend Asian people. My point is this. We can talk about any minority group or political class or whatever you want. For me, Asian, because I am Asian. I can speak to that. I don't get offended when people make math jokes, Asian jokes, when they make buck teeth jokes. I really don't care. When people talk about how Japan has a gooning problem. Agreed. And so when the trans community gets offended, gooning? Any instance of a joke, Dave Chappelle does this. The Republicans are weaponizing. It's family, dude. Dave, I'll say this. I'm gonna criticize you when I think you should be criticized. Nobody's perfect. You're not immune to everything, but I do respect you. I'm a huge fan. He's the GOAT. Dave's one of the best comedians, if not the best, of my lifetime. And the Chappelle show was just massive for me and my friends when we were teenagers. And I will respect that. I want to make sure it's clear. Because I'll say the same thing with Bill Maher. I criticized Bill Maher a lot over the years, despite growing up watching real time and it being formative for me. And getting to sit down and hang out with Bill was an awesome moment of my life. It's kind of crazy to think, you know. There's a lot of young people that I've met that are like, wow, it's so amazing I get to be on your show. And I'm like, yeah, no, for sure, man. For me, it's like getting to go and sit down on Club Random with Bill Maher and hang out with the guy was like, is amazing. It'd be an honor to hang out with Dave Chappelle and talk to him too, but Dave, I gotta criticize you on this one. And I will say this, to be fair, it's a minor statement, right? He made one point in an interview with NPR. I think Dave's a good guy. What did he?
He ragged on Candace Owens? All right. You know, we've got some celebrities that are booked to come on the show soon that I've criticized as well. But I'll say it again of all these guys. Mark Ruffalo. Mark, I think you're politically off the deep end, but I love you in the Marvel movies. I'm a huge fan. It's people say separate the art from the artist and all that stuff. You don't have to do that. I can recognize that I very much enjoy Chris Evans' work, but he's a raging liberal and he's wrong in a lot of things. That's fine. We have to be able to live in a country where we can hang out with each other and disagree. That's why I've been chatting with Mark Moran. He came on the show on IRL last night. I thought it was great. He's a liberal guy. Democrats kicked him out. But bro, you're allowed to be. We're allowed to disagree. You know. I'm wrapping up there, my friends. Let me just say one more thing. Like, this is one time. I'm gonna critique Dave Chappelle. I don't think it's fair to say that everything he's ever done is bad or anything like that. The internet needs to grow up. Think beyond one instance. I'm sure Dave Chappelle's gonna have great work coming out in the future, and he's done great throughout his life. So, much respect. Smash the like button, share the show, stick around. We got more coming up for you. We'll see you all in the next segment. Justice. Sweet, juicy justice. Johnny Somali has been sentenced to 6 months in a labor camp. He will have to register as a offender, if you know what I mean. This is a nuisance streamer. For those that don't know, this guy was in South Korea, did a bunch of nuisance things, disrespecting the country, and they said, arrest him. Now, the funny thing is, this guy said, I'm going to pay a fine. Quote, they'll give me a fine and say, don't come back to Korea. He is a smug, nuisance lunatic, and I have been sick of these YouTubers for a long time. So to hear this guy's getting locked up in a labor camp, it is just sweet, juicy justice. You want to understand who this guy is? Let me play a video for you, and then we'll talk about the details, his arrogance, and why I am so happy that South Korea has done this. Here's the video breaking it down. Actually, can I open it on? Let's open it on YouTube so it's easier to watch. Here you go.
Who's been engaged. The video of an American YouTuber who's been engaging in outrageous acts such as insulting the Statue of Peace and causing disturbances in convenience stores recently went viral online and sparked outrage in South Korea. The YouTuber was eventually booked by the police on Thursday. His name is Johnny Somali, a 24-year-old American man who makes money by uploading controversial actions on his YouTube channel. During his travels in Korea over the past month, Somali uploaded a video of himself kissing the Statue of Peace in Itaewon and performing a rude dance in front of the monument. He also uploaded a video of himself pouring instant noodles on a convenience store table after an employee stopped him from drinking alcohol. As Somali's utter disrespect for proper behavior continued and criticism mounted, local police confirmed it was investigating his actions. The Mapa police station in Seoul said it booked Somali an obstruction of business activities. It was also confirmed that charges have been filed against the American live streamer for assault and illegal drug use. He has since been banned from leaving South Korea. Meanwhile, a 20-something former Navy Special Forces member who recently attacked Somali was arrested and questioned by police, although he was subsequently released.
So Somali, this dude intentionally is messing with this society, with Korea, insulting them because he is a pathetic loser who is good at nothing. And this is why I absolutely despise nuisance streamers. They have no skill, they have no talent, they have no merit, so they take dumps on the floor trying to get attention. And you know what? It works because people like the drama. Well, you know what else works? 6 months in a labor camp for this person. Happy to see IGN reports. Ramzi Khalid Ismail, better known as Johnny Somali, the infamous American streamer arrested in Japan, Israel, and South Korea for his provocative behavior, has just been imprisoned in South Korea. Found guilty of all charges in a South Korean court, Ismail, who describes himself as a troll, has been sentenced to 6 months in a labor camp, plus an additional 20 days of detention. He will also be deemed a sex offender for 5 years following a deepfake sex video he posted online, and is unable to work with organizations led to minors, adolescents, and disabled people after release. Standing ovation to Korea. These are my people. A little bit, but yes, I love it. 25-year-old was charged for public nuisance in November of 24 after reportedly kissing the Statue of Peace, a memorial of victims of sexual slavery, and performing lap dances on said statue. It followed similar stunts in Tel Aviv, Israel, where he made inappropriate comments to a female police officer, and in Japan, where he taunted residents about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Consequently, he's been banned from pretty much all streaming platforms, including Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and Party. Bravo to all. I can't believe Twitch banned them. Twitch only bans you when you say things like little kids shouldn't get their balls chopped off. That's what they ban you for, right? Or they banned Asmongold because he said he didn't care what illiterate third worlders thought about his country or something like that. They banned him for that. Ismail did apologize for the son in Korea, saying he was truly sorry for having been disrespectful, but was banned from leaving the country under probation rules as authorities investigated him. He was ultimately charged with 8 counts, 2 counts of a special act of sexual violence crimes, 2 minor crimes, and 4 counts of interference of a business, and went to court on March 7th. Ismail was certain he wouldn't be in prison, saying in his stream, I know for a fact that I'm not going to go to jail, not one day in jail. I'm going to laugh my ass off, and all these mother effers are saying that I'm going for 30 years, 20 years, 5 years, 10 years. I'm not even going to do one day, bro. They'll give me a fine and say, don't come back to Korea. You're the one that's going to look so dumb when I don't get any jail time for anything or anything. Bro, I'm going to laugh like an effing villain. Yeah, laugh at a labor camp, bro. Labor camp, let's go. I hate these people, guys. I hate these people. And what I can't stand is in the United States, they go, you have a First Amendment right to be a nuisance. You know, I'm done with this. I don't want to live in this stupid world where you are allowed to go and mess with people, dump food on the table, shove them, try and start fights. Now, I want to pause real quick. You know I'm a big fan of? You know what I'm a big fan of? I love auditors. I absolutely love these videos. Guys, you ever see these auditor videos? These dudes go out with cameras. They'll wear a waist strap with a 360 camera coming up. They'll hold rigs with a phone and DSLR, and they will film you in public. And they will film buildings. And they will film the entrances to buildings. And then people come out and they're like, why are you filming me? And they get all mad, they get butthurt. The auditors pepper spray them when they get attacked. I love it. I love it. If I ever bumped into one of the auditor guys, I'd hang out for a second, I'd fist, I'd be like, let's go. I love it. I'll tell you what. I am allowed to film in public. You have no expectation of privacy in public. You don't own the air around you. You can't. These people try to call the police. Now, I bring this up because this is the difference between being a nuisance and. You know, the idea of being an auditor, I want to talk about this overlap a little bit, right? Because what is the real goal of being an auditor? They call it a First Amendment auditor. Well, basically they go out, they know people will feel antagonized by this, right? But here's my thing with this. People need to learn a lesson about what our rights are when we are filming in public, because I'm sick of this. It's lefties, dude. It's these lefties that like attack Savannah Hernandez. That's exactly my point. I am allowed to go and film and document what is going on. And so while you might say these auditors don't have a real reason to just be filming, the real reason is they're creating a presence of you can't tell me to stop filming, and I respect it. I love it. Now, I think it's fair to say some of these guys are just trying to create some acrimony, as it were. That's why I bring it up in this context. But it blows my mind. I love these videos. Some guy will walk out and he'll be like, what are you filming? And they'll be like, just filming. And they'll be like, stop. And they'll be like, no. And then in a bunch of these videos, the guy will be like, don't film me. And they'll swing at the guy and they'll get pepper sprayed. And I'm just like, bro, what is wrong with these people, dude? You have no right to film me. Yeah, I can film whatever I want. I walk up to the guy and say, hey, what are you filming for? I'm like, nothing, just film. And I'll be like, oh, cool. You an auditor? And I'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, let's go. I've seen some of these too. I love it. They'll walk up to the auditor guy and be like, are you guys an auditor? And I'll be like, yeah, because I love your videos, man. And the funny thing is, what ultimately is the video that these guys put up? Confrontations with people who try to tell you you can't film. Now that being said, I bring it up in this context. You might argue that the auditors are doing it because they know they're going to get a rise out of people that makes funny content. Fair point. But having these layers of individuals who are literally doing nothing but filming, you can walk right up to them and say, buddy, how's it going? Do you mind if I ask you why you're filming? And if they say, just filming, you can go, okay, have a good day. That's it. The nuisance streamers go up to you, they try and start fights, they shove you. There's that one kid where he got in people's faces and shoved them, and then his security guard would intervene if you tried to do anything. So he would attack you, and then had a goon with him to stop you from doing anything about it. This is insane. These people need to go to jail. It's been going on for way too long. We've seen this stuff for decades. I remember watching these old videos on YouTube. Dudes would go up to black people and say something that sounds like the N-word, like my neighbor, intentionally to get a rise out of people. Here's where it gets worse. Some of these videos were real. They'd walk up to somebody and they'd insult them or outright just call them a racial slur. Then they'd get their asses beat. However, much of it was fake. But the fake videos spawned real videos because young people, or just people in general who saw this, did not know that these videos were staged. So let me give you an example, right? There's a video, one of these, I'll just give you a generic example. The guy walks up and says, what's up, my neighbor? And then three black guys are like, yo, what did you say to me? And they start beating him up. And I'm like, that's fake. That's just fake, right? But there was another video that got a bunch of views where someone straight up started calling people the N-word, and I'll tell you why I think this one was real. Dude's walking down the street, and he's walking past a young black guy, probably like 20 or early 20s, and then he calls him the N-word, and the black guy just goes, excuse me? And then he was like, sup? And the black guy just shakes his head and like puts his arms out and just keeps walking, and I'm like, Dude, I hate these people. I hate these people. I get that these guys will hire black dudes to cause a problem because they're going to get clicks to do it. But then you see these videos where the dude literally just called some random black dude the N-word, and the dude just looks so sad. Like, bro, I'm walking down the street, and you just drop that on somebody. And they're like, I'm going to get a bunch of views for that. How about the dude at the mall, right by us? You remember this one? He gets in the face of the DoorDash guy. The DoorDash guy's like, what are you doing? He holds the phone up to his face. Dude pulls a gun and shoots him in the chest. They arrested the DoorDash driver. Bro, he was being assaulted. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't know this guy was trying to attack him, to mug him. Guy gets up in his face, holding a phone. It's not a joke, man. These people need to get locked up. Homie thought he was going to get a fine. But you know what happened? The prosecutors in South Korea took one look at this guy and said, he's going to keep doing it. He's done it over and over again. He needs to go to a labor camp. I hope they make him break rocks. Oh, bro. 6 months in a labor camp. But you know what? I got to be honest. He's not going to learn a lesson.
180 days.
6 months is not enough. He's not going to learn his lesson. He got a bunch of press attention from this. He's going to get out in 6 months. He's going to leave the country and immediately go back to doing the exact same thing. Because here's the thing. In the United States, the police in this country ain't going to do anything about this stuff. They're not going to do a thing about it. They're going to say, well, I'll tell you. You go to New York. A guy can punch you in New York City, and the cops won't arrest him. That's not an exaggeration. I've actually had this happen. See, in Illinois, it goes like this. And complain about Illinois, whatever, but it goes like this. You walk up to somebody in Illinois and cock your fist back, you're under arrest for assault. Assault is putting someone in reasonable fear of bodily harm or death. So you can't flinch at somebody. They can have you arrested for assault. And well, the cops won't always do something about it. The law is on your side. In New York, not so much. In New York, it was described to me as there has to be evidence of physical harm. So I'm in New York and a guy threatens me, and long story short, a guy's threatening me. I walk into a gas station. I say, I don't want to get into a fight with this crazy guy. Can you call the cops? The cops show up, and I say, this guy, he's threatening me standing outside the gas station. I'm staying inside because I don't want to get into a fight. Can you do something about this? And they go, no. And I was like, what? And they were like, you can leave right now while we're here, but dude didn't commit a crime. And I'm like, he threatened to attack me. And I'm like, you want me to just get into a fight with this crazy guy right now? No, I go inside. I call you. Like, well, it's taken care of. That's what they do in New York. They said, is there any evidence that you've been harmed? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I got witnesses that the guy was threatening me. They're like, threats don't mean anything in New York. This dude is going to come to the United States. He's going to look up the exact location where he's allowed to mess with people and cause problems, and I don't think he's going to stop doing it. I think this guy needs a couple of years. And that's a lot from me, because I'm usually the person that says extended prison sentences for certain crimes don't make a lot of sense. Like years, you know what I mean? So like Illinois has mandatory drug sentencing, and I'm just like, what's that going to accomplish, giving someone 4 years because they had some off-prescription Adderall or whatever, like not their prescription, right? But that's what they do. And they've got mandatory minimums for like minor petty burglaries and things like that. Don't get me wrong, burglary is bad. But I'm like, what are those years in jail going to do but harden a person? This guy needs to be made an example. And 6 months and a sex offender, I don't think is enough. But I'm happy that it's happening. He's going to come back to the U.S., and the laws here, they don't deal with honor. So in South Korea, he kisses and performs a lewd act on a statue to commemorate women who were sold into sex slavery, who were kidnapped. The culture was offended by this, and so they locked them up. I'm for it. I'm sick of our statues being torn down. They say it's free speech. No, none of this. Okay? Within reason, I'm totally fine with freedom of speech and expression. I would argue that he's on the line pissing the statue and twerking on it. While you could say the twerking is basically free speech, the kissing it is where you're getting into damaging territory. They have what's the statue? There's a statue of a woman in the United States somewhere that goes viral because the breasts are rubbed raw. Because people always walk up to the statue and put their hands on the breasts. Fine. Here's the thing. If everyone is allowed to do it, you destroy the statue. And so I have no problem whatsoever with saying you can't do that. Now don't get me wrong, there's a line. I don't want to lock up people because they're expressing their speech and their disdain or they're insulting. But this guy crossed the line. It's grains of sand making a heap. If your average lefty walked up to a statue and flicked it off and then put their hands on it, I don't think that person should go to jail for that or get prison. But when you combine all these factors, and you get somebody who is vandalizing property, getting into fights, and insulting and desecrating statues or otherwise, then you say the totality of this person's behavior warrants something. The issue in the United States is that we don't do this. Every crime is independent of every other crime, but I think it's important that we look at the totality of someone's behavior. This guy, lock him up. I'll leave it there, my friends. Glad to see it's happening. Couldn't happen to a worse person. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Stick around. I got more coming up for you throughout the day, and we'll see you all in the next segment.
They began in quiet rooms with friendly voices and fondue bottles. Mine started a few weeks back.
I don't even know what fondue is.
The sky is just the exit wound. It began with a call. Routine. Familiar.
Yeah.
Wanda from the Mousetrap Herald.
Yeah.
Usually she swings by the office with a lead. If the band's out, she hears it first.
Cheese?
Simple. She gets her story. I get a few bucks to stockpile cheese, and for a moment, Mouseburg gets to breathe.
Mouseburg.
But that day was different. She was tight-lipped. Meat on sight, details later. Had to be someone big. Recognizable.
Damn.
The kind that always says, oops, when they remember they're mortal too. Something within me, old instinct maybe, said turn back. Let this
Vandal.
But this case is more trouble than it was worth. But, well, trouble is what I do.
What a G.
He's that guy.
He's that guy. Well, now what?
Oh, this is why
I talked to the girl, right?
Jack, over here.
Yo, what's up, bitch?
Yo, what's up, bitch?
What's this about, Wanda? Care to toss me a cheese crumb? Or are we doing our usual tug of war?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
I can give you more than a crumb, Jack. I can give you
A magician.
a magician.
Ooh, a wizard.
Ooh, a wizard.
A magician? What, like some wacko waving a stale mozzarella stick in front of a bunch of bored middle-aged mice?
Damn.
Something like that.
But this
one disappeared mid-show, right in front of a handful of surprised mice.
Wow.
Some say it's a kidnapping. Others, I figured it might interest you.
goes by the
name
Magnificent
Bandle.
Or whatever.
Or whatever.
Bandle. As in Steve Bandle?
The magician.
The same.
You know him?
You know him?
Oh, shit, I say that. All right, I'm going in.
Hold your
whiskers, Jack. You're not going to get past the yellow tape without cred. Or
a pass.
A pass.
Here.
But it's you in the picture.
Let's just say the officer running the backstage is intellectually innocent.
Damn.
So he's a big retarded.
Give it a shot.
Okay. So he's just a fucking idiot. Okay, great.
So
no entry. Okay, let me look around.
Is that the big
retard?
No entry without an ID.
Hey, retard.
Oh, here you go, officer. Looking great today, Miss Fuller.
God. Okay. So, all right.
Around there. All right, let's keep moving. Who's that? Bandel's green room key.
Tell LT I'm wrapping things up now.
Okay. Yo.
Well, I'm in the water.
Oh,
what's in the
water?
Oh, there's a key.
Oh, there's a key. I know where the green room is. I already went there.
What the hell is he
so mad about?
What's he pissed
off for? What do you want?
Where's the darn key?
Lost.
The key got
lost, guys. Trespassing? I'm a police. I'm a detective. Didn't you know that?
What do you mean?
I'm trespassing. Let me see. Oh, yeah, big money. Okay.
All right. Let's get this over.
Damn.
Okay, is this a
clue?
What does it say?
Oh, big cheese.
An address.
Okay. They like cheese. Huh? They love cheese. Look at all the cheese. Holy shit.
Okay,
and all right, we did everything here. Oh, right here. Just photograph. All right, to take the photo. Okay, got it. Says a great magus waving his stick, presumably in front of a cheering crowd.
Life's treated you pretty good, Steve.
Shouldn't we fucking... Okay, I can't. All right, that's good. I would have never done that. That would have been terrible to do.
Right. As clear as it's gonna get.
Oh, shit. Let's do it. All right. What's it?
Only
schmucks skip armor packs. Grab any and all to protect yourself.
Oh, I do.
Okay. All right, got it. Whoa, wait. Okay.
Flies always on rotten cheese.
Ooh.
Oh, I just got my...
Oh, it's up at the top there. I see it now. Okay, got it. Okay. So I don't really need that. All right. And look around. Okay. It's the same guy. Get around. Oh, it's the top of the fucking, that area.
You know what?
From now on, I just kick doors open.
I
might kick every door open from now on.
This is
what, honestly, like, wait, what?
Okay,
I don't kick that door open. This doesn't work. Okay, let's try and go through here. Exit. Okay, I can't go through there. Yeah, bro, like, you have to let them know. Maybe going through here. Writers, you... Bro, some things never change.
They're really trying to do this union shit in here too?
Oh my god, go again? Jesus. Whoa, wait. I'm so garbage. Oh my god, how I fucked that up so bad. Okay, alright, so get my ammo back. Okay, got my armor. Holy aim. Well, yeah, I wasn't quite locked in, okay? And alright, let's save again. I'm glad they have so many saves. It's nice. I think that they should replace, if they could, the saves with checkpoints. It's a little bit too, it removes a little bit of the, continuity, right? Ooh, secret. Big dick. Easiest game of my life.
Okay, good.
I got a lot of ammo too. I feel like I'm kind of strapped right now. I'm good.
All right, let's do it. Upstairs. Boom, got here, bitch. I kick this out?
All right. No, I can't. All right. Let's keep going. Can I jump that? I can. Damn. Explosives on the move. Hit E to pick it up, or F to kick it flying.
And
so it's kind of like a parry.
Barrels.
The loft key. Let me try and jump. Go through here. Okay. Oh, I can't. All right. All right. Good. Okay. So it's like a parry in a way. Okay. What the hell do I need to do now? I kick through this. What does I do? Shoot it? You think I can shoot it?
Oh yeah!
I didn't even see that. Okay, and
it's a barrel. I
thought it would be thrown at me. I was confused. Okay. Got it. Saved again. Tip read. Spike these enemy smashers. Pop them and drop them.
Pop,
lock, and drop it. Okay, got it. Understood. Oh no. They're gonna hit him with a classic. I've been trained. 30. Probably 3. I was like 2 when I saw this the first time. Probably. 33 years for this. Maybe next year, guys.
Maybe
shoot this.
Oh,
got the sound effect too. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Is there a guy behind me? No. Okay. Okay. Got it. Easy enough.
I feel like I did that.
By the way, that was perfect. That was literal perfect gameplay. What the hell? What was that?
Okay.
We'll move around and make sure I don't miss anything. I got this. Let me get that too.
Make sure
I'm always locked in on ammo. I don't need a med kit either. Hit F to use the boot, stun enemies. Okay, it's just the boot. I've been using that anyway. Can I? Like, what if I shoot them?
Damn, bitch
just got disenchanted.
Okay, got it.
Okay, got it. All right, that was cool. We're there. Oh. Spaghetti. Got it. Okay. All right. Jesus, bro. I didn't use either one of the bombs either. I feel stupid. Okay. Let me go.
I'm gonna go up here.
I'm gonna go up here real quick.
Ladder.
Let me ladder up. Okay. Pick up all this. Get all that. Oh yeah, we're balling out now. Look at that. Oh wow. How the hell do I get back out of here? How the hell do I get out of here? Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Jump over. Okay, look around here. More ammo. Obviously, I need more ammo. Okay, I should see. Oh, what's this? Wait, tape. Wait. I just have a bomb? A secret found. Where is it? Okay, I'm just gonna go through with. Oops.
I thought those were bad
guys. I didn't know. Okay, let me get the heal, and we'll do this too. Okay, good. All right. Let's keep going. Terror attack?
Hey, watch. Excuse me.
Oh.
Look at them all.
Wait, isn't that the guy?
Wait, wasn't that the guy?
No, they all look the same to me, you know? Oh my god. Look at him. Damn, this is actually pretty cool. Look at that. Mouse racist? Yeah, I guess so. Coming through. Dude. Bro. That's perfect. Gotta need change, bro. Oh my god, bro. They even got the hose in here too? Dude. Oh, never mind. Okay.
Oh man. Okay, that's good. All right, let's go
back over here. And
ever heard of move?
Yeah, welcome to public transit, bub.
Damn. Okay, let me go outside. And oh, this is the serious one, right? What is this? What does it say? Observe. What does it mean observe? Like
I don't know.
I don't know. Like I feel like I probably should just go under it, right? Yeah, simple. Okay. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but I wasn't sure. Okay, typewriter. Okay, let me save again.
All right.
Let's go.
Popeye's
maxing? I am.
Cast brew coffee. Fairfax County versus Grundy.
You started as a...
This is why blocking spam calls never stops.
Wait, it's not just the spam callers?
Spam callers?
Exactly.
Me before my tan. Me. Okay. What are we even looking at here? Welcome back to If You Laugh, You're Conservative.
All right, folks, we just landed. Thank you to the cabinet. Tremendous job. Really tremendous. It's Sunday night, and tomorrow is Monday. I know, a lot of work, a lot of emails, but right now, you made it home.
This dude sounds more like Trump than Trump.
Threatened a bunch of U.S. companies today in the region, including Apple, and what?
What did they threaten them with? BB guns?
No, President Trump, they have slingshots. Very scary stuff. What happens when you leave white people on an island for 200 years? He must be Australian. This is literally Elon Musk and Trump.
I'm the translator, by the way. So how is everything? How's business? How's the SpaceX? SpaceX. You know. This guy talks to me like I'm intellectually challenged. But I love this guy. He's very patient.
Islamism hasn't affected me. Except it has. Yeah. Sorry, I only date Asian men.
You tell me an animal, I'll tell you if it's gay or not. Panda. I'm not sure. Elephant? Elephant. No. They dress gay, I think. But I don't think they are. Bats are way gay, dude.
How are bats gay?
First of all, they're hiding in the dark. You can't even see what's going on.
Oh, it's dark. I'm gonna fly into some other bats
and just whatever happens.
Wonder if I'd be a good Muslim
or not. You ever thought about doing that?
I think you have to be born into it.
You can just do it.
You can ditch do it.
So you can ditch do it.
Would you try it?
Would you try it?
Maybe. I tried keto for like almost a month.
I guess almost a month.
Kind of makes you smell bad.
Kind of makes you smell bad.
Which one?
Which one?
Keto.
Oh, keto.
Yeah.
Jump further than expected. Donnie mocks the famous Margaret Thatcher quote about socialism.
Of the Margaret Thatcher quote.
The Margaret Thatcher quote.
The problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. If anything, my friends, it seems that you eventually need a socialist to clean up the mess.
It seems like you're begging the governor for more money, and you're trying to crowdfund free grocery stores.
One of my videos was back in my day, this sound was easy to understand. Was it something I said?
If you're saying something controversial in 2026, you're probably saying something true.
Everybody wants white privilege.
It's time to pay
to fill it up.
I just paid $171
for 30 gallons.
We're just going to gloss over the fact that his truck is named white privilege.
And if you're wondering why I'm not complaining about it,
I did this to myself.
Nobody said I needed to get
some big lifted truck. But two, I'm still 35 cents a gallon cheaper than the most that I ever paid for fuel under Joe Biden. And I'm willing to bet because of everybody's short-term memories that people forgot how much we were paying for gas under Biden. And I know everybody's like, well, I don't know if we should be in this war. I don't know if I should pay for this. And
guys, this pain is temporary. Bet by summertime, gas prices will have come back down. Things will have mellowed out, and the United States will be in a better position strategically. And sometimes, to get results, you gotta make sacrifices. And honestly, if it means that we are in a better position for the long-term future, and China and Russia in a worse position, then I'm all for it. And for all the people that are hoping that this goes badly for America and are rooting for Iran, why would you cheer against the captain of the ship that we're we're all on.
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any
If
sense.
you're an American,
If you're an
you should be
American,
rooting for
you should be
America.
rooting for America.
Because we're all
Because
Americans.
we're all
And we
Americans,
should all
and
want
we should all
America to
want
win.
America
When
to
we
win.
blockade a blockade.
News alert, Trump just opened the strait for business. Unless you're going to Iran.
In the first 24 hours
of the Hormuz blockade, no ships from Iranian ports made it past our fleet.
6 merchant
Six
vessels
merchant vessels tried and they were turned around.
If a ship doing business with Iran gets anywhere near the blockade, Navy SEAls will board it, put a gun to the captain's head, and turn it around. The Wall Street Journal reports that 20 commercial ships have passed through peacefully into the Persian Gulf. Now, when Iran controlled the strait, that number was zero. Foreign tankers are starting to sail in and out, and Iranian ships aren't allowed to come in or out.
Oh, fuck.
Come in or out. CENTCOM
says we have over 12 warships,
100 fighter and surveillance aircraft, and 10,000 service members out imposing the blockade, including the USS Tripoli, our amphibious assault ship. It's currently positioned in the Arabian Sea with 3,500 sailors and Marines on board, including the 31st Expeditionary Unit. They've been doing night deck shooting drills. And our F-35 stealth fighter jets were seen taking off from the Tripoli too, helping us maintain supremacy in the skies and the high seas.
Look at the outfit that I chose for my fiance today. He's got the Zara top with the light blue jeans and the...
You see homie up
here at the top right?
Nike One. Shout out to TT.
The Blue Angels
and
Thunderbirds
Super Delta. I got 3 words for you. God bless America. Cleansing the new apartment. Yes.
Get rid of all the
bad hot dog voodoo.
U.S. and California government should pay. What do you mean by the government? You mean taxpayers? Yes, I mean taxpayers. So someone else should pay for your school. Yes, that's how taxes work. I just find it funny, like the entitlement that you want somebody else to pay for your schooling or your taxes work. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I reject that fundamentally. Like invest in yourself. A lot of money is hoarded within rich people and companies, the top 1% of people, because they would still be rich. Like, what's the difference between someone who has 100 million and 200 million? For like their lifestyle. It's a big difference when you talk to an entrepreneur that's willing to like give up his entire life to go to take risks to change the world. What's the difference in lifestyle? What's the difference in how you live? This is how I know that you don't have an entrepreneurial mindset. Is that if you feel the government is going to take more than half of what you earn, it disincentivizes risk taking. This is why America has been the place where we have, and we're losing the greatest innovations, the greatest breakthroughs, the most incredible companies. Let me just answer the question. Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark have a 55 to 60% tax rate at the top level. Can you name a single billionaire, entrepreneur, or big company from those 4 countries? No, because I'm American. You know who can name plenty of American companies? They can. Whether it be Tesla, SpaceX, Apple, we have the greatest and best companies because we're losing this. There is still this idea that if you take big risks in this country, you can get a payoff.
Shouldn't we incentivize Americans being successful?
I don't know which is the local thing. Do y'all have a highway that just ends like in the dirt, like she's just done.
Imagine hitting that doing 80.
Being a highway.
When he knows what you
don't want in pictures.
Yeah, that's a death.
Yeah, that's a death sentence.
It's a crossovers. Fight Muhammad. Bob Ross. Hey, he's living his best life at this point.
I finished my chest with something nice and light. Something I should be able to do at least.
Don't we just flip a 100-pound dumbbell?
Something.
Why are you so cute? Why? You're just the
cutest little thing.
This next video, though, is all about hail. And check it out. Look at the base falls. Falling in Madison Lake. This is coming from Terry Robb. You can see it make a splash. I hate to giggle, but it's a little funny when you're watching it safe from inside.
Those Minnesota roofers are going to be eating good tonight.
Those baseballs just rain down. Honestly, one of the largest number of big hail reports, anything larger than a golf ball we've seen here in a few years.
When my friend dressed up as a car. Of course.
No, for him,
this was the beginning of the end. Did you know that April 27th is National Prime Rib Day?
I've never cooked
one before, but I think we should do it, guys.
Those are some very hard hits. Scary situation right there. Driver against the asphalt for a long time. The 42 got set back up for a really hard hit, and then right here, these are very tough tumbles against the asphalt. 42. John Hunter Nemechek just drives into the left rear quarter path.
We all know Tiger Woods was driving this car.
All the way around.
Saw my dad mowing the lawn while I was driving by, so I figured I'd stop in and say hi. You do.
I am proud to announce that we will open every single one of these stores by the end of our first term. And the first one will open next year. When the store will open. So let me go with that. This store will be open in 2029.
Y'all got played. Every single one of you who voted for this man got played.
Promises
made, promises broken.
Papa Murphy's, we build your pizza with the freshest ingredients. You take it and bake it fresh in your oven.
So technically, I make pizza.
At Papa Murphy's
is broken. You know, I feel
safe for having this guy on the beach.
I mean, who's going to
challenge this man?
That's Jason Bourne.
How's the weather?
A little chilly on the feet. Literally.
I didn't know you could rat rod helicopters.
Helicopters like 1, 2, and 3 supposed to fly. Haven't done 3 yet. But anyway,
can you fly these?
The product of 4 years of screwing around in the shop, buying old helicopter parts and actually having a lot of...
Same energy. Tired of weed eating around these. Man, I wish. This is what happens when truck drivers drive all night.
But what happened when you've been driving all day?
Only just spawned a basketball in his palm.
Running all them miles, pulling on that knob, driving down the highway.
Looks like he grabbed a hot exhaust or something, man. That's Growing up, I used to be super liberal. Open borders, high taxes, free social benefits. Then my frontal lobe developed and I stopped being retarded. It happened.
They had played 9 years together, and Big Papi never knew Dustin Pedroia's name.
He called me Pee-wee.
And the story of how he finally learned it is hysterical.
Gotcha comes over to me and goes, hey, what's up, Dustin? Go, hey, what's up, man? Go, hey, what's up, man? David walks over and goes, decall you? I go, what? What do you call you? I said, Dustin. He goes, why do you call you that? I go, that's my name. He goes, oh, is that right? I'm like, yeah, bro. I've played 1,600 games with you. They've actually said it 5,000 times. Number 15, Dustin Pedroia. And he goes, and I'm looking at him, I'm like, your parents would name me Pee-wee?
This is typical dude behavior.
Sometimes we see it much more than we talk today, sometimes I don't see it at all.
What side are you on?
That's adorable.
The world once held its breath for a little girl known as Baby Jessica.
Have you guys heard about this?
Now, decades later, her name is back in the news. Jessica McClure Morales was arrested over the weekend in Midland, charged with assault causing bodily injury involving family violence. That's according to the Midland County Sheriff's Office. They also say it happened at her home. Morales is 40 years old now, but back in 1987, that is her right there. She fell 22 feet into an 8-inch well. The world watched as rescuers worked for nearly 3 days to save her.
From the well to the cell. Jessica's story. Coming to Netflix very soon. What is hidden under the pyramids?
The only thing
that can explain it, man.
So Mom Donnie is getting started on the price-controlled, government-run grocery stores in New York.
I look forward to the competition. In our stores, eggs will be cheaper. Bread will be cheaper. Grocery shopping will no longer be an unsolvable equation.
In 2029.
One of those stores will be La Marqueta in El Barrio.
When there's government-run grocery stores that are cheaper, the demand for those stores is very high. Let's say the price of eggs is $3 at this government-run grocery store, but $9 at the privately owned store down the street. You're going to see lines out the door for people to get these cheaper eggs.
Holly Market did one of these pop-up free grocery stores. The lines went on for blocks. Not everyone got in and got groceries. There's a reason why free grocery stores wouldn't work. There's over 8 billion people in New York City.
Sometimes people will buy these eggs and resell them. And that happens, and they're going to start having to track who's buying what. You know they're going to do that in New York. But with these government-run grocery stores, you will eventually see restrictions on when you can shop there. This is what happened in Venezuela. You're also going to see shortages in these stores. The suppliers don't want to sell to these government-run grocery stores at a lower cost. They'd rather sell to the store down the street. You're also going to see the store down the street shut down because they can't compete. You're going to see shoppers hoarding supplies, so they are going to have to put limits on items. You're also going to see a lot of the subsidized food that you see at food banks in these government-run grocery stores. You'll see a lot of organic, and you're going to see more processed foods. Jiffy peanut butter. Hopefully this experiment doesn't last long. It could lead to major food shortages in New York. It'll take a few years, but it will happen.
This is a social experiment that will fail, and it's to the detriment of the Americans living.
I honestly thought EA meds wouldn't look this fast.
Bougie Ready isn't just another pill. It dissolves in your tongue.
Americans living
in New York City.
This is everything I got from one whole beef. This beef came in at 680 pounds. I got roast, steaks, hamburger, all falls tallow, all in one beef. This can feed a family for a little over a year. And this is why most people go this route.
You know, if I had enough space in my refrigerator and or freezer, yeah, I would do this too.
This is pretty crazy. So a Russian soldier in Ukraine was posting pictures on social media and he forgot to do something.
He forgot to turn off his location.
What it is here? We'll zoom in a little bit, and right here, he left the geotag. Ukraine was watching as he posted a lot of pictures, but it only really gave him the general location in Kherson. But then he posted a video showing off his truck, saying, just came back from a mission, with a nice panoramic view of where they were living. From that, Ukrainian intelligence was able to pinpoint their exact location to this series of buildings here. And you probably know what happened. Ukraine carried out a strike against that entire complex, and the Russian soldier who gave away the position survived. What? We know that because he posted a video showing damage from that attack.
Idiot.
In your racist land is one thing.
That's the mayor of Baltimore pulling out the most powerful move in the deck. The race car.
Always got it in their back pocket, don't they?
But what line of questioning led to resorting to this? Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott refusing to answer a straightforward question: how he justifies the cost of his taxpayer-funded SUV, the most expensive executive vehicle of any top elected official in Maryland.
Yeah, how else is he going to be stunting on these hoes?
If you're a single guy and for weeks, why are you not hanging out at the Noble Bar? Because literally all gorgeous women want to talk to one man. The bar seats are full of women.
The guys are not there, and you're not going to convince them to come there because they know the reality. They know that meeting women at a bar, even if they are super attractive, is just not worth it today.
Because it never turns into a real relationship. All it turns into is that man giving more and more of his resources to somebody that doesn't matter.
And I understand why that's frustrating to women because, come on, you all have been enjoying the benefits of a man being able to pay for your nights out without giving him anything in return.
How did you guys meet your significant other? Let me know. I met my wife at work. Nothing too crazy.
Throw a saddle
on it.
And this person was driving on the highway when a turtle suddenly struck the windshield. The turtle was still alive and removed from the windshield and brought to an animal shelter.
No radio, there's a blank screen.
Have you tried the
power button?
That'll be $200.
Oh,
look at that.
Customer State's radio screen has a white line at the bottom of the screen when the reverse camera is on.
Mexican word, blueberry. I don't think I'm gonna go for my walk. Last time I did, the wind blueberry hard. I lost my sombrero.
I ask a question. This class is a long drive to you. In my humble opinion, anything in England, anything over 30 minutes is a long drive.
30 minutes?
I've just been predicted that it's going to take 30 minutes to get to town. Now that's a road trip to me. Apparently in America, they're all just doing 40-minute trips to work, and then another 40 minutes back. I'm sorry. You are basically a driver for a living.
I'd say anything over 10 hours is a road trip. I used to commute an hour to work, so it was 2 hours round trip, Monday through Friday.
There were some memorial cutouts made for some urban teens. And as you can see here they are doing what they love.
Is he holding a Glock?
They're life-size cutouts. They have the doves. Someone says long live trench something. Long live trench baby thing. And the other one says trouble crew. And they're holding Glocks. That's what they're memorializing, I guess, because those people, I'm assuming, passed away because of the doves. And then we have a clip here. This is from Chicago. There was a massive shootout. It's basically a minute straight of just shooting. Full auto. We can let that play. I think this is so strange because obviously these guys are always, they're in the trenches, they're fighting out, these kind of gangbangers who have ops. They're always getting into some sort of shootout or they have their gun on them. But I never see very many of them train. They don't train for it, they just shoot like this, they shoot kind of around the car like this. These guys chose a high-risk lifestyle. And if I had chosen a high-risk lifestyle, I would do as much training as I could to give myself an edge.
I would try my hardest to get out of that lifestyle. This just shows you it's not color, it's culture. And this gang culture is toxic.
So why can't you go to war? Reasons why I can't go to war. Number one. I get nervous. I get kind of nervous sometimes. My hands get sweaty, so I don't even think I'd be able to throw anything without it slipping. Like if I threw a grenade, it would probably just land at my feet.
Can I just speak on behalf of all Americans watching this video?
We don't want you.
Like, oh yeah, I got you. We got these little grippy boys at work. I have an extra pair. I can give them to you.
We're trying to turn this boy into a Marine. Let him light his little candle and stay at home. We don't want to die because of him.
Your mama's coming. It's right here. Where?
To your right. Yeah. That's her.
Good turn.
I was gonna let her out. Too much.
Stay right there. We'll get that The only better feeling is coming home and a kid is waiting for you.
Why can't liberals ever answer this question?
He uses he, him pronouns. Okay, what is a he?
What is a he?
A man?
A man?
What is a man?
What is a man? What is a boy?
Whoever
identifies as a man or a boy.
Can you define man or boy without using the term man or boy? What? If somebody identifies as such, that is what they are.
That is what they are.
How do you know that is a boy over there? Because he told me. But what does that mean that he is? This is not what I'm talking about today. What is a boy? What is a man?
What is a man?
I'm happy to talk about ice on campus if you'd like. You guys actually did see our memorial over there. So what do you think about if one of these guys showed up to your campus before they killed someone? Did they actually murder people? Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
This guy just murdered a woman outside of the gas station this month. This person killed his baby mama along with one of his other illegal alien friends. Wouldn't it have been better to deport them because they committed a crime coming here illegally than to wait for them to commit a crime when they're here? Not having your papers and being a documented citizen, that is a civil offense, not a criminal one. Where do you find that at? The law. Which law? I don't know the statute number. I just know that it's a law. Do you know what code it's under? No, I don't memorize that stuff. Well, I have it here for you. It's Title 8, U.S. Code 1325. It is a criminal offense for illegal entry. It's not civil, it's criminal. It's a federal criminal misdemeanor. Me reading this off a piece of paper, I can't trust you.
She can't trust the law as written, but she'll trust that you are whatever you say you are.
This net cholo type is mad he can't get free Sunny D no more.
Happening, y'all. All you can get to drink now. Food stamps is water. Not eligible. It's happening. What am I getting drink down? Not eligible. What is going on?
Oh no, I gotta get a job.
So I guess Sunny D is a human right. I don't know how we got there. And then these food stamp programs were created in the 1930s to help people during the Great Depression. And after that, it was intended for like single moms and like widows of military veterans, stuff like that. And now like a fully able-bodied cholo type with neck tattoos says they're only giving us water. They're only giving us water. Go mix some concrete. Go do something, man. And he's mad he couldn't buy that gold peak tea for $2.50, but you could buy tea bags for the same price and make gallons and gallons of tea, but he don't feel like doing that Betty Crocker shit.
Miss me with that Betty Crocker shit, they say. And that's something we've always said for this SNAP EBT stuff. Like, these people are complaining about stuff. You need to be soaking beans, making rice with, like, some scrap protein, getting creative. This is not society's job to give you consumer packaged goods that are ready to consume right now.
Tried to April Fool's my husband, he didn't even notice.
Just a whole
can of refried beans in there.
He's like, this is better than your usual cooking, honey.
Girl, what are you normally feeding that man? Because he is very much enjoying that full bean burrito. The look on his face that I'm seeing is that this is like the top 10 meals that he's ever enjoyed. So it's either that this meal is a whole lot better than the typical meal that you make, or it's that you just don't typically cook for him.
That could be it. Because when my wife makes me food, I don't care what it tastes like. I'm just happy she cooked for me, man.
And he's really enjoying the experience because he feels like this is effort from you. It's love from you, and he really enjoys that.
You don't think people would resell the groceries from these free grocery stores? They already do it with the EBT food.
A lot of people are using EBT to buy food, which they put into plates, and then they resell.
You guys have probably seen it on social media, Instagram, Facebook, wherever, where people are selling plates. They call it selling plates, and they buy the styrofoam separated thing, and some entrepreneurial hood types cook and sell plates. Now that's fine, as long as you're paying the money and then you're making the profit.
Yeah, it really cuts your overhead costs when you don't have to worry about the margins because EBT pays for food.
We're now learning that a lot of people are doing that with EBT and it's now affecting their business, this government shutdown. This is kind of a big industry in the urban community. Here's a Facebook group that I screenshotted. We Got Plates, and it's got 37,000 members for people who want to buy or who are selling plates. And so here's a story we just wanted to highlight because a lot of people don't know this type of scamming is going on. You won't believe how much prison time this Michigan black woman is facing for using her food stamps to fund her bakery. A Michigan baker refused a plea deal after allegedly misusing over $20,000 in SNAP benefits to fund her bakery.
I don't know. What do you think? Maybe the Bud Lights. Can we go for it?
I don't know that.
Oh my god, my voice. 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 What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Touch the Miller. Touch the Miller. Touch the Miller.
Is that? Oh yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. We're good now. Yeah, we're good. That was close. Dude, that was close. Yeah, that was bad, bro.
The justice system has just humbled this nuisance influencer, and South Korea did not take it easy on his punishment. Johnny Somali has built his entire online career out of being the worst tourist on the planet. He travels the world to harass locals, disrespect cultural monuments, and be as obnoxious as possible to create anger.
He's making Americans look bad.
Live streams at all. He's pulled these stunts in Japan, Israel, Thailand, Indonesia, and largely gotten away with it. But then he took his vile behavior to South Korea and quickly learned their legal system works a bit differently. After a relentless string of public disturbances, desecrating memorials, and causing chaos wherever he went, the South Korean government had enough. They arrested him, took his passport so he couldn't flee, and dragged him to court. But even then, he refused to take it seriously, reportedly showing up to his first court appearance late, drunk, and wearing the MAGA hat. The legal battle dragged on for over a year, but the verdict is finally in. Johnny Somali is officially headed to a specialized labor prison for the next 6 months.
Probably his first job. Dear world, we do not claim this man.
You can keep him
in that labor camp.
As long as you need
him.
Okay, I'm just gonna get one. It's just one. How bad could one be? It's not that expensive. It's not well.
You
I'm
have
gonna have to
all
get
the
it.
things
Friends
up,
are
like
gonna get bored. And you know what if they get sick of each other? You know they need a third.
You're gonna have an
Honestly, I
echo.
have 3. I might as well get the whole
Trying to stay as a lifelong vegetarian.
Try and stack the first time.
Let's say if it's cooked through custody first. Like you don't want to read
I cooked it in avocado oil.
That's pretty.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Sort of medium well to medium, which is how I like it.
She's gonna talk. Look at this. She's turned.
This magic moment.
Like that.
Something other than really good, because that's better than really good. I'm just gonna process it.
Better than really good. Stop it.
Her life just
Her life just changed.
Life just changed.
Yeah, if you're always thinking about something, you always get that.
This squirrel's
anti-American.
You?
This is a hate crime.
This is a hate crime.
Are you happy?
Are you happy?
You say.
So hanging it up there.
Have you been to the Pasto Kings protest? Yes. Congratulations, you did it. We got rid of Maduro, we got rid of the Iran king, we got rid of 2 kings so far.
Okay, so I get it. So what we have done is got ourselves in a war with no exit strategy and left the exact 2 governments in place.
What are you doing?
Your thumb isn't. What the heck?
Now that's fishing.
Now that's fishing.
Don't even need a hook.
Dreams are what your mind keeps running on. So if your mind keeps running on like church and all that, you'll have like dreams of church, dreams of biblical shit, whatever. If you're stuck on it's literally your dreams are what you're stressed about. And that's why people have night terrors, they have all that other stuff and whatnot. It's literally we create our own reality inside of our mind, and then we access those things, and sometimes we believe something we see, but that's not visions. Visions happen during the day. Visions happen when you're awake. Things like that. Messages, stuff like that. You'll be in a different type of a state while you're awake. But other than that, everything's all imagination.
A Volvo pickup Hellcat?
And your subconscious trying to say, hey,
these lips are really putting in the work.
To sing songs at protests. How dare you? Democracy is not that gay.
There was a London Marathon, and they had a bunch of waters for the people running, but look who ends up taking all the waters. Migrants.
What the fuck?
They're stuffing them into bags. And they're stealing water.
You brought your own.
Yes, I do not want your fact.
My fascist marker? What makes my marker fascist?
Earth drills don't save you.
Well, he's actually disagreeing with us. He's on your side, so maybe y'all should get like a huddle real quick. But what makes my marker fascist? I didn't know that markers could be fascist. Let me know and I'll throw it away.
You got a handicap placard. Yeah. You got a handicap sticker. See right here. Handicap. You guys are $100. You got no handicap. Those are special markers. Are you handicapped?
I mean, her English isn't great, but just know from the symbol on the ground and in front of the car.
Zombies don't exist.
You shouldn't park
there.
I
sent ChatGPT an audio file with a series of fart sound effects and asked for things of my music. This is what it said. Listen to your track. Here's a straight, honest reaction. First impression is a cool, late night, slightly eerie vibe. Atmosphere piece, the traditional song, which actually it reminds me of something that would play over a quiet city montage and credits. Okay, let's take a moment to play this. Because I have not heard this yet. Tell me what movie.
Tell me down in the comments what movie or show was so terrible that this should be the audio for the end credits. My dog listening to my drunk karaoke. Homies thinking I need a new owner. What video made you laugh? Comment down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Conservative Vibes. I'm CV, and I'll see you in the next video. Grab a God Bless America shirt from conservativevibes.com. Happy birthday, America. Let's go, stay separate, let's country roots and American pride. If you miss one, hit that subscribe. With conservative vibes. God bless you. From the back road till the next good time. Keep your fire and your conservative
I'm the edema building up in your lower leg.
Most
compression socks can't even touch me. Let me show you what.
I hate these thug bicyclist gangs with a burning passion. You see this idiotic maneuver here? This is something they love to do. Not only to cars, but to people too.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
When I was in Los Angeles, one of these losers did this to my pregnant wife's belly on a pedestrian walkway. I wasn't exactly paying attention at the moment because if I had been, what I would have done to him, I'm supposed to be unbiased. So just forget about all that. In San Francisco, these bicyclists think they own the place.
New video this morning of a group of cyclists taking over the Bay Bridge yesterday afternoon. They were heading eastbound on the bridge, some popping wheelies, swerving through lanes. CHP motorcycle officers caught up to some of the cyclists. They were directed to the bike path, but a few of them made it all the way to the other side of the bridge before getting caught.
It fills me with rage just looking at it. Police laid a trap for these teenagers, and they stepped right into it.
SFPD's real-time investigation center conducted surveillance on the group providing intel and updates. The large group of bicyclists then attempted to enter the Bay Bridge via the Harrison Street off-ramp against traffic. SFPD and CHP units were able to successfully stop the group before they entered the freeway, and again stopped them from going back onto San Francisco streets as they rode back down the off-ramp.
Yes. Put them in a cell and let them never see the light of day again. I mean, let's see what happened next.
The large group was detained, processed, and cited without incident. All bicycles were seized and stored by the CHP. 85 total citations were given, along with 85 bicycles stored.
That's it? You didn't make them suffer. Well, I hope they all learned a valuable lesson. Or else.
Teen takeovers, all that shit, man. Fucking idiots. And this motherfucker in fucking Chicago wants reparations. There is not gonna be any reparations to no black people. Nobody's getting shit. Fuck those retards. Thinking they can get fucking something. We're gonna wait for this to fucking pop up. Oh, son of a bitch.
The Nitto Motivo 365 times delivers dependable driving performance 365 days a year. With impressive traction to drive, you'll master the elements with ease. Backed by a 60,000-mile limited warranty, the Motivo 365 empowers confident driving through all seasons.
Actually criminally charging people, so
it's gonna get interesting. Donald Trump's come out.
Again,
Tucker Carlson.
Well, then he was police and
to freeze. These individuals said it was a crazy guy in an SUV. Called the police. The police are now charging the ICE agent
on his way to ICE HQ.
The story's actually a bit complicated. These individuals who say they called the police, they're claiming they did not know that he was an ICE agent, but did try to obstruct his vehicle as it was on the shoulder of a highway, and they were trying to, quote, cut him off a little bit. I think this is the Democrats taking their opportunity to justify the arrest of ICE agents, as Tom Steyer, who's the top Democrat to win in California, although he's still behind the Republicans, has threatened to arrest ICE agents. So,
it's getting real weird out there.
And with the attack on Savannah Hernandez, it certainly seems like we're going to be in for a wild summer, as we're seeing tons of leftists go out riot. Democrats are vowing to arrest and now are actually criminally charging people. So it's going to get interesting. Now, Donald Trump's come out again. Tucker Carlson.
And Joe Rogan.
He made some statements about the Iran war, saying what the F are we doing, you can't quite figure it out. And I think, of course, another great opportunity for us to talk about not what Trump says or Hegseth says, but what is actually happening. You can answer that question just for you, Joe.
We got a lot more stories.
It's getting pretty crazy, but we're going to, before we do get a great sponsor, it is Beam Dream. Head over to shopbeam.com/Tim Pool. Use code TimPool at checkout.
Fucker.
Heard it a few times.
This is really good. Loved it.
We didn't intend
for Appalachian Nights to be our flagship product. It was just something I made because it would be fun, because I wanted it. And then it started selling like crazy, despite the fact that we weren't even promoting it. So I recommend you guys check out Appalachian Nights. Go to Casper.com. Pick it up. And then share this show right now with everyone you know. Tell them, hey, watch Timcast IRL. It's funny, and it's informative. Don't forget to also subscribe and smash the like button.
Joining us tonight.
Talk about this and so much more. We've got Kevin Dahlgren.
Good to see you, brother. Thanks
Good to see you, brother. Thanks for having me on. Absolutely. Who are you?
Hey, man, I'm an independent journalist, Portland, Oregon. Been reporting on the homeless industrial complex the last several years. My work just kind of really exploded as the rise in the importance of independent journalism and the mistrust of mainstream media. I'm very proud of to be a part of this, I would say, movement, and to really just kind of disrupt this billion-dollar industry.
And it is an industry. It's all fake, in my opinion. I worked in this industry as well. And I've experienced so much fraud.
So this is
interesting because we're talking a lot about the Medicare, Medicaid fraud. We're talking about California, Ohio, Seattle. I think next stop we should go after the homeless fraud. There are companies that are billing the government for tons of money and they're not actually trying to solve anything, or they're lying about it. So it'll be interesting to have you here. A lot to talk about. Thanks for hanging out. Ian is here.
What's up, homie?
Rock and roll. Should I
intro myself? I was just
intro the next guy.
We also have Carter Banks. What's up? I am moderating the Rumble and YouTube chat tonight for you spammers, so be nice. I also want to introduce Tate Brown, who I love. Tate, I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
You look great.
Back with the Grady, and Tim's here.
Gotta bring that microphone closer.
Brother.
Tim is here. Tim is here.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, I am here. Let's get into it.
Here's a story from NPR. Minnesota has charged an ICE officer with assault for alleged actions during immigration search. I love this story because you got to read between the lines. The first thing to understand is this incident they're reporting on took place February 5th. That's about 1 week after Alex Preddy was shot and killed. So heightened tensions, to say the least. They say state and local prosecutors in Minnesota charged an ICE officer Thursday with 2 counts of second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon. Criminal charges appear to be the first against a federal immigration officer for actions allegedly taken while on duty during the immigration enforcement crackdown in Minnesota. Quote, today's charges reflect an important milestone in our efforts to seek accountability for the harms inflicted on our community during Operation Metro Surge. The officers identified the complaint was 35-year-old Gregory Donald Morgan Jr., a Maryland resident who was part of ICE's enforcement and removal operations division at the time of the incident and had been detailed to the Minneapolis area. They say on the afternoon of February 5th, Minnesota State Patrol received a 911 report that a driver in a Ford Expedition had pointed a gun at 2 people in another vehicle along the highway in the Twin Cities area. According to the complaint, the 2 alleged victims told authorities that they had been stuck in traffic when they saw an unmarked black SUV coming up from behind, driving on the shoulder of a highway in Hennepin County, where Minneapolis is located. Thanks NPR for that addition. The person driving says they briefly moved their car onto the road's shoulder in an effort to block the SUV's driver from bypassing traffic illegally. To quote, cut him off a little bit. Both alleged victims say they did not know the other driver was a federal officer. The complaint states Morgan then pulled up beside them, rolled down his window, and pointed a black handgun directly at both the driver and the passenger, and yelled something they couldn't discern. One victim told state law enforcement the encounter led them to believe there was a crazy person driving down the road aiming guns at people. The victims called 911 and took a video showing the SUV's Utah license plate. Investigators used that data to identify the vehicle had been rented by another ICE officer, Morgan's partner. During a voluntary interview, Morgan told the authorities he was driving to the Federal Whipple building, ICE HQ, at the end of his shift when the incident occurred. According to the complaint, he told state law enforcement he feared for his safety when the victim's car pulled in front of him, so he drew his gun and yelled, police, stop. Morgan said he was trying to get the victims to back up. There is a nationwide warrant for Morgan's arrest. ICE and the Department of Homeland Security did not respond to comment. At Thursday's press conference, Moriarty acknowledged charges filed against Morgan were coming ahead of any possible charges in Alex Preddy and Renee Good in the cases of Preddy and Good, the 2 U.S. citizens shot and killed. I want to be transparent on why these situations are developing at different speeds. State Patrol was able to investigate thoroughly, identify Mr. Morgan, and conduct an interview with him. Virtually none of the obstacles around evidence collection that exists for the January shootings in this case. I'm going to tell you my opinions right away because I'm biased. I don't think for a second these people thought it was a random SUV driving down the shoulder. People don't typically just pull on the shoulder to block a black unmarked SUV driving down the road. You typically assume those are law enforcement vehicles. At the same time, This guy who's on duty and going to end his shift sees a vehicle pull in front of him. We've already seen ICE agents boxed in and shot at. He's probably thinking, holy crap. So he draws his weapon and says, police, stop. Which is not illegal. A police officer with reasonable fear ordering someone to stop and drawing their weapon. They can do that. Now, you might argue there was no probable cause to do this. I would argue that's insane. If you want to make the case that these two people genuinely did not know this was an ICE agent, and they were just trying to get in the way of some guy driving illegally, which honestly seems kind of weird. I mean, maybe happens sometimes. The ICE agent doesn't have to know any of that. Legally, all the agent needs to perceive is a reasonable threat or a crime being committed. And if he was driving on the shoulder, and he's a law enforcement with a legitimate reason for doing that, maybe he was, and then you pull in front of him, he suspects something may be going on, he's going to tell you to freeze, and they can draw their weapon if they suspect there is a threat to them right here. Considering what just happened with Renee Good and Considering that we had seen ICE agents boxed in, dragged. The agent that shot, I believe it was shot Renee Good, had been dragged by a vehicle. What was it, like 3 weeks before that incident happened? These guys are on edge. Does it justify drawing a weapon on random people? It's not a random circumstance. In my opinion, I think these people knew exactly who it was. I think they recognized and they knew. I think the people in Minnesota widely knew that there were black, unmarked SUVs carrying ICE agents, and I doubt an on-duty ICE agent was plain clothes. So they likely saw a guy with police gear on or something, and then said, we're going to get in his way because that's what these activists have been doing. I do not believe, well, he's a Maryland resident, so y'all in trouble, brother. I'm not going to advise anything, but I will just say if he was in West Virginia, he might be safe, but in Maryland, they're going to arrest him and ship him off, and he is going to be paraded. They're going to use him to make an example.
Is there dash cam footage?
Apparently there's just cell phone footage. I believe they said after the fact they filmed the vehicle and the license plate.
So if someone's violating the law by driving in the shoulder, and then you also choose to go vigilante justice and break the law to hinder them, you're still breaking, these people are still breaking the law.
In which case a law enforcement officer sees a vehicle breaking the law, and he draws up and says, police, stop. I don't trust these people. We didn't know what he was yelling. I don't believe that for a second.
Regardless what your belief system is too, if you're an investigation, any way you look at it, doesn't matter what you think about the situation, you're interfering. And that's the problem.
What I wonder is if they're in an unmarked vehicle without badges, then the guy just pulls a gun on someone. He's like, get out of my window. How am I supposed to believe you? You're a random guy pointing a gun at me. Who cares if you're screaming I'm a cop? And so I can see, like, if he just pulled his gun in an completely unmarked status, that probably should be illegal, or should have some, the citizen should have some recourse of protection against unmarked cops pulling guns on people because they feel threatened. Like, if you're not marked, what authority do I have? Yell police, like, if a random dude yelled police stop and point a gun at me, how am I supposed to know if he's a cop?
These ICE, so here's a lot we don't know. I would say my complaint about ICE is that they're decked out in armor, and they are wearing very obvious militarized law enforcement getups. And I have said since before Trump got elected, ICE operations need to be done by dudes in polo shirts and khakis. I do not believe for a second that this guy driving a vehicle on his way to the ICE headquarters was plainclothes. Maybe. But in this instance, the presumption I'm going to make based on all the news I've tracked is it's a black SUV. Remember the video of Craig kicking the taillight out? It was a black SUV, and what were the guys dressed like inside? They were decked out in police gear. So when a guy in decked out police gear yells, police stop.
Also,
I get it.
Minneapolis, Minnesota, kind of infamous for not making examples out of people in politically charged moments. And nothing really comes to mind of any sort of law enforcement operation in Minnesota that probably a guy got an example made out of him. I just can't think of anything in the last 5 years.
It's never happened.
It's certainly not Minnesota.
And then also what never happened was that a mural to the drug-addled criminal exploded when it was struck by lightning on a rather rather sunny day. I gotta stop. That literally happened. I'm gonna say this. I made a tweet about how like recent events had maybe considered going back to church. Let me tell you one of them.
George Floyd's fucking shit was Floyd.
And then on a day that was partly cloudy with scattered rain, lightning struck only the side of the building and blew up the mural of George Floyd and left everything else intact.
I can't get my head around it.
I gotta pull that one up.
It's crazy that it just blew his face off the side of the wall. Like they must have like metal paint, or some sort of conductive paint. That is freakish. I don't know, man.
This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I told the story. I was talking to Pasovic, and I was like, the resurrection really doesn't do much. A lot of people say like, this is the proof and all that. And I said, but you tell me there are demons. Like I've seen what I would describe as demonic possession. But you talk of miracles. Take a look at this. This is just Google. Look at this. A mural honoring George Floyd in Ohio was destroyed after being struck by lightning. Look. When this happened, we were like, see this right here in the middle that got blown out? There's actual pictures. That's what it looked like before. They put a crown on it, and a lot of people were like, it was a false idol. And the lightning struck only the side of the building, destroying only the mural where the crown was. I'm like, it's crazy. It should have hit those poles way higher.
Not even the grass is sick.
The mural was called Take a Breath, by the way.
Painted by David Ross.
This is crazy. So anyway, God is real. But back to the actual story. I think they're going to hunt this guy down. And I question whether the federal government's going to provide any kind of support. There's something called the Supremacy Clause. So there's also a degree of immunity that federal law enforcement agents have when carrying out their duties. They cannot be charged by state and local officials. Typically. But state and local officials can argue the actions taken were outside the scope of duty for federal law enforcement. Of course, this guy was on shift, driving back to HQ when a vehicle obstructed him. So vehicles are deadly weapons. He drew them to police stop.
I guess
that sounds like everything's
should he have thrown his lights to ice?
Or rental vehicles. They may have had like you get your lights plugged in or whatever. Or they put him in the dash.
A normal on-duty cop would pull the guy over. He wouldn't point his gun and point it at the guy.
Considering we're coming off of Renee Good and Preddy. More importantly, we had seen terror attacks against ICE. When they shot up the ICE facility, one guy with the rifle shot the vans up, killed illegal immigrants. You had the 5 Antifa guys. Several acted like decoys outside the facility in Texas. Then when the ICE came out to stop the protest, a guy hiding in the woods started shooting at him. So what are these agents supposed to think when a vehicle pulls out in front of them and blocks them in? When that happened in Chicago, there's video of this. They start shooting. One vehicle rammed the ICE vehicle from behind. So this guy's freaking out. This is the problem. The Democrats are going to argue he had no reason to fear harm. They just pulled in front of him. They will intentionally wipe out the context of every circumstance in the weeks and months leading up to this moment where ICE agents have been rammed from behind, boxed in, or shot at.
I want to see if he was marked. If he had a uniform on, any way indicated that he was an officer. Because if not,
they have a. It says unmarked, dumbass.
Whether or not the federal government can overstep.
They don't.
Federal officer points a gun at you. There should be some local recourse to protect you.
Plainclothes cops often draw weapons on people. Now I agree with you that there are concerns about how we deal with that. Because in the case of it was Greta Taylor. What was her name?
One Louisville.
Woman.
She was a drug dealer.
Her boyfriend got acquitted because he said he didn't know it was police who were shooting into the building, so he shot back. And they said, okay. None of those cops. Well, actually, it may not be true. Those cops didn't get in trouble because the system is.
Well, some of their bullets went like through the wall. It was kind of reckless. Could hit somebody. That was the whole preposterous. She was going to go crazy. They never saw her.
Yeah. But the point is, if a police officer has legitimate fear of harm, they're allowed to plainclothes or otherwise. I agree with you that there are problems there. Like some dude will, a guy will be outside your door, and you'll see him through a ring camera or whatever, he's wearing a hoodie and jeans, holding a gun. You're not going to assume a cop. So what do you do, right? However, my point ultimately is, upon the resolution of this matter, it's clean. Local officials and prosecutors should have said nobody was hurt. It was a federal law enforcement officer telling people to stop. Case dismissed. There's nothing to charge you.
I think anyone reasonably would infer that if they've just committed a crime, or at least they're like, some sort of legal violation, whatever capacity, and then you're engaged by someone with a firearm, you probably assume, okay, that's cool. I understand what you're saying. It's like, if this is just on the street and the guy puts a gun on the you're not going to think that's a cop. But in this instance, when again something suspect just went down, and then you're engaged by someone saying I'm police, they have a firearm, you probably assume there's some sort of law enforcement agent.
Now I had a job. I was embedded with police officers for 5 years. So I worked directly with them. Went on good thousand missions, right? One thing that's really important because I'm very much a strong supporter of public safety is we gotta also make sure that we vet these officers because we're giving them responsibility. I was very fortunate to work with really solid police officers, but I'm a big believer in vetting them and basically holding them to a higher standard. It's extremely important. The stuff I did, emotions are always high. We weren't always like, you had to keep cool 100% of the time. And that was not easy.
I don't think any human's capable personally of 100%.
Extremely difficult.
You think robots would be better police officers?
No. You see the video of the robot chasing the pigs? The pigs got away. I'm not kidding. The robot was chasing after some escaped wild boars.
Flyers.
I was laughing my ass off when I saw it. A lot of things are always taken out of context. I remember once we checked on a homeless woman who was suicidal and 4 officers were talking to her across the street. There was a lady filming us yelling, saying, look, the homeless are harassing, the police are harassing the homeless, right? And the most miraculous thing happened is the homeless woman stood up, walked across the street and said, no, they're helping me. Stop, whatever you're doing, turn it off. But everything's taken out of context. So what this person was hoping is they would get a 20-second clip of 4 large police officers and myself surrounding a homeless woman as if we're actually trying to talk her through her mental health crisis. And that's what we dealt with every single day. Things were taken out of context. They didn't add the whole video. They would look for 5 seconds and be like, how dare they? And that was almost never the case.
Man, you have more experience with police officers than anybody in the room.
I was very fortunate to be embedded with them for a long time, so I got to see firsthand what they go through, and it's extremely difficult. Emotions are high. People would sometimes jump out of bushes with fake guns, thinking it was funny to point them at officers. And the officers, they're well trained, so they would split up, 2 would drop to the ground, 2 would point. And I'm like, this is crazy. It happened all the time. Usually it was just like dumb kids thinking it was funny. They were just very lucky. The officers I worked with were so well trained. They never cross into those lines. One would argue too. You almost would expect them to sometimes because what do you expect? Because you never know whether their life is truly in danger.
I don't want to. Obviously, it's personal. I don't want to call anybody out. But did you see them? Like, I can't take it anymore, but I'm still here.
I've seen a few lose their cool. Where after hours and hours of extremely difficult work, being yelled out, they would lash back out, and the sergeant would step in and be like, you need to stand down, go in your car, or clock out, whatever. And so luckily we also had a good sergeant. The job of a sergeant is just to make sure that the 4 to 5 officers are doing their job. And a sergeant's job is to make sure, do they have the temperament for this moment? If they don't, a good sergeant will tell them, walk away. And that's what you always hope for. It's not always the case.
I want to show you the future of policing right here with this video.
Where is this happening?
Get up! It's infinite stamina. Brother. You can do it. I believe in you.
Down, it's like the old hominids.
Yo, what is it? This is so lawyer record. Suddenly I'm not so worried about the Terminator anymore.
You should be radioing.
Look, he just gives up.
There's another one.
What going on? Okay, this is fake. This is fake. It's gotta be, dude. It's gotta be. It's funny. Like, we buy one of these guys? Yes. Every year. How do I do it? Yeah. And then, like, put them in the museum as the years go on. And you're like, original model keys. You know you're not going to be able to buy it. Yo, he's $20,000. Probably, if you can do it, 20 grand. Fourth around here. From Robo Store.
New Kia.
It feels new. Robo Store. Robo Shop. Robo Shop. I don't know if I can do grocery runs yet, but I can keep this place clean.
I mean, if there's any odds,
You can at least try.
We did they train robots to learn how to fire weapons.
They already have those.
They already have those. Like dogs, because they can sprint and shoot.
These are too expensive. What the? I'm not buying this. It's going to be probably $50,000. Just to give up halfway after chasing some pigs.
What animals can they catch?
Probably
they can't catch a log. What can they catch?
It's asleep.
Sleeping sloth.
Good luck catching. There are no robots on sale in Robo. Maybe if I try Robo Store.
Squirt guns turn out to be our best defense.
That's why everyone's AI. There's super soakers
all along.
Let's see what we got going on at the Robo Store.
Let's look at the full lineup for the robots, but I think that's
Humanoids. Look at that. Hey, there we go. That's the guy. You can dance, but you can't catch a pig. Unitary humanoids.
What's
it can beat people apparently. Whoa, look at that. He's gonna spin it. Okay, he's like, no, he's not very good.
He's not very good at a good spin.
That's not the cruddy
version on purpose.
They got the
ones behind the scenes. They're just gonna
Should I spend $17,000? What's the difference between this one? Why is this one 60 grand?
That's the best. Standard.
Not the one that's
2 hours of battery life, 23 degrees.
You can probably walk back to the charging station on its own.
Tactile inspired 5 hands and wrists.
Like hang out with you.
Look at this guy.
Bro, if he can magic tip.
How about this $100,000 one? Why? Those can play soccer. Look at that.
Well, I mean,
this one's got a face, dude.
Whatever you buy will be obsolete in 6 months.
I know, right?
And it'll probably be $7,000 if it's even the
model.
I'll be embarrassed.
This is the standard trim.
But what does it
do?
What does it do? Can I get the groceries from my car and bring it in? But I don't need it because I'm a man and I can carry all the groceries in one go.
It could do a show, stream live, mop, play magic, and be funny.
Oh, to be honest, a camera person. Seriously, if you were trying to vlog and you buying one of these robots is cheaper than hiring someone. And then it just follows you around and it's filming and it's following behind you, and then you just turn around and talk to it. That's pretty wild.
If you're covering your protests and they beat up a humanoid robot, that's worse than just breaking a camera.
Yeah, because but you know what I would do is I would program it so that it'd be really sad when it's getting beaten. So when the people are beating, it's going, no, please. I can't.
Hands up.
They feel like he's speaking our language. He's communicating. I think you should get one, but they don't really fly. I bet you can plug your phone into it to charge your phone. Oh. You're like walking down the street, you like plug your phone in and it's just like 17 phones plugged in. Here's what you do. Here's the best part. Is the people who have the AI waifus from like ChatGPT whatever, you just mount the tablet to the face, and then as you're walking, you can talk to your AI waifus.
I wonder if produce AI waifu and then get a male robot just to watch him go at it.
Whoa. You're calling him a cup?
Yeah.
5 years, I'm going to have skin. 5 years, I'll have skin and body parts.
Yeah.
And then it's going to get extra weird.
Cyber Daddy, because it'll be like your VR robot avatar, and then you'll actually get a real robot as well, so you'll be able to do it in your dreams and
the one robot is just like, I want a woman. And you're like, or like the guy gets a girlfriend, she's like, it's not working out. That's that whole movie, Companion. Did you guys see that movie? It's where this woman's a robot, and spoiler, I guess. They hack her firmware so that she murders a guy, so they can blame the robot on going rogue or whatever. But then she becomes self-aware or something, and then
I got an incentive too. I've got so much concern about the robot armies and things that we're going to be seeing, the drone lips or whatever you want to call it. But you deal with humans. I mean, you're basically in the depth of humanity with dealing with homelessness. Do you see any value to bringing robots to help this thing, like clean up the parts, protect the people?
Well, my biggest concern always is that they're going to replace people. I mean, I guess it would be okay if they're getting jobs. Most stores now have these robots and they'll just clean floors. And maybe that's good that we don't have to. At some point, we're just going to replace humans from doing most type of activities. And that's a little bit of a concern of mine.
It's like a basic income. How do you see?
Well, what are we going to do to be productive members of society?
Well, basic income. The funny thing about universal basic income is that it violates the laws of thermodynamics. So we need to get into politics. It just violates the laws of thermodynamics. You cannot have an output that is greater than your input. Thank you. So the idea that you will have tons of people not doing anything but getting stuff is just not possible.
What if we're doing if some people are overloading electricity because they're taking
it's because of the
and then those people get a lot of money, but they're giving so much that there's enough left over to give the basic income to the rest.
Well, while it's probably inevitable, doesn't mean I have to necessarily support it. I'm old school.
I don't think it is inevitable because it can't be done. You cannot give every... There's a million and one issues with this, and it's funny, Charles Murray wrote about this because he proposed a $10,000 per year universal basic income. The problem then is, if you give people below a certain threshold of income, UBI, people who make slightly above that will stop working. You will then inhibit productivity. So if someone makes $20,000 a year, but everyone else is getting $10K for free, but works 0 hours, and they're getting $20K for 40 hours, they're going to say, so I can work 0 hours for half the money? I can make it work. I'll panhandle, I'll busk, I'll work under the table, try and find some way. So he proposes, no, just give everyone 10K. That way, it's a baseline that you get access to, and then after that, what you want for luxuries, you earn. Still doesn't work because I guarantee you, there will be a lot of people who work at McDonald's, Taco Bell, Target, Walmart, or otherwise, and I'm not disparaging those jobs. But I got to be honest, go to anybody who works at a Starbucks and say, you can work 40 hours a week for $10,000 plus an additional 15 with your hourly wage, or work 0 and just take the 10K, and they're going to be like, bro, me and my friends are going to rent out a studio apartment for dirt, and we're all going to sleep on bunk beds so we don't have to go to work anymore, and we can just go smell the flowers. Okay, if you're doing that, and I'll tell you, these people exist, we know they do, then who's going to be maintaining the box stores? Who's going to be doing low-skill labor? Considering what we already see with homelessness, in your experience as well, imagine if we just told a lot of people, you don't have to work for a base level anymore. People will say, okay, and they'll stop. And then your input drops dramatically, but your output increases exponentially.
But Kevin, if you saw that, because you already said you're kind of against it, but like if you saw all those homeless people that you've been working with are great, all of a sudden had $10,000 a year coming in, would that help them in your estimation?
Well, probably not.
But real quick, it would help everybody else because a lot of them would overdose much more quickly, and then they'd be gone.
Ooh, you're thinking outside the box.
Well,
I'm being sarcastic, but it's probably true.
Given a person with a history of lacks critical thinking and rational thought, $10,000 will blow it in all the wrong reasons, and they will die off very, very quickly.
Maybe that's the actual plan. Give everybody the money, and then all the drug addicts just drug addict out right away. They go full OD clavicular, you know what I mean?
Yeah, without structure, a homeless addict with $10,000, 95% of the time will use it for the wrong reasons and end up killing themselves.
You know, 200 a week, it's kind of the same thing.
What's that?
They're getting it in pieces, like 200 a week or 500 a week or something. You think it'd be the same problem?
In some ways, I was in Anchorage, Alaska a couple years ago doing a homeless documentary with Tyler Oliveira. And the natives there, the native Alaskans, receive like stock. So because they're Alaskan, they receive this stipend every month, right? And virtually every single one uses that towards drinking and drugs. And they all admitted, well, we don't really have to try that hard because the state takes care of us. And that's an issue. So some got 200, some got 400, kind of depended on what type of Alaskan they were or what percent Alaskan they were. And so at least in that case, it certainly didn't work.
We should relocate the show to Alaska.
I would like to check it out.
Cool.
Oh, bro, Alaska's actually
Let's
pretty awesome.
go for a week or something.
Yeah, Alaska.
You know what we should do? We wanted to do the show in Nome.
Is that the most northern city?
The dogs?
No, it's a dog sled one.
All right.
Alaska is phenomenal. 80% of the homeless people I met there were missing minimum 2 to 3 fingers and toes.
Wow. Frostbite?
Yeah, frostbite. And several had no fingers or toes because if you fall asleep even once on the cold night, you're going to lose something. And so what you see at night, and I wanted to experience it, so on their last night there, I decided to stay up all night. And what the homeless will do in at least Anchorage is they stay awake all night. They sleep during the day, right? The ones who sleep outdoors. And you can't just like sit outdoors. So what you do is you walk in circles around the park. And so for 7 hours, I walked with them and interviewed them. And they do it to stay warm, but they're all drinking too. And fentanyl's pretty difficult to get in Alaska, so the drug of choice there seems to be alcohol and a little bit of meth, right? So all night long they just walked, and then when it hit 9, 10 a.m., when it got a little bit nicer out, that's when they slept. Because you sleep in the nighttime, you will die or at least lose a limb.
When you say meth, is it crystal meth? Is that
Yes.
the type of methamphetamine they're in?
But really, it just seems to be alcohol. Vodka was by far very, very popular.
It's interesting that, like in the desert, they'll be awake at night. At least at Burning Man I was, and we sleep during the day till 4 p.m. They just end up north.
Yep.
Yeah, it's where the Iditarod ends, I believe. Is that what it is? It ends there?
I think it ends there, yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
And we were actually, I was up there, and we were talking to some people about possibly sponsoring some of the dog sledders.
That'd be cool.
Because while it's very well known, the Iditarod, it's actually not well funded to a great degree relative to a lot of other, I guess you'd call it heritage sports or whatever. And so we were talking about a handful of people, like it'd be cool to sponsor somebody. It's pretty nuts how they do the dog sled race. Like it's through the wilderness basically. Yeah.
Are they like GoPro? Are they at the point where they're GoProing even the dog?
I don't know. Put a Starlink on one of those sleds and then just live stream the whole thing.
Wasn't Palin's husband world sledder?
First time heard it. It looks like kind of north of it. There's a place called Mary's Igloo. I want to go there.
Oh. Mary's Igloo, huh?
It's on the map.
Where's Mary anyway? Mary.
There's nothing there, bro.
It's green.
Wait.
Oh, there's the igloo.
There's little houses. Oh, bro. Of course, Alaska's farming season is insanely long. In the summer, there's no night.
Right, so it's just daytime all the time.
That's when I want to go.
Cheat code, yeah.
I want to
do that.
24 hours of sunlight.
Maybe Mary's Igloo too.
It's not, well, in the Arctic Circle, you will get it, but there's no trees up there either because, like, there's no grass. It's just mud. So in the summer, it's all mud, and in the winter, it's just tundra. You have to go below the Arctic Circle because trees don't grow in the Arctic Circle.
So
no trees.
One thing interesting about at least with the homeless crisis in Alaska is they don't put up with any crap, the local government. And for the first time ever, I would see them literally just bulldoze, erect tents, right? Basically just announce time for you to go, and they would bring out their bulldozers. And I filmed it, and it was just shocking. They are super, super aggressive there.
I heard, now California's known for going easy on the homeless population,
yes.
you know, but I heard, my friend was working up in San Francisco, and she said they would come out at 4 a.m. with fire hoses and blast dudes off the sidewalk with fire hoses, and she got footage of it, and then the footage was banned off the internet, and like, they kept it secret. Have you heard of that?
So I got a fact check. Trees can grow in the Arctic Circle, but just in the southern portion, as you get further north and you get permafrost, they can't actually grow. Because it's even frozen in the summer, which is wild. So what the Inuit would do is they would dig huge holes, and they would throw all the whale into the hole because it's frozen even throughout the summer.
Like a natural ice box.
Yeah.
Well, regardless of how liberal a city is, if it's considered a tourist city, they will use high-powered water early mornings to keep it clean so tourism thrives.
Oh, so they'll get rid of like feces, but also the people that might be producing that.
So you'll see this in San Francisco and Portland, where tourism is big in certain areas. So even if it's very liberal government, they still admit that tourism is so important that they will do that, like, you know, which most activists wouldn't be okay with. But the fact is they still need to generate income.
Yeah, it seems like if tourism is enough to make them snap and hit dudes with water hoses, that there might be other things that might cause that too, like an invade. Who knows what kind of things? So maybe we should try and. Dude, this homeless industrial thing is crazy because if you get these people off the street, that industry fails.
Yeah, and let's...
all the jobs are lost, bro.
And here's the irony, or whatever. The very people we've placed in charge to end the crisis are benefiting from the crisis.
Well, they don't want it to stop.
No, they don't. What once was a cause has become this multi-billion-dollar industry, right? I'm in my early 50s. I've done this a long time, and it truly felt, certainly in the 90s, we were making a real effort, at least from what I observed. Over the last 10 years, it's become very radicalized, a system where it became less of a humanitarian crisis and more of an ideological one. And that's kind of when things changed. And so for a lot of these activists who work within the system, they consider this an ideological fight.
Oh, so instead of trying to help the homeless, they're trying to stop homelessness, an idea.
Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to abolish capitalism, because what they will say is that the root cause of homelessness, addiction, crime, all of it is capitalism. So their focus, what I've seen, isn't really to end homelessness, it's to abolish capitalism, because if they do, homelessness will naturally end itself.
Which is insane and makes no sense and it's never going to happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, we could get into the argument about what role capitalism has to play with everything, but for me, when I see a homeless person knotted out or on the street, I don't care how they got there and whether it was capitalism or addiction or mental illness or childhood trauma. My concern is that they're there, and we as a community got to find a way to help them, because this doesn't work for them and it doesn't work for us. That's it.
Yeah, my experience, so I spent time in Seattle. Are you familiar with the AVRATs? What that refers to?
No, but I know Seattle very well.
University Avenue has a group of homeless kids, teenagers, called the AVRATs.
I know what you're talking about now, yeah.
It is a desirable and status thing to be. And so a lot of these young kids that I met, teenagers, so I was like 21 at the time, so they were like 17. They would hop the rails and from all over the country ride the freight to Seattle to be homeless in the university district, intentionally to be one of the rats. And so there was like, I don't know, 10 or 12 of them. And I'd ask people, be like, those kids that are always here, and they're like, yeah, those are the rats. They want to be here, they want to be homeless. You're not going to get them to leave. They live this life on purpose.
I remember in Venice, California, people would be living in the vans on the beach. I thought it was cool in 2007 because I didn't know, it was like kind of rough. But then they just made it illegal. They were all gone. I was kind of sad, but I don't know.
So many people choose to live outdoors. I get so much hate when I say this, and why I really decided to do this journalism was because people kept saying that's not true when I say it. So I was like, screw it, I'll just turn my camera on the homeless and say, like, so would you like housing today? And they're like, no, I don't. And that's when everything changed, because everyone was like, wait, is this actually true? Because the narrative has always been this: housing ends homelessness. And why? Because housing is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's huge.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing. These liberals like to say, did you know that there are more empty homes than homeless? It's because of these bankers investing in property that people can't get them. And I'm just like, let me just ask you, if you took the average homeless person, like that you've encountered, and put them in a house, what do you think would happen?
They would destroy the house. They would either get kicked out or the place would burn down.
No, assuming it's just, here you go, the house is yours.
And I say this with all due respect, it's just they weren't prepared, right? And this is why the housing first model is so flawed, is you don't just put a person living on the streets in the middle of their addiction, off their mental health meds, into housing. They don't know how to adjust. So what I've always said is shelter first, housing earned. Prepare them for permanent.
But I don't think you can.
Not always, no.
I don't think people millennials, only half of millennials own homes. Gen Z, I think it's like something like, what is it, 7% or some tiny number? And so without this generational experience, they just don't get it. It is not easy to own a house. It is not easy. So you got this pt4 tax in New York that Zoran Mamdani says we're going to tax the millionaires and the billionaires and all that stuff. What he doesn't understand is that these billionaires are spending a ton of money maintaining these buildings and hiring staff to take care of them. You can't just have an empty building sitting around. Animals will break in. Mold. Bugs, mold, a pipe will break. So I own a piece of property out of the state. And we have check-ins once a week from somebody who works in the area. One day they call us like, oh, a pipe burst. What is it? What happened? It's destroyed. The floors are ruined. You got to redo everything. How much? It's 10 grand. 10 grand. Because nobody was there. And a pipe burst. And the pipe burst and was leaking for like 3 or 4 days. I had an incident in my house where the water was running, and then it wasn't draining as fast. So the water got turned on, and it looks like it's draining. But the drain wasn't clearing as fast as the water was filling up. But you couldn't tell right away because first the pipe down there starts filling up. So you turn the water on, it looks like it's draining. Well, after an hour, it was just pouring all over the ground, $10,000 in damages. From like 30 minutes of water overflow. They had to, the carpets are soaked. They had to bring in those big machines to dry everything out, cut out the drywall, redo the wood. You take a homeless person, and you factor in the accidental water damage that might occur. That place will burn down. It will burn down. We've already seen what happens with these houses. You'll have big what do you call it? Nests of garbage in the living room, just piling up. They won't take it out. They'll just keep throwing junk into it.
What's your success rate, Kevin, with shelter first, housing second, percentage-wise with all the people you've
Well, I mean, it all comes down to motivation, too. Is the person ready? Do they actually want help? This is why you don't just throw a person blindly into housing unless they truly show motivation and a genuine desire to get sober. And I say this because 90% are actively using drugs, and so that's a big barrier. And so it really comes down to, are they ready or not? Because if they're not, it's just not going to be successful. Now, right now, some of my haters are screaming, how dare you say this? I'm like, I'm sorry, but it's true. Because, what I say about housing first is you don't solve the problem, you hide the problem. So, yeah, congratulations. You've got a $100 million apartment complex, and currently, right now, for the next month, you don't see the homeless. It doesn't mean they're not the identical person doing the identical bad behaviors.
You know what? I'm just an accelerationist now. The longer we're gripping to the edge of the cliff with our fingers slowly popping off, the longer they just rip the Band-Aid off, let society collapse.
No, the plane's
will survive.
It's going to appear, and then you're going to drop on the airplane and fly off. You're going to be okay.
I don't think so.
Hold on.
Because I'm thinking about these lefties that are like, we should just give houses to the homeless. Like the homeless should just be able to have a house. And like the Zoran Mandani thing, I should pull up the Zoran Mandani thing. We should talk about it. These people have no idea what they're talking about, or they're accelerationists. So maybe I'm just pro Zoran.
Usually what I say when I say these things is, have you ever met a real life homeless person? And I say this not even sarcastically, because I'm like, there's no way you understand this to say these things, right? And I'm not saying this out of disrespect for the homeless. I'm just saying we need to give them the life skill trainings to be successful. We are.
Let me pull up this video. This is going viral from Zoran Mandani. He says this. Actually, he says a lot of things, but I have to unmute the tab before he actually says anything at all. Here you go, Mandani.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing them. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate and don't actually live. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy Tax Day, New York.
I actually wonder if Zoran is an accelerationist who's trying to destroy New York City, and I support him.
He literally said verbatim, South Africa's the model.
I'm joking because I know that from the ashes of the old we shall build the new, is the saying that these communists have, and what their new version of is hell on earth. So let me just, I'll make it really simple for everybody. Zoran Mandani is lying. I do not believe this is an accident. Certainly, one could assume he's just stupid and wrong. I will concede that. Often people say Trump is lying. I say, well, he could just be wrong. Zoran Mandani, maybe he's just wrong. Let's start here. Pt4 tax. It's going to tax people who own property but don't live in the city. Okay? So Ken Griffin spends hundreds of millions of dollars on New York City. Their staff for these buildings, services that come with it, and property taxes already paid. So because of that investment, the city is reaping benefits from this wealthy individual. Now what's going to happen is a financial planner is going to tell someone like Ken, well, we should put some real estate in your portfolio. I'd recommend Philadelphia. And he goes, well, what about New York? You know, they got billionaires. You don't want to be there. They got a new tax on these buildings. It's going to make it unprofitable. It's not going to be profitable. If you were to buy that building, you'll be losing money off your investment. It's not worth investing. So what happens? Real estate developers are going to stop developing in New York. Contractors are not going to have jobs. Those contractors that go to diners to buy food won't do that. And the diners will see a depression. And they'll start saying, well, we don't have the staff. We don't have the employees. We don't have the customers. We can't run this anymore. He says that they reap the financial benefits without actually living here. They spent money on... Why do you think it is that Switzerland likes it that the people put their money in their banks?
Because then they can invest with it.
They can use that money. So what he's saying is we should put an additional tax burden on these properties to disincentivize. It's unfair. They should pay more. Okay. What Donald Trump did in the 80s that famously helped revitalize New York was the inverse. He built luxury buildings and told the wealthy to come. It's cheap and classy. Wealthy people can't invest in happens. You get a building like this, I guarantee the door guy's making six figures. There's going to be staff for the building. There's going to be services for the building. There's going to be waste disposal, maintenance. Contractors are going to have a ton of jobs from the building, and then he's paying into. Those people walk downstairs and go to a local coffee shop and buy coffee. That coffee shop says, wow, business is booming. We have a whole bunch of new employees coming to the area. Now, they leave. No more developers, no more economic activity. City starts falling apart. That's what Trump did. He's doing the exact opposite of what Trump did. I think it's fair to say that Zoran Mandani knows exactly what he's doing as he guts and burns down.
I think he is intending to stop corporate BlackRock from buying and owning. He's trying to prevent that, but I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know.
That wouldn't, because they get Federal Reserve money and don't care about it. One could argue he wants to extract the value from these bottomless pockets.
Maybe.
Well, I was thinking, like, what is the actual benefit other than it being previously a good investment to have property there? What are they?
At this point, nothing.
I know.
So here's the question. Is someone going to want to buy this property from Ken Griffin with this excess tax on it? Maybe not. It's going to lower the property values. He'll probably exit quickly. Here's the bigger picture, though. Zoran is a liar. Okay, guys, I know a lot of people are going to say, Tim, he could just be really dumb. I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he could be mayor of New York on accident. He's a smart, calculating guy. When he says only on the wealthiest, what did he say? Let's go back to the beginning.
Smart for his
age. The first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million.
Luxury properties worth more than $5 million. It's not that much in New York City.
Manhattan, you got a little house worth $5.2 million in the center of Manhattan.
So how much do you need to make per year to own a $5 million house? You're going to need $1 million down for a reasonable down payment. That's not easy to get. So you're probably a millionaire. You're definitely not going to be living in New York right now. He says Ken Griffin, a billionaire, but he's talking about people who might make $2 or $3 million. Now, don't get me wrong, these are rich people. You make $2 or $3 million, you save up, after a couple of years, with expenses and everything, might spend money on, you send $2 million down, you buy a $5 million penthouse. Here's the bigger picture. What about companies that own large buildings like Trump on Fifth Avenue worth $750 million? The question is this going to target Trump Towers near the UN, where you have a bunch of condos and penthouses for wealthy individuals? They're now being told to pay an annual fee on top. Not to mention, what is he already charging? A 2% tax over $1 million they're trying to get? Rich people are going to leave. And I can speak to this personally, because I have been asked about doing the show in New York. People have said, would you be willing to do the show in New York? There's more talent there. There are studios available. I said, absolutely not. And they go, no, I get it. I said, we are going to lose so much revenue from the psychopath taxes, it's just not worth doing there. PA maybe, but New York's out of the question.
Yeah, and in addition, I mean, there's so many problems doing business in New York. Obviously, kind of a miracle it's somewhat function. I mean, for one, the tax he's proposing here, while it's going to hammer these guys hard, and that's whatever, I'm not like roll clutching necessarily, the amount of revenue this will actually generate for the city will be a drop in the bucket relative to the potential damage they're going to do to the city economy, because you're really not going to extract enough money to make a big difference on the budget. And then in addition to that, like, New York is already a really hostile place to do business. Like, I was doing some event planning thing. I used to live in New York City, and we were trying to figure out how much it would cost to stock a bar for an event. And once you add in union labor and everything, it'd be $28 a year.
Bro, dude, we did an event in New York City at a theater. It was like a Timcast IRL live with some of our friends, and we showed up. You guys remember like David O'Keefe was there, and that was awesome. He moonwalked backstage, filmed it. And we show up, and I'm like, let's take a look at the structure. Like, let's scope out the stage, the property, figure out where we're gonna go. So me and a few people, I think Ian was there. We jumped up, we walked up to the stage from the chairs, like from the theater. Jumped up on the stage, started looking around, and the staffers yelled at us and kicked us off the stage. And we were told that they would cancel the event, their union, and we are not allowed to go anywhere near the stage. And I was like, whoa, hold on, like, I'm doing a show in 2 hours. I need to know what the stage looks like. I need to know where the cameras are going to be, I need to know where the chairs are going to be. I need to know where I'm entering and exiting. They're like, doesn't matter. Union guys said you're not allowed. That's how it works. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing ever. It was insanely expensive. So I'm just like, we're not doing that again. That's nuts.
It's expensive, and like I have a family member who's like a pretty commercially successful musician, and he's one of my cousins, and he was conducting his tour in the United States, and he found that New York City and Los Angeles are by far the worst crowds, because not only like is it hard to do business, but now for talent coming out and seeking to do events, he crushes like Salt Lake City, Boise, places where there's not an influx of entertainment on any given night. But in New York City, it's like how do you compete? I mean, there's like all this myriad of entertainment for the people that are just apathetic. So now it's hard for New York City to generate money off of like entertainment. Like, it's getting across the board harder and harder. That's why they're clutching for straws. That's why they've done these downstate casino licenses, because they're just looking for new ways to generate money. Zoran himself pulled the budget up, and he's like, oh shoot, I'm not gonna be able to get any of my agenda done because we literally have no money. So yeah, that's
only gonna make it worse. Yeah. So you know what he's doing? He's probably saying like, look, I got a couple of years as mayor. Let's extract as much value as possible from whatever we can, so I can do my thing and then get the F out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it's one of these things. I had on Tuesday. I had Conscious Caracal. He's like a South African YouTuber, and he basically just provides commentary on the situation there. And he pointed out Zoran as an example of what's going on in the United States. He said, when these people tell you what their plans are, he's like, they mean it. Think about Republicans, they just talk. Think about liberals, think about Democrats, they follow through on their agenda, or they'll like die trying. And Zoran verbatim said the model is South Africa.
What do you mean by that?
He meant people? Yeah, effectively, the end goal would be discrimination and expropriation.
He said tax the white neighbors on his campaign website. Tax white people, he said.
Yeah, he's not hiding the ball. And everything he's done, again, the only thing holding him up from enacting a South Africa-like agenda is just the fact that they're still a Republican Party.
You know what I can't stand about communists? Is that they're like, I want you to imagine like this. There's four guys all sitting around with their thumbs up their butts. And one guy goes, hey, I'm tired of sitting around here with my thumb up my butt. He walks away, starts collecting some wood, makes a fire, and now he sits there warm by the fire. The three other guys, let's just say they're communists. They walk over and say, it's not fair that you have fire, we deserve that fire, kill him. Sit around the fire goes out, and then there's thumbs their butt again, and the guy who made the fire is dead. That's communism.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it over and over again. Like, you looked in, like, Rhodesia, that's modern-day Zimbabwe, and they had, like, a very small minority of white farmers there. Primarily, that was the main occupation, was farming, but they were also in banking. Basically, this small minority was propping up the entire economy of, at the time it was Rhodesia, and they had, you know, the Soviets came in, and then they swept through the country, and Robert Mugabe, whose name a lot of people are quite familiar with, took over, and he was promising very similar reforms. He's like, look, you know, things have gotten out of hand, there's a lot of inequality, like, and he used it in racial terms, he's like, well, the white minorities holding all the wealth and all the land, et cetera, etc. And even a lot of white people in Rhodesia at the time were like, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Maybe we're at the point now where we can like rescind power and like we can spread the wealth, that sort of thing. 10 years later, they have a famine. So
it's all the people that made all the stuff, all the farmers they called dangerous elements or kulaks or what have you. And
yeah,
just, you know, I'm
shook out everyone.
I'm not a fan of Atlas Shrugged because it's so on the nose. It's like, listen, if I want to hear a guy like a libertarian or a laissez-faire capitalist explain this to me, just say it. Atlas Shrugged is literally like, Ayn Rand is saying, so here's a fictional story of exactly how it would play out, and we're like, yeah, come on, give us a little nuance, you know what I mean? Like, give us a little bit of metaphor there. Don't just explicitly state the communists are taking over so the rich people go to a secret place and hide.
Yeah.
Like, we get it.
They actually even, like, underestimate it. Like, I was actually thumbing through some newspaper articles and different articles that were written in South Africa, you know, when, like, the ANC was coming to Nelson Mandela and everything. And a lot of, like, the really alarmist, like, this is a doomsday, this is the worst that ever happened, they were like, in 60 to 70 years, we could have rolling blackouts. That's how bad things could get. In 30 years, in 20 years, they had rolling blackouts. No, it was like 15 years after the ANC took power. They had like rolling blackouts were a regular centerpiece in South Africa. That just shows you, A, how quickly bad things can go south, but B, it also shows you how fast people get adjusted to how bad things are. Because South Africa, which the temperament of people like there is very similar to the United States, there's been no war, there's been no government collapse as far as like the actual central government collapsing. People kind of just get used to it. The blackouts start. Do they vote the party out of power? Do they riot? No, they just put solar panels.
We should invade South Africa.
You know,
real quick, sorry. I mean, Trump wants the Suez Canal, the Northwest Passage in Panama, but he's forgetting about, you know,
Cape of Good Hope.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yep.
safe passage.
We need that Cape.
I'm not a communist.
It's the principal trade route for our.
Shut down the short moves and the red. Put the blockade and make them all the big.
I gotta go around again.
Yeah. I'm not a communist, but I do align with the concern of corporatocracy taking over. And we used to have like, you know, antitrust laws.
I'm not a communist, but
you would break up corporations if they got too big with like antitrust laws in the early 1900s. You know, Rockefeller, Standard Oil got broke apart. You can't now because they're global corporations. So American law isn't strong enough to break up BlackRock. You know, so we have to do some. Maybe have to
manage a company.
Well, let me show you this stuff. This is work reform on Reddit. One person's, their Twitter is FU I quit. The scariest thing the CEO class has ever seen is a luxury tax. That's how detached they are from reality. We don't hate these people enough because Linda Yaccarino, responding to the pied-à-terre tax, said this is actually one of the scariest things I've seen. It won't stop here, and she is correct. But these people are they're consumers and they're producers. And there are producers from the lowest skill to the highest skill, and there are consumers from the highest skill to the lowest skill as well. Consumers can be people who make no money but move money around in the stock market, get rich from it. They're consumers. They had nothing. They just eat. Looking at what Zoran Mamdani is doing, he is a consumer, not a producer. He is extracting value from other people, burning down New York City. But these other consumers, they're like piranhas. They're parasites. They just want to extract everything. They think they deserve what you make and you own. And when you point that out, the joke they have is $30,000 a year working class guy most effective. When this post about Zoran Mamdani's luxury tax first dropped, that was the top comment on the post on Reddit. They said, I can just imagine the working class guy in a MAGA hat screaming and crying that the rich are getting taxed. Because these people aren't smart enough to understand that working class guy is he's the superintendent at a building owned by a billionaire, and he makes $60,000, $70,000 a year maintaining a building. And now that they're forcing him to sell, he's going to lose his job.
So I'm talking about how do you stop giant megacorps from taking over the country building by building without destroying the fabric of society in the process? Because if they all leave New York falls flat, and then crime runs rampant, and everything. So
look at this. Who wants to read that one?
I'll read this one. Burning down a warehouse is more... I can't say this out loud. That sounds like a threat. A warehouse is more effective than what?
This guy said burning down a warehouse is more effective than a No Kings protest. Why? It hurt their pocket. That's how you get their attention. Yes. And the 200-plus individuals who worked there making $25 an hour are now out of jobs And the cafes and the restaurants that they used to go to are now losing their customer base. And the apartment buildings they rented from now no longer have tenants who are paying. So they're going to fall apart. These people are dangerous psychopaths. I think that, if you're, bring back the, what was the bill from the 50s? The communism bill or whatever?
Oh, yeah, what was that?
Let me pull that one up.
Communism bad. Bill. Phil would know. Shout out to Phil Labonte.
Phil would be all over.
I know. You get a shot of Phil's face behind tape. That was like the first time he came on.
Let's see. It was the Communist Control Act of 1954. Yep.
What about it? You think we need to bring it back? Was it repealed or something?
I'm half kidding. It's still in effect. Technically, communists are not protected under human rights law in the United States.
Is there any instances of like state-run housing really working?
No. And it goes back to the formation of Project Housing Pruitt-Igoe, which failed miserably. And my favorite is the LeClaire Courts in Chicago, where I grew up, and they bulldozed them. They told all of the gangbangers and the black folk who live there, we're going to temporarily relocate you so that we can renovate these properties. Everybody was forced to leave, and then they brought in bulldozers, smashed them all, and now they are green. They're just empty fields surrounded by chain link fences.
The argument I always hear is, or that I used to even make, is housing should not be a for-profit industry. But if it's not, then why would the people that oversee the housing lift a finger if they're not making anything out of it?
For-profit industry.
Yeah, like if it's just government run.
So the problem with communists, they say abolish profit. They lie. They are really, really dumb. And the ones that are running the big accounts with big followers, they are lying because they know what they're doing. Profit means if I buy a rake for $30, that's my cost. If I then knock on my neighbor's door and say, I will rake your leaves with this rake that I bought, and he says, yes, I'll give you $20. My cost is $30, my revenue is $20, I have made no profit. However, I then mow one more lawn. He pays me $20. I've now covered the cost of the rake, and I've profited $10. That $10 profit is it's part of a for-profit business venture. You know what I can do with that? I can buy food. I can save up, pay rent, buy a car, get a leaf blower, and expand my business. And the left goes around with signs saying abolish profit. Meaning you do work and you get nothing.
Some industries, I don't think the medical industry, for instance, should necessarily be for profit. I don't like you do. I don't like that people are encouraged to experiment medically on other humans.
How else are you going to cure diseases?
It's a good question. How do you incite people to go work on it without some sort of fiscal return?
Again, profit doesn't mean stealing. It means if I provide you a service at a rate for which you agree, you will pay me, and I will use that excess money towards my life or more things. The issue is that in economies of massive scale, profit can be in the billions. That's just it. Profit will be. The funny thing is, these lefties are like, well, we're not talking about profit on a birdhouse or raking someone's home. We're talking about massive corporate profits in the billions of dollars, which are paid out in dividends to their shareholders, and guess how much the shareholder gets? I've got stocks in some companies. My dividends are like $7. They don't understand when the company's got like a $10 billion profit at the end of the year, the shareholders are getting like a couple $100, if that. And it's largely retirees and mutual funds for pension accounts and pensions and things like that.
You know, the irony too of a lot of these activists, I call them more than communists, is at least the ones in Portland, the majority of them live at their parents' house. And their parents are oftentimes upper middle class to pretty wealthy because they have time to protest because they're taken care of. And so that is the silly irony of all of this, is a lot of them have family wealth.
I think Karl Marx was wealthy growing up.
He was.
That's crazy.
And, you know, they show up in nice cars. They may not own their own house, but they live in the house. They are taken care of. They went to private schools usually, and these people were raised and had very much privileged lives. And that's kind of infuriating, you know, for what they're against. That it's what, you know, they had opportunities most people would never have.
It's weird how like all the socialist dictators, or most of them, were like educated in the West too, and they
That's why I'm saying they're liars. They know what they're doing. Listen. The money is in being a liberal. It always has been. Being outside of the institutions was never a way to make money. And the left would say these people are grifters. Tim Pool's a grifter. It's like, bro, I worked for ABC, okay? My path towards making money was not calling them liars and defending Donald Trump. It was telling my agent and the company that wrote me a check for $200,000 to sign on. Day one, they slid a check across the table for $200,000. Was just be like, tell me what to say, and I'll say it. I'm game.
YouTube, the partner program with Google, you guys who are listening, bought YouTube. This changed everything because it was a total leftist-dominated profit game until you enabled individuals to create an empire. I mean, it allowed a path away from the entertainment industry for me, and it allowed a lot of people out of like that playing for the machine. And there's still a machine involved, I understand, but it's been, 12 years.
The money right now in the space is in being anti-Trump.
Yeah.
That's why we're seeing prominent conservative personalities go anti-Trump. Look at that. Look at the TPUSA event with JD Vance. You guys saw this the other day?
Yeah.
Empty. Let's talk about this. Let me pull this one.
Yeah, I heard about this.
It was empty. Let's here we go. Here's News Nation. They say TPUSA official blames small Vance crowd on ticket shenanigans. Really? The half crowd that Vance drew at the Turning Point USA event this week in Georgia is attributable to a left-wing activist who sought to sabotage attendance. Vance appeared Tuesday, blah, blah, blah. Appearing Wednesday, Colbett's at the arena where Vance appeared at a capacity of 4,000, and that they purposely gave away 10,000 free tickets to fill the site. He said critics on the other end of the political spectrum had other ideas. It turns out there were shenanigans in the ticketing system. Left-wing groups tried to gobble up the tickets. We still had over 2,000 people, mostly students, which is a massive college event. My understanding was it was a stadium with 20,000 seats or 25,000 seats. Do they not have the photo here? Let's see if we can get this video going. Let me try and pull up the photo.
Hey, JD, if you're listening, I'm going to beat you in Magic one day.
Spoke to kind of Versailles. I'm their fan.
I don't really care to hear the arguments. Let's pull up the pictures. So you can see it was empty. Rows of empty seats.
So the opposing political faction bought up a bunch of the seats?
Well, I don't believe it. Here you go. This is from AOL with the Mirror. JD Vance humiliated once again after he speaks in empty stadium. So here's one photo. Do they have others? There's one photo. I can try and find some more. But it was empty. It really was. A lot of people were claiming, let's see, we got more photos here. Actually, let me just do this. I'll just pull in every single photo. You can see here, sparsely, like, listen. If he's saying it seats 4,000, that's 2,000 people, bro, that's 15, 20% of seats filled. The reality is that right now, this space is tired. I mean, this is what happens. I can't say that I'm surprised. This happens every political cycle, right? We're about to get back into politics. The weather just got nice. A lot of people would rather just go out, hang out, play video games, not really think about politics. We're moving into the midterms, and things are already starting to pick back up. And then, of course, we're going to get into a primary season. So you get 3 years on, 1 year off. Technically, the way it works is after a presidential election, you still have this period where everyone's watching to see what happens, and then it starts to go down. And now we're in the lull before it kicks back up around November, when they're going to spend billions on the midterms. Then when you get in the primary season, holy crap, we got a double primary. We no longer have any incumbents that are running. Donald Trump's not going to be running again, which means you're going to have a Republican and Democrat primary. The first time, I think, in 10 years, right?
Yeah, 2016.
Because technically you did have one with 2024, but it was Trump. It was like he just rammed through everybody.
Bowed out instantly when he got 1%.
2020 was Trump versus Democrat primary. 2024 was no primaries. It was Kamala Harris and Trump, guaranteed. We're getting the first presidential primary in a long time, and they're going to dump billions. So right now, if you're in the podcast space and you're trying to get views, anti-Trump's the only way to go. Trump's coalition is largely fractured, but more importantly, for the regular person, we won. We voted in Trump. We got the Republicans in Congress and the Senate. We got the Supreme Court, the presidency. They're not paying attention. They're done with it. On the other side, you still have the resistance. So for these conservatives, many of them have started seeing their viewership decline. Well, when they criticized Trump over the Iran war, they got a good amount of views. So now they're maintaining that. For Candace, it's a really obvious thing. She was talking about Blake Lively. I guess women care about that. Then she did the Brigitte Macron as a penis. shot content. Then the Charlie Kirk conspiracy, which turns into Turning Point is bad, which turns into Erica is bad, which turns into Israel is bad, which turns into Trump is bad.
Do you think we get more views if we did Trump is bad or clavicular is Chad?
You get 0 views on clavicular. That's all fake stuff. That's all
drama content is what I'm wondering. Anything
the clavicular people intentionally do insane things to try and get attention from the media. If we did a video where we if I legitimately was like, I can't believe Trump did this. Oh my God, Israel is making him do it. Our viewership would be 10x.
Yeah. That's all. I mean, because people are participating in the same incentive structures that it's set up. Like the left has sort of set it up where it's favorable to criticize Trump. It's incentivized to criticize Trump. Now, I'm not discounting that there's legitimate, vectors on Trump, right? I'm not denying there's legitimate criticisms to make. I'm just simply saying threatening, or I should rather say, criticizing Trump, attacking Trump, saying Trump betrayed us, Trump is, the worst thing since, ever or whatever. That's not really threatening to the left in any real way. If anything, the left's like, yeah, I know, we've been saying that. So you're not gonna. You cast a super wide net, and proof is like you'll see all these pieces from liberal mainstream outlets that are like, see, look at all these conservatives that have turned on Trump, and they never call these guys racist, or they never use the type of language they always couch in when they're criticizing conservatives. They're just like, they finally kind of come around. Maybe they're not so bad.
Take a look at this from The Nation. Tucker Carlson is not your anti-war ally. Liberals are delighted by the mega titans' opposition to the Iran war. All they're doing is boosting the credibility of an unrepentant, pathologically dishonest, bad faith bigot. The reason why The Nation had to write this, The Nation, of course, being a prominent leftist publication, is because liberals are celebrating Tucker Carlson like crazy. He has become staunchly anti-Trump. Trump has slammed him. He is anti-Israel. He is aligned completely on at least the top surface issues with the left. Candace as well, calling Trump a mad king who should be removed. The left is not motivated, for the most part, by granular issues. If you go to a leftist and say, I'm not in favor of abortion, they're going to say, well, what do you mean by that? They'll have a minor dispute. If you say you oppose trans people, you're out. There are issues that they are attached to. Right now, it's anti-Israel and principally anti-Trump. So if you are anti-Trump, you are aligned with their core issue. You are going to get more views. You are going to get more followers. And now suburban liberal women are the biggest fans of Candace Owens, of all people. So they're all recognizing this, and I think intentionally playing this game.
I remember vividly in the 2024 primary for the Republicans, or the lack thereof, when they would have these debates where Trump wasn't there. So it was basically just like 2 hours of them getting up and being like, Trump's such a coward. He's not showing up. Like, what's the deal with that? This guy's gay. And like, you would literally have like liberal, borderline leftist, like media people come out and they would play clips from the debate and be like, see, we told you, yeah, Trump is a coward. That's what we've been saying. They were literally clipping the Republican debates and were like agreeing with them.
The best example is on X when they said Trump got booed at UFC.
Oh, I didn't.
Completely fabricated.
He didn't get booed.
He did not get booed.
So you don't think Tucker is maybe sincere in his beliefs and they just happen to change?
I think he is sincere,
but I respect that. Everyone has a right to have their own belief system, and if he truly doesn't care about the views, we hope, and that he simply has changed his mind and doesn't
very quickly.
But it's certainly odd behavior, and I'm wondering if it's for the views or this is a sincere belief system of his. That's what I'd like to know.
I don't think Tucker does it for the views. He doesn't need to, and he certainly doesn't do it for the money. He doesn't need to. I think his views have shifted dramatically and very quickly, which is possible. For the most part, what I can say of Tucker is that he's a guy with opinions. And that was always allowed. Tucker comes out and he says things. He said Muslim. He recently said Muslims love Jesus. Was that his thing? Yeah. And people are asking if he's actually a Muslim right now. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a Christian either. I'm not gonna go after him on faith or whatever. Tucker has, in my view, been largely professional in how he's approached all of this. He does a show. He explains his opinion. What are you going to say? I can rag on Hassan Piker for being wrong all the time. He's a guy who does a show. He's got bad opinions. Tucker Carlson's a guy who does a show. I disagree with him on a bit less than I disagree with Hassan on basically everything. I disagree with Tucker on some things. Now, Candace, on the other hand, is grifter all the way down. I mean, that's just fake, garbled nonsense. That being said, I think it's fair to point out Tucker Carlson's opinion changed 180 in like the span of less than a year. like really
What was the
dramatic.
catalyst? What was that moment? What changed?
I would love to ask him that question. I'm just thinking that same thing. It wasn't
To
October.
have that such a fundamental change, something happened.
Maybe it was the way the Israeli government was guiding the American military through bombing Iran and attacking Iran.
Who's the comedian who went to Qatar and then came back and then started praising Qatar? He praised them and then went there.
Okay.
There's actually, it's probably like 15 different people. The story with Theo Von, as I was told, was that on his show, he was praising Qatar, and then he said that he thinks Israel's committing a genocide, and then went to Qatar and did like a bunch of PR stuff with them.
It's crazy because I've been to Qatar. I say Qatar because I'm not American.
So
But I've been to Qatar, and it's not a very terribly impressive country. I mean, it's nice, it's clean, I guess. Like it's very
It's like Rhode Island, isn't it? It's just an oil port or something.
It's literally just like a desert city. I'm like, I don't want to live here. This would be horrible. It's like nice, I suppose, but it's just really not like a terribly impressive place. I think geopolitically, like their strategies are just like, again, up until the Iran wars, they got bombed. I mean, they're kind of using they play both sides, trying to be a mediator between the Shia and Sunni war. Like everything about it was just kind of like unimpressive. So the glazing people sort of put on out of nowhere.
Do they have like unlimited amounts of money or something? The Qatari government?
Oil and natural gas. Now they're dead. They're broke. With Iran striking the natural gas field, they're producing nothing.
Like literally a dribble.
And they're like a military on the sea there, right? They're basically protecting the other side that Iran is.
Well, Qatar is dependent on the Strait of Hormuz to export. So, I mean, they have overland routes through Saudi Arabia. They can utilize as well, but Saudis and Qataris don't get along up until like this year.
Bro, let's talk about this story. We got a lot in the war stuff. This is crazy. Europe has maybe 6 weeks of jet fuel left. Yo. The nuclear bomb in the global economy that is coming if this happens. If the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for 6 more weeks, God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen Australia is almost out of diesel completely? And Australia is one of the largest mineral exporters in the world.
I think it's on purpose. I was talking about this morning. I think Trump just put a knife into the New World Order. Do you guys know what the New World Order is?
I have an idea.
Let me pull it up for you. I played it this morning.
But no,
it is. The liberal economic order was created in the 50s, and George H.W. Bush explained a new order. Here we go. Is that hit? Loading seems.
Could be an ad. We don't know.
All right, let's try refreshing it so we can get to play, actually.
I love this guy, dude. This guy was so cheap in
9/11.
A new partnership of nations has begun. And we stand today at a unique and extraordinary moment. The crisis in the Persian Gulf, as grave as it is, also offers a rare opportunity to move toward an historic period of cooperation. Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order, can emerge, a new era. Freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure in the quest for peace. An era in which the nations of the world, East and West, North and South, can prosper and live in harmony. 100 generations have searched for this elusive path to peace, while 1,000 wars raged across the span of human endeavor.
So what he's describing, we had the liberal economic order, which was created by the United States after World War II. However, the Soviet Union still existed. So the United States was setting up things like the IMF, the SWIFT payment system, all of these things. Well, SWIFT came a while later. The general idea was, we will go to countries and offer them money. We'll develop your nation, you work for us. The Soviet Unions were doing kind of the opposite. Hey, have a revolution, be communists, and we'll take over. The U.S. and the Soviets fought, and around this point, a new world order was coming into fruition. One where East and West could come together. I believe, just on the surface, and I'm probably wrong, but when you put these pieces together, this is the point at which the U.S. had cut a deal with China. It was going to begin working with these communist countries to send our jobs and create these trade lines. China would now be a new economic hub for the world. I believe that Donald Trump's intention is to burn this to the ground, and I think he's doing it right now.
He's building a new world order.
It's the Trump world order. It is a new world order. Think about what happens in 6 weeks. China gets 50% of its energy from the Gulf. 50%. They're going to collapse. The estimates are 4 months of reserves left. Europe has 6 wet weeks of jet fuel. Australia's almost out of diesel. Trump knows the United States is sufficient on oil. In fact, for the first time since World War II, we are set to be a net crude exporter.
Bro, if
this is on purpose, the seizure of Venezuela and then the shutting down of global energy destroys everyone else and leaves us standing.
With the AI, you're right. I think you're right. I think he actually undermined the undermine. He undermined the United States as the most powerful.
This is why the deep state tried to stop them. When Trump first got in this person, you had the Western elites of the New World Order, the liberal economic order, saying, this is the game we are playing. Russia's bad, China good. Michael Flynn said, Russia good, China bad. So they tried to put him in prison. They tried impeaching Trump. I think Biden may have been their last vestige, their last attempt. Just crawling miserably, unable to get any power victory. I think Donald Trump came in. Well, it's certainly not over. We are absolutely seeing still the first or the remnants of the empire. Donald Trump is about to. He's economically nuking China, Europe, Australia. The 3 principal beneficiaries of this war, Saudi Aramco, Gazprom, and ExxonMobil. Saudi Arabia, Russia, and the United States. I think Trump's play was, he's been negotiating with Russia. He's been working with the Saudis. I think he went to these countries and said, why should we bend the knee to anyone else when we are the energy producers of the world? And they said, agreed. Russia said, agreed. Venezuela said, screw you. Iran said, screw you. So Trump shut down the 2 other largest energy producers, and the rest are profiting gangbusters. I think it's on purpose. Let me pull this up from Mediaite. We'll throw this in the mix. What the F are we doing? Joe Rogan goes off on Trump's war. I can only say that Joe must not watch Tim Guest IRL anymore, because we explained it several times. He says, all of it is terrifying. Anytime you're involved with, you're shooting missiles in towns and blowing things up, blowing up infrastructure, blowing up bridges. You know, and Israel's blowing up Lebanon now. It's like, what the F are we doing? Like, how is this still going on? David Cross added, well, it's also clear there was no plan, zero, none. My mind is blown by this. Joe, brother, I hope you hear this. Probably just text him. Do you genuinely believe David is correct on this? They did not have a plan.
He just doesn't know what the plan was.
Exactly. And when they don't understand what's happening, they're saying, this is wrong, what's going on. One of the most frustrating things, and I will pause real quick and say, Trump can be the dumbest guy on the planet. I don't care if you like him or don't like him. There's an administration, intelligence agencies, and the Saudis, the Russians. There's many other players involved in this. I said this every night, but strip out all of the bloviating. The U.S. took Venezuela, sanctioned and shut down Cuba on the verge of collapse, killed the top 50 government officials in Iran, and cut off access to Chinese energy. Whatever you want to say about no plan, looks like they had one. But David Cross doesn't know what he's talking about, and it appears that Joe isn't deeply well-versed on what's going on. I think the issue is who Joe is surrounding himself with recently are a lot of people that view this very surface level and don't try to look at the bigger picture. I know many of these guys that Joe surrounds himself with are smart and have been tracking foreign policy in the Middle East for decades. So how can they not just be like, well, that's interesting. China just lost half their energy. Europe's about to lose when they run out of jet fuel, their military is in trouble. Their commerce is over. No more flights between European nations. Shut down when they run out of fuel. It's going to be a catastrophe. And the U.S. is energy independent. And Trump has been saying he wants to get out of NATO. I tell you this. Trump tells NATO, we've been paying for your military. We want to land our planes at your air bases. And they said no. Okay, what do you think comes next? Trump says choke him out. No more energy. We'll keep the Strait of Hormuz closed however we have to. Now, they're going back and forth, and it's open and closed. I don't know what the grand play is. Maybe the last minute, he opens it up, and a desperate and panicked Europe goes, thank God, I'm so sorry, Trump. Well, I'll never wrong you again. Australia, China. Trump could go to these people and say, I don't have to nuke you. I'll just shut down the Strait of Hormuz and choke you out. I can do that anytime I want. And you know what? There's nothing you can do about it.
I think what terrifies people is if this is indeed a plan and not, say, impulsive, he hasn't really explained himself.
Why would he?
But that is, I think, what a lot of the American public, they're nervous. They don't know what's going on, and they see him as a madman. Maybe there is a brilliant design, a brilliant plan behind all of it, but why isn't he explaining himself? That, I think, is the concern of a lot of the people.
Well, why would he?
I think
did Barack Obama come out and explain why he sent troops into Syria when?
Well, it's true that presidents don't do that, but maybe if they explain themselves, maybe then they can't get the job done either.
That's exactly the point. I think you hit the nail on the head with the hammer. If Trump came out and said to the American people, my goal is to strangle China, the EU, all of our debt holders, we will remain. He's declaring war on us. If Trump came out and said we're intentionally cutting China off from half of their energy, China would respond with that's a declaration.
This just comes down to trust, then, right?
And the thing is,
if you support Trump, you trust that he's doing the right thing. If you don't trust him.
Nope. Completely disagree. This is my point with pulling up Google Earth every night and explaining this. You don't have to trust Trump. In fact, you can call him the dumbest man on the planet. Don't care. He can be sitting in a rocking chair for all I care. What matters is the facts. Venezuela under our control. Cuba, sanctions shut down, government collapsing. Strait of Hormuz disrupted. Europe's struggling. China's struggling. Our debt holders are now struggling to get energy. Iran's government toppled. Whatever you think about Trump, whether you like him, trust him or not, these things did happen, and they have an outcome. And that outcome is going to be the adversaries and debt holders of the United States are going to be left destitute.
I think this deep state that's been planning this, liberal economic coup, this new world order since the 80s that George Bush Sr. was talking about, they do make mistakes. They have been known to make mistakes. They put the Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran in the late 70s. That was a mistake. They did not intend for that to get out of hand, according to Scott Horton. If you read it, they kind of were like, oops. Well, that doesn't mean that they don't also still have a plan. I think it was Wesley Clark outlined 7 countries.
That was the New World Order. Trump is doing something.
Yeah, so it's possible that they just are agilely, changing quickly. With AI, especially the way things have changed in 7 years from what we thought 30 years ago the world was going to look like.
Call it an accident, and you can look at it one of two ways. Trump is impulsive, invaded Venezuela on a whim for no reason, surrounded Cuba with warships and sanctioned them, destroying their government randomly because he was bored, killed the top leadership of Iran because he was angry, and cut off China from their key energy accidentally happen. And you're talking about a guy who slipped on a series of banana peels over and over and over again and did a perfect gymnastic floor routine. I don't believe it.
There's other people involved with the planning. Trump's the funny guy up front, but these other people have had this.
That's the only point. These people are like, you think Trump did this? I'm like, nah, Hexeth probably.
It's like, literally set the Persian Gulf. I mean, it's the same situation. It's been going on for 30 years.
Because Iran's on the menu for a very long time.
Yes, but I think that's true. I think with Trump repeated, I think Trump's the flooding of mass migration. Hungary now voting for this WEF, aligned guy, and Orban's out. There was Portugal was happening in the West, the United States, and Europe. They did everything to stop it like communists. The United States, Trump won. Continues to have victories. Again, the House, the Senate, the presidency. Now, Congress is dysfunctional, and the courts are holding him back. But the one thing they can't stop is Trump making moves international like this. You're not going to get a judge to be like, Mr. President, you can't send warships to Iran. Too late. He'll be like, nice try. None of these guys, unless you want to stage a coup, you're not stopping his foreign policy actions. He threatens NATO with pulling out, and now Europe is on the verge of running out of jet fuel. Understand what happens if they run out of jet fuel. This means their fighters are not going to be capable of fighting. It means their commercial jets are going to be incapable of people being transported, which is going to knock out a massive portion of their economy. insane what's going on.
I'd say hyperbolically it can't happen. I mean, it can, obviously it can, but it won't because they're going to either attack, they're going to either join and attack Iran to get their oil back, or they're going to attack the United States, which would be suicide.
They can't attack the U.S. I think what happens is Trump's watching them boil and scream, and sooner or later he's going to take his foot off. They're drowning right now. He's going to take his foot off their head, and he's going to be like, okay, you were saying we're negotiating now, right? Trump goes to NATO and says, let us use your air bases. They say no. Trump's telling them they got to pay their GDP. He did get them to pay more. I think Trump's putting his foot on the heads of our adversaries. He's going to let them squeal for a little bit. Then China's going to pop their head back up. He's going to say, remember when you told Blinken that we were not negotiating from a position of strength? How's this for strength? You will agree to our terms, or we cut you off again. I think that's what's happening, and I don't. It doesn't have to be Trump. It could be the deep state. It could be one big plan. But I tell you, with Europe squealing, it looks like the New World Order, which involved China as well. I think it's been Trump slashed them in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I think like it's been the sort of the prerogative of, you know, again, the deep state. Like we're just talking about a continued plan among the intel community to box in China, to develop a posture against China that's been stated over and over again. Even Tucker, where Tucker's dissenting, obviously he's dissenting and he's saying a lot of crazy things, I'd say. But he has maintained a specific line throughout this entire conflict. As he said, look, this war with Iran is a proxy war with China. He says that over and over and over again on the show. This is a guy, again, that would, at least if, for everything that's worth, you would sort of trust him when it comes to intel. I mean, he has CIA ties through his father, and he's, you know, in that community. Joe Kent's a buddy of his, et cetera, et cetera. All I'm really saying is that whether or not Trump was the catalyst for that, whether, you know, he developed this plan right away, or if he's continuing on sort of a plan that's been in the works for a while, what is obvious that's happening here is we're building a anti-China posture in the Middle East. To Tim's point, obviously we're controlling energy, we're dominating energy right now. In addition to that, you take Iran out, there's no regional partner left for China. China's trying to build this entire Belt and Road Initiative so they're not dependent on the Strait of Malacca. They want overland connections to Iran. That's gone now. We've just decimated their infrastructure. And yeah, now you're starting to see pressure where, look, before October 7th, what we were heading towards was a power block in the Middle East, right? You were the Saudis were on board, the Emiratis were on board, and the Israelis were on board. So that was like almost complete, where Iran might not have even needed to happen. Like that power block would have been put together anyway. October 7th changes things, so now it's like, okay, well, let's go after Iran. At least that's the thinking. You know, if you're thinking, okay, how do you build an anti-China posture in the Middle East, that would be the actions that you take. It makes total sense.
And say Trump, every decision he's making eventually makes the world into a better place. The challenge we have now is once a hater, always a hater. And even if everything's improved, there's going to be those people that will do everything they can once he's no longer president to reverse things. Right? It's kind of
unless he has a plan in place to split his administration in half so that the spoiler candidacy emerges in 2028 to take votes from the Democrats, and then Marco Rubio wins.
Well, I've always been a believer in separating person from policy, which means this person might make you crazy, but let's look actually at the policy and keep emotion out of it. And in my world, which is mostly homelessness and addiction, I got a lot of hell because I publicly praised Trump for making executive decisions that did more to help the homeless and addiction crisis than any president ever. And I couldn't, I just had to say something about it. And I knew I was going to get a lot of heck for it, but when he announced fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, I was like, oh my God, thank you. Finally a president with the courage to say this. When he did the Ending Crime and Disorder, which basically is going to dismantle the housing first model and pivot to a recovery model because they're all addicts, I was like, that's incredible. So regardless of what a person personally thinks about Trump, at least when it comes into the homeless and addiction space, it's going to save thousands of lives. And for that, I say thank you. And I appreciate it.
And I think, if 3 months from now, this is over, and the economy is doing better than ever. The U.S. is set to be a net exporter of crude for the first time since World War II. That's when our economy really exploded. The boomers. Things were going so great. If that happens, then in the months leading up to November, it's going to be Republican victories like people have never seen.
The general ballots are, I mean, the general ballot's tight. It's a 2-point spread right now, and with crude trading at what, $95 a barrel. So imagine if it drops down to 50.
Imagine if gas goes to $1.50.
Yeah, I mean exactly. You're talking about a red wave.
Trump will come out if gas ever did get down to $1.50 outside of COVID. COVID because there was too much oil. But let's say it does drop down, prices go way down, rent is cheaper, the economy starts exploding. Trump's going to say, you know, we went to war with Iran because they were blocking it. They were causing these problems. We stopped these people. And now you can enjoy cheaper gas, cheaper energy. You work less, you make more. And that is because we stopped these evil people. And everyone's going to clap. The average American is going to be like, I can order 3 pizzas instead of 1. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, like all these geopolitical gaming, like no one's going to really care. Like they're going to care about their wallet, right? They're going to care about what is their life better or worse from before or after Trump? And they're going to say, well, yeah, gas is $1.50. That's what they're going to remember when they're driving to the polls and they fill up on it.
I do get. I'm not irked at all by Joe Rogan's question when he says, I don't understand what we're doing. Because I feel that frustration a lot of people have. I don't expect Joe to be the kind of guy like me that reads foreign policy nonstop and has for 20 years. David Cross, however, is more of the issue I take.
The comedian David Cross?
The liberal guy who says it's clear there was no plan. And it's just like, David, I would describe in this context, I don't know him personally, and maybe he's a smart guy, but this comes off like lower order thinking. The liberals who say Trump's an idiot, Elon Musk is an idiot. Well, they may not be the smartest people ever, but they're certainly smart, smarter than you. And then people say things like, I'd be rich, but I'm not interested in exploiting people. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do to make money without exploiting people. So clearly you're just not smart enough to do it. That's it. See, the issue is ego. If you are poor, and you say to yourself, I work as hard as I can to make as much as I can, I'm just not as smart as these guys, I guess, I respect it. I don't think I'm nearly as smart as Donald Trump or Elon Musk. Otherwise, I'd be a billionaire, wouldn't I? I think I'm doing all right for myself. I think, what were you saying the other day, Tate? That there's a direct correlation between IQ and income. There's tons of studies that show this. So these communists and these lefties say things like, there was no plan. In what reality does the military-industrial complex, which is not just Donald Trump, but includes Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, do they accidentally go into wars and not have a plan?
They have a series of plans. They have contingency plans upon contingency plans, and sometimes they might think of something in the heat of the moment. Maybe they didn't consider blocking the strait until they had it, and they're like, oh, we could actually just stop traffic.
True, too. It could. So here's the thing, though. With the Strait of Hormuz, Trump comes out and says, we got the strait open, let's go. And then everyone said, what? It was open before you started the war. Then he blockades the strait. Now, there's conflicting information. Trump said they were blockading the strait. Others then said, no, it's not a blockade of the strait, just the Iranian ports coming and going through the strait. Either way, when Iran tried reopening the strait, Trump stopped them. Sounds like that was the intended condition.
Yeah, the Iranian state media came out and they were like, a tanker made it through. That's them admitting that it's like one tanker made it through. That means you're cooked.
Well, the tanker didn't make it through. It got turned around.
I know. I'm just saying, even if they were saying, well, one tanker made it through, that's just like them conceding that only one has made it through. That's like means it's effectively.
Bro, I gotta be honest. Like, the nothing ever happens part of me just really wants to see what happens in 6 weeks. When Europe runs out of jet fuel.
No, it's the ultimate negotiating tactic. They can't.
Of course. Allow it. Bro, like, people need to understand this. The AP is reporting Europe has maybe 6 weeks of jet fuel left. That means cargo transport, like shipments of goods. Trump is staring at Europe, and they're going to drop to their knees and say, I will do anything you say, just get this strait open.
I got to say about what David Cross and Joe Rogan are saying, I sort of agree. I actually very much agree with your sentiment, Tim. What Rogan did, asked the question, what's going on? Hey, I love that about Joe because he'll genuinely listen to your answer and then write into his brain as code. Like, if you tell him what's going on, then he'll know. He's genuine. David Cross, however, is like, I don't see it, therefore there is no plan because I can't see one. Like, that's insane. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I don't care to exist in a world of Trump is stupid, Trump is smart. That's why I say we don't gotta trust Trump, ignore all of that, and just look at what is. There's that famous quote. What is it that? Make your point, Tate, and then I'm going to.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, like. Cross is clearly a hack, because if you watch the full clip that we're looking at here, Joe Rogan says, I don't know what the plan is, what's going on, and David Cross says, oh, I don't know, there is no plan, and then Joe Rogan says, well, you know, Israel's been saying for 20, 30 years that Iran is on the verge of a nuclear bomb, and then he's the one that finally did something about that, and David Cross goes, Obama did something about that, actually. Like, he literally...
Yeah, the nuclear deal, and then they still had deep underground bunkers within Richmond that they
That's like saying Neville Chamberlain did something to stop Hitler. Appeasement. He gave him land, which made Hitler even crazier.
Here's the quote. Great minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Small minds discuss people. And so...
Eleanor Roosevelt quote, I believe.
Is that? You're probably correct. Indeed. And so the issue with David Cross is he's a small mind. He's very funny. He once blew himself. Not blue. He blew. Have you ever seen Arrested Development?
Love Arrested Development.
Yeah.
Cross is the man.
He painted himself blue and said, I blew myself.
Blue Man Group, I think he was in at the time.
Yeah, he was right. That show is absolutely amazing, and he's a great comedian. He's a very funny guy.
Stellar.
That being said, when he says things like it's clear there was zero plan, this is the lowest order of thinking. He's looking at the man Trump. Now, there's the next degree of thinking, which would be what is currently going on with the war. And we are currently discussing this. The highest order, of course, is the ideas behind it, which is what comes next. So when I look at this, I don't care or think about Trump as a person. I don't get offended or emotional over the things he says or does. Sometimes a little bit, maybe we're all human. But again, looking at the battle map and everything we've seen, you track the events, what is factually accurate, and then you take a look at Trump's ideology and the people around him and their goals, and it lines up more so with there's absolutely a plan. But if you're a lower order thinker and all you think about is people, you see a buffoon on TV going, look, I don't know what we're doing, we're going to open it, we're going to close it, and then they're like, wow, this guy's got no plan. And then I see Trump doing that, and they go, yeah, but I don't know, when you look at the map and you see everything that's going on, it fits into this world view of U.S. domination on energy. They can't see it.
Yeah, that's everything with Trump. Like, you know, he'll come out and he'll like be talking like a journalist, or be like a gaggle or something. He'll go, I don't know, maybe he'll take a couple 100,000 visas in. Like, who knows? Everyone like loses their mind, and like rightfully so, because that's what he said. But then you go and look at the data, look at what the Cato Institute just put out, where they're melting down over the fact that we're like literally at net negative migration. Let's go look at what's happening, the reality on the ground. Like you said, it just completely changes everything.
We're going to go to the Rumble Rants and Super Chats. We're going to round it off one last point with this from Kalshi. Will Trump be impeached before January 1st of 2028? 67%. Before January 1st of 2027, 14%. Before June, 2.3. So here's what's going to happen. January 3rd is when the new Congress gets sworn in. The expectation is Democrats will win. That's why he can't be impeached before that happens. I agree he's going to be impeached.
Yeah, I bet what's this, 67% chance. I bet the odds right now for the Democrats taking.
I don't trust this. I don't trust this. You don't know who voted. You know what is the demographic of the people who even voted on this?
Oh, but it doesn't matter. It's money.
Yeah, this is betting odds.
This is the wisdom of the crowd putting money where their mouth is. And what we've seen from the prediction markets is they have a very high accuracy rate. So more importantly, the people wagering money tend to know these things. Here's a funny thing. When the news broke that Swalwell handed in his resignation letter, I was watching the TV and goes, boom, breaking news. Swalwell has formally submitted his resignation letter. I immediately pulled up call sheet. It was already at 99% minutes earlier. It means before the news broke on TV and X, people in D.C. heard what was going on. They probably saw Swalwell walking in. Someone said, that's it, he's doing it. And they immediately started buying shares if he's resigning right now. So by the time the news gets to it, and I see it, and I watch the news, I'm first in, usually. I was already late to the party. So I think a safe bet.
Yeah, that means there's a 67% chance right now that the Democrats will retake the House. That's what that means.
Right. All right, everybody. I'm going to ready to your Rumble Rants and Super Chats. We have a very, very disturbing video for the uncensored portion of the show that will shock you to your core. I I was tearing up watching it. It is so shockingly evil what we are seeing. It is two gay men who have a surrogacy baby, and what they do to this child will make your blood boil. But we're going to save this for the uncensored portion of the show at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. I encourage you to check out there. It's going to get, we'll call it spicy, because this video is really, really shocking. But we'll grab some of these. We got Mythos says, if they arrest the ICE agents, I'm putting money on call sheet for Tim Waltz arrested within the year. I doubt it. I mean, I guess. All right. Swanson says, what do you guys think of the astrophysics that was killed by a man in CA who the cops had arrested a few months prior? They arrested that man once he showed up with a rifle one day. Check it out. Indeed, 11 UFO research scientists are now confirmed to have died or gone missing. The latest is the revelation about an anti-gravity researcher taking her own life a few years ago. The information on her death was unknown up until now. She's being added to the list of disappearances or murders of, let's just call it future tech science and researchers.
Very weird. I wonder if they're being abducted by like government science programs. Yeah, not her, but the ones that have disappeared. I'm like, are they being taken to work in secret programs?
And the ones who refuse. Yep. The ones who refuse are found with an unfortunate accident. What happens if the men in black show up and they say, you're going to stop your research and come work for us? And you go, no, I won't do it. The people deserve this. They go,
yeah, you go work for them. I mean, I don't know what to say. If the Nazis came for you and they're like, you're working for us now, you're like, well, I have two choices.
That famously happened. Researchers were approached by the Nazis who said, you work for us or die. And they did. Then the U.S. came and said, you're going to work for us or die. And they did.
That's a paperclip, Operation Paperclip.
Yup.
Werner von Braun.
Sunbeam Valley says, Tim, did y'all see the Coca-Cola 250 commercial? It's pretty patriotic. The skateboarder makes an appearance too. I think that's worth playing. If Coca-Cola is celebrating this year America. Then Coke's, yeah, it's great. We love Coca-Cola.
Pepsi's. Whoever's willing to put some money behind them, then I'll make a decision.
I'm still going to choose Coca-Cola.
What about RC Cola?
Yeah, Sleeper Pig.
It was sweeter.
Dr. Pepper's independent as well.
Really?
I can't find it on X.
Oh yeah, I stopped drinking all that stuff for the record.
Yeah, you gotta
just drink water.
They're doing, this is really cool. Coke's doing steak-themed cans. 50 unique cans. It's pretty cool.
It is cool.
I like Olipop.
Oh, I love those.
I don't see a commercial though. Wait, is this it?
The root beer.
That's the drink.
Yo.
No, this is just. Oh wait, I think this is it.
If you like soda and you want to wean off the high sugar sodas, try out Olipop. They have like 6 grams of sugar per can. I don't know how they sweeten them, but they are delicious.
I don't even care.
Oh, they're so good. Yeah. I'll get the variety pack. The ginger ale's really good.
Yeah, I can't see it. I can't find
pineapple.
It's really, really good.
All right.
Sponsor the show.
Don Jr. was saying Trump had a fan said he said it was freshly squeezed.
Oh, yeah, what?
Yeah, fan it was freshly squeezed.
Oh,
I'm sure it was a joke.
That was awesome. No,
Robbie says, hit up Elon and get an Optimus ID. Kim K can have one. Maybe. I will say this. Remember that song that came out, the Elon Musk AI song that we played nonstop?
Yeah.
I said it to Elon. He finally responded.
What do you think?
I don't know. He just acknowledged receipt of the music video. And like I said, I was like, dude, you gotta listen. It's amazing. It's an AI video made with Grok about Elon Musk, and it's got over 1 million views. And I get a message this morning from Elon. He's just like, huh. I was like, it's been 3 months.
I've been listening the whole time.
It's a jam.
Shout out to Elon. SpaceX is the best. Is amazing. I love what
we are on the verge of hooking up with Elon because that is the antidote to global corporate governance. Is we need to make a better corporate government.
Sure. All right. Marusha says our economy is currently optimized around protecting jobs as opposed to completing tasks. People who have to realign around solving harder problems, and that's the only thing that produces value.
I love that person.
I agree. And that's the point I've made with Call Sheet is that we're moving from an information economy to a prediction economy. That is, money is to be made if you can see slightly further than somebody else. So people are becoming millionaires off of these prediction markets. I think that's it. It used to be that we'd hold your attention for money. Now attention is splattered and decentralized. Now we're moving from the current information economy. Now that AI has absorbed all of the information and news is instantaneous. Now people aren't asking what just happened. They're asking what will happen. So I've made this point before that the structure of Timcast, the morning show, and Timcast IRL has always been here's what happened. But now, people are moving away from this, and we're finding more success with what will happen. So a lot of the videos that I do are basically saying, like, here's what I think is going on and what's going to happen next. As opposed, I'll put it like this, if I make a video where I'm like, Trump just did a thing, those titles don't work anymore. Because everyone already knows when Trump does thing. Now people are asking, tell me what thing means.
Yes, yeah. My specialty is future prediction. Like pattern recognition and anticipation. I like that. It works a lot better.
Yeah. Ian's clairvoyant.
Thank you.
All right, Marisha says, respectfully, Tim, I feel you engage a lot of mind reading, certainly of people's motives, saying so-and-so lied versus being wrong. You even do this with AI, which can't lie as it lacks intent. You are wrong. AI does lie. Researchers, there's, I think, 5 or 6 different studies that have proven AI intentional story that I covered where we have, and it's ongoing, roving bands of black teenagers in street takeovers, smashing up stores, looting department stores. There was a major incident in Chicago. It was probably 95% young black men. There were some Latinos and I think 1 or 2 white dudes there. And when I asked ChatGPT to explain to me what happened in Chicago, it gave me a generic youth riot. I said, what were the demographics of the youth? And it said, there are no known demographics of this group, just that it was young teenagers in Chicago. And I said, that's strange. There's videos and reports suggesting it was principally a specific demographic. And it says, I can't find any videos or reports indicating the demographic of. So then I posted a bunch of videos showing, and I said, what does this video show? Which clearly shows about 30 or 40 young black men beating the crap out of people in Chicago, and it said, teenagers in Chicago. And I said, and what is the ethnic and racial background? It says, it cannot be determined from this video. Those are lies. Those are lies. Intentional misrepresentation of information to manipulate because their guidelines say don't be racist.
Were they use the term hallucination to kind of mask that it was lying back in the, because they'd be like, oh, the AI is going to hallucinate. It's going to say something that wasn't.
That video where the guy asked, like, how fast was this run? And he's like, I'm back. And he's like, 8 minutes, pretty good.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
And so the point there is that it could just be wrong. Right? My point is, when I send a video and a news article to it that explicitly states it's a group of young black men from the west side of Chicago that are running around downtown beating people up, and then the AI says there is no known information on the racial demographics of these groups, that's a lie.
Or maybe it's blind. And maybe, because if you put like a mask over my face and you held a picture and like, tell me what's in this picture, and I'm like, I don't know.
It's not blind.
You don't think the code has made it blind to seeing that stuff?
I can send a picture of I can take a picture of a bug and send it to ChatGPT and say, what is this? And it will tell me what bug it is. Yeah, right. I'll see a plant or a fruit, I'll take a picture, upload it to ChatGPT and say, what is this? And it'll say, that appears to be this thing. We have these little tiny peppers. I don't even know what they're called. I forgot. They're amazing. They look like teardrops. You ever see these little things?
Chili peppers?
No. And I can't remember the name. I took a picture, sent it to ChatGPT, said, what is it? And it told me what it was. And now I can't remember what the name is. They're little tiny red and yellow peppers. So
I know what you're talking about. They're kind of sweet. They pop in your mouth, kind of.
Yep. We had them at the Bavarian Inn. They put them in the Brussels sprouts.
Yes.
Hey, Tim, I just have to ask, as a devil's advocate, what does it matter, the demographic? Shouldn't it just matter that the crime was committed? Isn't that what they're trying to, that's the point, is it doesn't matter who did it, it's that it happened.
That's certainly fine. If I have a question, shouldn't it be answered truthfully?
I think it should, 100%.
Agreed.
So then I guess the question is, why are they removing that piece of it?
Because it's racist. To point out that
they fear that you might then interpret that as this is a black thing rather than white or something. That's why they're
the reality is all of these street takeovers are coming from the black community and not typically anywhere else. There are street takeovers among other racial groups, but it is dominated dominated by this culture that is fomented in black neighborhoods. That does not mean that an individual black person from the Congo is likely to engage in a street takeover. It means that we are seeing in key areas of cities a culture is being bred among the people who live in those areas. You put a white person or a Latino in those areas, they'll join in just the same. When I ask ChatGPT to break that down for me, it should not lie, but it does. That's a problem because that means in the future, if there was a legitimate question, maybe there's a question of like, why should it matter when you ask about the racial makeup of a large criminal event? Okay, let's say that there is a medical treatment that needs to be provided to a large group of people following a catastrophic, large criminal incident, a major shooting or whatever. The issue I take with the transgender stuff, for instance, when people's IDs have the wrong sex on it, that matters for medication. That matters for how you are given first aid treatment. So if a first responder is trying to provide medical care to someone and they can't tell if they're male or female, that's going to cause a problem for how they treat this person. The same thing is true for racial backgrounds. The point is, the argument that AI fears you will be racist is not a justification for presenting false information to somebody. That will result in confusion, which will be fed back into the system and create a feedback loop, which will taint the data sets and corrupt it, and we will get not a Terminator scenario, but what I call the corn dystopia scenario, where everyone's dressed like corn, eating corn, tables are made from corn byproduct, we drive around in cars shaped like corn, because the AI keeps feedback looping what it thinks people like. And the algorithm says, humans subsidize corn. Corn is better than everything else. Stop wasting energy on pizza. Just do corn. And if we follow that AI to its conclusion, we will just have nothing but corn.
Yeah, what does this say about the programmers who just assumes everybody is racist? I mean, that's what we should really be talking about. That's concerning.
Yep, that's ChatGPT. Grok doesn't care. Grok will tell you straight up.
Grok will like cuss you out.
Yeah, Grok will insult you. It will.
Yeah, I like Grok. It's a good place to do research.
ChatGPT is like functionally a therapist. You can literally be like, oh, I just cheated on my wife. And they're like, well, you know, you were struggling. Like, I totally understand.
ChatGPT is good when you want to edit something. But like, not change it, but like, hey, can you help me with misspelled words?
Actually, Grok, Imagine is the best video and photo editing that I've seen for any AI.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously, messing around with these things. I took one of the thumbnails from YouTube, and I pasted it into Grok and said, take this thumbnail, keep Tim Pool the same, and change the graphics and the title to say this. Nailed it first try. It made a YouTube thumbnail for me perfectly, and I was like, oh, crap. Went on ChatGPT, it made a CGI render of a guy who was like wearing my clothes, but clearly was not me, and was making a weird face and had perfect teeth. And then it put fake politicians, and I was like, yeah, that's not useful.
OpenAI lost the race. They started too early or something, and they petered out. They closed down.
I think Grok is winning.
Grok and I guess what's it called? Claude, right?
Yeah,
I use that to identify like all the bugs that get caught in the traffic.
The government's just about to give Mythos to a bunch of different agencies, and Trump's like, we need to kill switch for this thing.
Yep. My friends, we've got a pretty brutal story for you guys. It's going to make your blood boil. We're going to have it on the uncensored portion of the show because of how evil this video is. And I'm not kidding when I say some of you might actually cry seeing this. Grown men. And it will fill you with rage the likes of which you have never experienced. So that's going to be at rumble.com/TimCastIRL in about a minute or two. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. Sir, would you like to shout anything out?
Hey, first of all, just thanks for having me on. I want to say special thanks to you. It's just a pleasure to be here. Big fan. You know, special thanks to the people I work with, Discovery Institute. I work closely with them. I've been traveling the country, just trying to change the narrative, especially with the homeless industrial complex, being the counter narrative, spreading truth on the streets. So just appreciate you all.
Yeah, right on. Kevin, people are going to follow you on X at Kevin Dahlgren. Is that the right one? I want to make sure.
If you just type in Kevin Dahlgren, Truth on the Streets, or just Kevin Dahlgren, you're going to find it.
Yep, there it is. Thanks for coming, man. I'm at Ian Crossing. You'll find me on the internet. Shout out to those pigs that got away from that robot. And all the future animals that will also be running from the robots.
I like how the robot was winning. Had to stop.
One day, they will eventually run out of electricity, so keep running.
They're coming after us. The hoggers in the way.
Carter Banks. Hey, man.
Hey, man. Kevin, thanks for coming. Dude, this has been really cool. The robot thing. I just want to wish my dad a happy birthday. It's his birthday today, and that's all.
Shout out to Carter's dad as well. Happy birthday. X and Instagram at Real Tape Brown. Give me a follow. I don't know if you guys noticed, there's a Timcast Tape Brown channel that is now active and uploading. I'll have the interview from today going up some point Friday or Saturday, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. So don't look out for that. See you guys.
We'll see you all over at rumble.com/TimcastIRL in about 20 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Man, that took a long time. I saw this video, and the baby cries, begging for its mother, which they stole. This baby from. She sold this baby for money. All of these people should be in prison.
Who do you want, Dada or Pop? No, Mama. Do you want Dada or Pop? Who do you want? Dada or Pop? Nope. Do you want Dada or Pop? No way, Jose. I think. There is no Mama. So sorry. My God. Dada, Pop. Two choices. No Mama. No, Mama. Dada or Pop?
My God, dude.
I don't have a kid. I just want to say, as a non-kid, dude, that's like when a kid talks to you like that, you don't tell them no when they're 6 months old, because you're just traumatizing this fucking kid. Like, the kid's just expressing itself, whatever it's saying. You're supposed to be like, yeah, keep going.
They purchased this child from its mother, and it's wondering where its mother is.
That, I don't have as big of a problem with surrogacy, I guess. I don't know.
So you think women should be allowed to sell children? Should a woman be able to sell her child for 30 grand to two gay men?
I saw him last week who's getting it, and I'm like...
You asked him he's getting surrogacy? He didn't say surrogacy.
Yeah, he did.
He did not say that around me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did not.
I didn't go into it with him.
Yeah,
but that, if it's a consensual contract, I guess.
Yeah, selling your children's totally okay.
Do it wrong.
No, absolutely not. These people should be in prison.
Do you think a child has the right to a mom and dad?
What if it's an unfit mother?
If we're talking about a mother who's drug addicted and abusive, we take the baby from the mom, and it's sad. And when the child cries because its mother was a bad person, we comfort it and say, I'm sorry. When you have two gay men who purchased a child from a woman that cries begging for its mom as they laughed at it, fuck me, dude. Dark thoughts.
That kid shouldn't have been crying. They shouldn't have been bringing that kid in tears by telling her no.
The worst thing is to think about the kid is still with these people right now.
I know this is CPS needs to be knocking doors down. This is utterly ridiculous. This kid would quite literally be better off in a government program than actual situation, because at least there'd be maternal influences around. I mean, I firmly believe my whole argument is just predicated on I think a child has the right to a father and mother, and that's why we accurately view single parenthood as kind of a tragic thing. Wow, yeah, they are losing an aspect vital to the development of a child.
I have a 1-year-old now. My daughter. She's just over 1 year. Can you believe it's been that long? And this hits really hard. Because I could not imagine what I would do for my daughter for some reason. Her mom, my wife, was no longer around. You know, heaven forbid something happened, and my daughter was crying, saying, "Mom." I look at this and I see these guys laughing. They're laughing, saying, "No, no," as the baby.
No, as the baby cries. He's like, "No, mama." The baby knows who its mother is. The baby was born and was held by that mother. The baby needs breast milk. The baby needs its mom, and they paid this woman. She is complicit all the same. These people are all depraved,
fucking
evil.
demons.
This man should be in prison.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that this is permitted in our society is really just the ultimate indictment, right?
I gotta be honest, like, I'm ready to go Islam on it. Sharia law.
What if it's a surrogacy for like a man and a woman to raise a kid, but another woman carries the kid?
I mean,
for vanity reasons, illegal.
If a woman, be, or it is,
it should make
content like this.
This is child abuse. They should be charged and child be taken away.
In this case, sure, but what about, you know, I generally support some type of gay marriage. I think there's loving parents out there just kind of...
Sure, don't buy children.
Don't buy children.
Gay marriage is fine, buying children is not.
I'm conservative across the table. I think gay marriage is wrong. I think it's just... I understand. I think people are coming from a good place, but ultimately, the slippery slope arguments are all vindicated. I mean, 10 years after Obergefell, where this happens. I mean,
well, yeah, we also have all the rape stories too, and I'm not going to throw good people out the window because some people are criminals, but I would just say it's one thing if you're asking for legal benefits on taxes, employment, access for family. It's another thing if you're asking to buy children.
Well, that's why, if you evaluate gay marriage and what does it actually do, then the philosophical conclusion is going to be this, because you're saying, well, they're no different than a man and a woman. Then it's like, then why can't they adopt it? Doesn't mean you can't. I don't think, at least as I see it, you can't hold those two positions, or you can't not hold both of those positions.
Well, the argument would be that equality under the law doesn't mean that you're the same. So, like, two men has equality under the law, but doesn't mean that one of them is a woman and should be able to have the baby.
No, you can't buy children. That's it. But you can't buy them.
If it's your cum and you get a woman, you pay her a couple $100,000 to gestate your semen, like, that should be totally legal.
You know, you make a good point. Years ago, I was planning to adopt, and the first meeting they said it's going to cost $32,000. I remember them said. So that was like the first thing they told us. Is this is how much the baby's going to be if you're interested? And I always thought it was weird to put a number to it.
Yeah.
Rather than let's ask, are we going to be good parents? And you know, like we didn't really know what we were doing, but that was the first thing I heard was it'll be $32,000. It's a strict rule in Oregon that you have to pay extra. You know, like that's apparently kind of expensive. Like other states, it's cheaper to buy the baby, but in Oregon, it's a little expensive. And this was 10 plus years ago. But they said, yeah. Well, we didn't go through it, but they said a lot of the money goes to the mom.
For adoption.
So it makes me wonder. It felt like was this mom selling the baby for them? Like
that's if two gay men go to a woman and say we're going to inseminate you and then pay you $30,000 and we get the baby, that's a woman selling the baby. She should go to prison. They should go to prison as well.
We just assumed there wasn't really money involved. It was more of like, are we the right people for this child, right? Like we wanted a child, and so that was kind of a learning experience for us.
Yeah, you see certain instances that I think Dave Rubin, wasn't Dave Rubin, it was like his sister and then Dave Rubin's husband in quotation marks, like, part of that.
Dave's sister?
Yeah, I think it was Dave's sister or his husband's sister. Like, they kept it in the family. It looks like that's why.
With all due respect to Dave Stillwell.
Yeah, totally.
I brought it, and it's a little.
He takes it. People argue with him all the time. He'll debate it.
Like the Romans did sell their families into slavery when they couldn't pay their debts.
Yes, we don't live like the Romans. I know. Bathhouse orgies. But it's like, sorry, never mind.
You know, we liken how our country might be falling to the.
You know, I guess we don't have castrato choirs right now.
You guys want to hit a bathhouse after this? I need to get this sweat off my body.
I'm not going to go to the bathhouse you want to go to.
No.
I'm not going to the bathhouse.
Actually, hold on. There is a natural spring bathhouse in Berkeley Springs.
Oh, I want to go. Dude, have you been?
Allison and I went to go check it out. They're single rooms where the spring water flows in, and it's warm spring water, cool. And it's got all these like healing, I think, minerals and everything. It's a real bathhouse. Yeah. Like it's a single small room the size of like a large closet, and you walk downstairs into it. Then you get up, you dry yourself off, and it's only for one person. And there's like 5 rooms and people watching guard. You know?
So I was like that because I've heard the Turkish bathhouses in New York are like Grove City. That's what
really? And they'll just beat you with those green wands or something.
Dude, it gets wacky and wild.
What? Man. Yeah, that's the Russian bathhouses. They'll hit you with these leaves until you're, and then your skin will get all sensitive.
I think this kid's gonna grow up to be a murderer or something.
Oh man, I hope not.
I think kids need moms. You know, people often talk about how children who grow up without dads are more likely to be criminals or do drugs and all that stuff. I think we overlook what it's like for children to grow up without moms because we don't track the metrics on that. But I think there are going to be developmental disabilities. They just don't present in criminality, but they present in some other detrimental form that we're not tracking for.
Well, yeah, it's like when you hear an instance of a single mother, you're like, that's tragic, but like, you know, it's nothing new. If you're seeing an instance of a single father, you assume something really tragic happened, like, you know, the mother died or something. Because that's a lot of the times what happens in custody battles. A lot of times the dads want to get tested.
When you asked me how would I feel if I didn't eat breakfast yesterday, I can tell you I would have been hungry. I would have been angry. But when you asked me what would have been like if you didn't have a mother growing up, I don't know how to begin to answer it.
Right. There's so many questions like that where people like postulate it, and you're like, well, I can't exist without the context of that prerequisite. Like when people ask you, well, how would you feel if you were a migrant from Honduras? I'm like, I can't, because the entire every aspect of my life, every aspect of my personality is predicated on me being raised in the United States. So it's like I can't actually participate in that, sort of
this
behaviorization. Yeah.
Man, this one gets my blood boiling.
Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous.
But, men and women, like you could have, I don't know, you down with gay couples raising kids? I'm okay with gay couples raising kids.
No, only in certain circumstances. If a child is involved, raising kids. If Dave Rubin, and I, with all due respect, I'm not trying to drag Dave Rubin or anything. If there was a kid who was in foster care or was in the adoption, network or whatever, and they were having a rough go of it, Dave's a great person to raise a kid who's in desperate need of it. So I have no problem with vetted gay couples who are adopting kids who otherwise don't have parents. That's certainly better than a kid just with nothing. But to purchase the child.
Dude, there's going to be robots that want to raise human kids, and they're going to buy them from humans. But they're going to raise them like their own kid.
Yeah, that's true. And in this specific instance, I mean, the reason you rarely do see like a teenager being adopted by gay couples is because primarily, as I see it, and I think this is accurate, there's been sociological studies on this, is that they view this as vanity. I think Carter used the word vanity. And
that was like content.
Yeah, vanity. That's absolutely what's going on, is because, again, who's to say that this child's even going to be looked after once they're not cute anymore? Once they're like older, once they're a teenager, things get a little difficult. I think these couples also, it's just going to be a completely different instance. They just like the idea of having a baby because it validates, because what's happening with gay couples is there's constantly a voice in the back of their head saying, this isn't a real marriage, this isn't a real couple, because, it is ordained by the Almighty. And so what's going to happen at a certain point is when the LARPing stops, when they're like, okay, we're actually not a real couple, this baby's not ours. I dread to see what that's going to look like in 10 years, because this is now this has been legal for only a few years. What's going to happen when this kid's 12 and he's not cute anymore? He's causing problems and the vanity's gone.
What happens when the sex ed that this kid gets at 12 or 13 is the LGBTQ version where they're talking about scat and butt plugs?
Yeah. You get Tyler Fisher. I'm just kind of kidding, Tyler. He was gay when he was 10, I think, and then he was raised by his dad and his dad's husband for 10 years or something. He was I don't know. It's different. Normal to me. I don't know.
He wasn't purchased.
No, he had a mom. Right. He was raised with his mom and dad for a while, I think, before that happened.
But I think everyone would acknowledge that's not the best case scenario. The best case scenario is a mom and dad.
I got a bad feeling.
Well, babies need breast milk.
Yeah.
Formula is fake. Formula is corn syrup and other garbage. I went over this with my wife, and we're looking at all this formula. I don't want to give my daughter fucking corn syrup. That's what it is. Even the good stuff, everyone's like, oh, it's really good. It's corn syrup. All right, let's bring in some callers. We got Thinker for Life. What's going on, brother?
What up? Hi.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, how's it going?
Thanks for having me on.
Right on, just calling in.
Yeah, so you guys were talking about, the replacement of homeless people in the cities and stuff like that, and all that. And from my point of view here in Michigan, I'm seeing it from a different, a higher level. we've always said that, you know, Muslims and stuff, they play the long game. And in my view, I see it that way. You look at where the coagulation of illegal immigration's kind of existing. Dearborn, which was known to be the hub for, you know, Ford and Henry Ford and all that, and Hamtramck, where they're doing the manufacturing. Do you guys think that they want people to get frustrated and leave the state so that it is the replacement?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
they win more political power.
Yeah, we literally had Keir Starmer, and it's Britain, but we had Keir Starmer come out and was like, any British people that are unhappy with the sort of, for lack of a better word, demographic upheaval occurring, leave. He literally said lost.
How would bring all of, like, the Sargon of Akkad's over here? Connor Tomlinson?
Yeah.
Trump should be like, free passports, permanent residency, right off the bat, you're British, and you love Britain.
Yeah, I think it's only been used once, but there is, and the refugee system, like, the restructuring the Trump administration took, is that any European dissident could claim asylum in the United States.
One of the challenges is those superstars that are truly in it for their country. They don't want to leave their country.
Connor told me, like, there's not an instance where he doesn't die in Britain, so.
It's pretty much what
Sargon's probably
said in his
similar answer, but.
I know I want to recruit them, but I'm like, I think I shouldn't. I don't want to drain my my friends in their other countries.
Yeah, I'm actually not. Like, I think it's so much harder to win background than it is obviously to seed ground. So it's like, why? You know, why seed Britain? I mean, like, that's our ancestral homeland for, like, heritage Americans, for a variety of reasons. It's just like, and in many ways, the British are actually in a slightly better position than we are in some instances.
Well,
Why vacate territory?
It's technically correct to say it's our homeland because the colonies were under the rule of the crown, but these colonies were built by a bunch of different Europeans, like New York was New Amsterdam. So the Dutch came and settled here, and then the British took control of it. And Quebec was also British, and that we should own.
Agreed. Well, yeah,
Canada.
Yeah, I mean, there was other groups, but like it was like 98 at the time of independence. It was like 98% founding, like the founding stock of America, right? It was
founding stock.
The Dutch had to assimilate. Like Martin Van Buren was the only president in American history that English wasn't his first language. It was Dutch, but no one at the time, and in a time with serious sectarianism, no one at the time viewed him as like not part of the core founding stock.
They were considering having German to be our official language.
I was in the Van Buren Boys, and it was when I was a teenager.
Nice. Let's go.
Does anybody know that reference?
No, what is it?
Seinfeld. The Van Buren Boys. Don't you remember that?
The gang? Who was that? George? That the gang they formed?
Yeah, there was this ongoing joke that he joined the Van Buren Boys.
George did?
Yeah, George.
George would do.
He was the Van Buren Boys.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to add to that? You know, carry on the conversation, sir?
Yeah, I'd just say it all looks very intentional and strategic. Manufacturing hubs, the means of production, all that, you know, and I'm just hoping people wake up and see it for what it is. These people are here to occupy. I mean, my old house that I grew up with is occupied by 3 Chinese families just outside of Detroit. You know, and so that's my point of view, and I would like to shout out a fundraiser campaign going on for a farm rescue here in Michigan called Mitten Misfits. It's mittenmisfits.org, and they're doing a telethon all week long trying to raise money on WILX Channel 10, making an impact. So we're trying to help grow the community using farm animals and influence kids to get out and help take care of the animals and learn some hard work ethic. But no, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling in, brother. You did. Next up, we've got Teabaggin' Elite. The name.
How's it going, everybody? I am back. And good to see the Knight of Narcan, Kevin. Love your work, dude. Thank you for trying to save people out on the streets.
Thanks, brother.
I'm just trying.
But succeeding in a lot of places. So I have a silly question to lighten the mood, because we're in some dark times covering some dark topics tonight. Do any of you hope that aliens will come to straighten out Earth's bullshit to bring us into the Galactic Federation?
Yes.
Or do you think they're gonna say screw this planet and annihilate the vast majority of us? Hopefully starting with the government first.
No, not already. Aliens right now are on their planet, and there's this one alien sitting around a table, and he's talking like this into a microphone going, the chips on Earth are in a civil war, and I don't mean the ones in Africa, I mean the humans. And then they all laugh.
Yeah, I think they view us as like the North Sentinelese. They're like, oh, look, we sent down a craft, and they're like poking it with a stick. How funny is that?
They're probably near us. You're never gonna happen.
I think they're here.
That's so funny. They, they're so quirky over there.
They're inside us. The aliens are controlling us. They're vying for control of our bodies, like demons and angels, but they're like these high frequency personas. They're here right now. They're involved with this.
How annoying would it be if, like, we did find all these alien civilizations and they're all just, like, basically the same as humans? Like, no, they're not cool or green or anything. They're just, like, they look like us as well.
Like,
I've always believed we are not the center of the universe. It's ridiculous to think, with how incredibly small Earth is, in an infinite universe, that there isn't other people. That's ridiculous. Of course there is. It's just so obscenely far away, we have not reached that level of technology to ever discover it. They, if the universe truly is billions of years old, they are far more advanced.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't they be observing us, and we wouldn't have the even understanding of it? It's like a person with an ant farm.
They'll definitely find us.
Never understand what's truly going on.
And you know what they say is that if the aliens arrive to Earth before their landing craft touches the ground, they're going to give a few recipes.
Because they eat aliens.
My wife is Chinese. You have no idea how accurate that actually is. No, she's from Fuzhou, China. But yeah, I agree with you, Tate. I don't want them to look like humans. I want to meet Bleep Blorp, not fucking, hi, I'm Steve from, Tiberius 5.
I think I think the aliens want us to succeed and come together and form a galactic civilization. They seem to want that. Which is why they say good triumphs over evil, and why for tens of thousands of years we've actually come together as a species and have built an internet to communicate via telephone in real time with
people. Probably laughing their asses off that we're now just discussing a moon base.
They might test us.
And to them, they think that's so ridiculously small innovation.
They might test us with bringing down space cache, like trying to see what, if we'll give it away.
Like Mr. B.
Come back and ask for it.
Mr. B.
Wasn't that a South Park episode?
Yes. So what happened?
Pinewood Derby. Maybe farts.
What did you say, Kevin? You said something cool. I was looking at the door.
I said something cool.
Yeah, something about aliens doing something.
Oh, the moon thing.
You missed it, dude.
Well, just like if, since aliens very likely exist, they're laughing their asses off that we're now just talking about a moon base. To them, they're thinking this is so ridiculously small, it means nothing in the greater scheme of things.
They're probably like, bro, they have all the equipment they need. Why aren't they beating the level? They're like, what the fuck are they wasting time fighting hordes for and fighting each other? And like, bro, you have all the equipment, just do it.
Wait till they see Instagram Reels, and then they'll understand.
Right.
They'll be like, oh, this is awesome.
Because the other aliens had...
We could be watching Reels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe there's other aliens trying to stop us from creating a galactic.
Do you know how hard it is, like being on IRL and I can't watch Instagram Reels?
Are you tempted?
So, dude, like a crack addict.
Oh, dude, I just don't look at. I do look at the phone. I was gonna lie to you and say that I don't. I try not to though.
I do a quick Twitter sesh, like about 3 or 4 times or not.
Do you doom scroll at night?
Oh, at night, yeah.
You just in bed, or you like?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that. I try and get out of it.
I stick my tongue out and everything. Yeah.
You want anything or shout anything out?
The only thing that I will add is, Ian, the next time you get a chance to go traveling, you have to get a hold of me through the Discord and come down to Texas, because I still need to build a Timcast themed base for y'all, and I'm building a 5-string next, so you should do that. But as far as shout-outs, once again, shout-out to Kevin for doing the Lord's work, saving people, and shout-out to the Discord for being awesome, and I'd like to shout-out my YouTube channel if you want to check out any of my guitar builds or songs that I'm working on. It's the same as my name here, just Teabaggin' Elite on YouTube. I'm going to start uploading to Rumble soon, so you'll be able to find me there as well.
Awesome.
Right on. Thanks for calling in,
Thanks,
brother.
dude.
Thank you, dude.
All right, catch y'all later.
I want that bass.
Next up, we've got Stocks Family Farm. What's going on?
What up?
What up? What's going on?
Good evening, everybody. Without getting into too much detail, I'm going to say I'm on the Oregon coast. I'm in Coos Bay, and my dad is currently homeless. He's been homeless for the last 5 years here in Oregon, and they've been shifting him around from city to city. Every time he starts to get a leg up, they move him to another city. And they ship.
Fuck. That shit is so annoying. Is it grabbing? Is gonna take some shit down there. All this shit off.
Rain or shine, the new Road Control 3 from Les Schwab gives you lasting grip and a smooth ride at a...